Hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, Sharoon, Bracy in the waters. Wake up, morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
You turn the TV on? Yeah. All right. Yes.
I know what I'm doing.
Buying or renting, Redfin finds it.
Why you guys smoke with me? What I do? What did I do? I'm gonna send MJ the link early so she can get her smoke out. Let me know if you want the link now. Ah, man. Busted my lip. Shit's annoying the hell out of me. Well, I didn't bust it. My baby girl kicked me in the lip. We just taking a nap and she sleep like a wild child. Let's go. Good day, everyone. I scared the dog. Good day, everyone. How are y'all doing today? Thank you so much for being here. You know how we like to start the day with great productive energy. When I say good day to you, make sure you say it back because I can feel that great productive energy. What's this? What up, Shiesty? Good day. What? The real Prism still got her wrench. That is awesome. You know, you gotta scare so you gotta keep the keep the blood glowing in the house. You know what I'm saying? That's right, Shiesty. We are in the goddamn find out stage, goddamn it. These people have been effing around long enough. That's what's been going on, Shiesty. What's up, Red Sensational? How you doing? Man, these people have been running amok long enough. They are in the F around and they are in the find out stage. They are in the find out stage. It's going crazy over there in Iran. It is absolutely ridiculous how they protesting over there. Ilhan Omar is absolutely being ridiculous. And in Minnesota, they are definitely finding out over there. It is wild over there. People are getting shot point blank with those goddamn pepper ball sprays. Wow, right in their face. They get hit with bear spray right in their face. They are in the find out phase. Ilhan Omar, I don't know what is. Hey, I don't know how she got there, but all I do know is that she's been taking some pictures with the same people that frauded us out of $9 billion. What? No, I did not see it, MJ. I did not see that at all. Shout out to Uda. He was having a great show and early in the AM. Shout out to Uda on Go. Salute to you. And also, we got the FBA movement being recognized. Good day, Corinne. What you mean, Red? You know I can't see. I can't. Red, what you talking about? Red. Red, you know I don't read the chat, Red. What you talking about? And also we got over in Senegal, they have a goddamn husband school. They have a husband school. We're gonna go ahead and do that as well. That's right. They got a school for husbands because they've been wilding out over there. The husbands don't know what to do with themselves. They say he who finds a wife finds a good thing. Now she who put her husband in school, that does a good thing. Because these men are out of order. As we seen an out of order man yesterday. Yeah, I still got the yesterday banner up. My bad. You see, I'll be just getting to work. I'll be just getting to work. Where y'all want to start? Maybe I should start with Tucker Carlson so I won't get beat up anymore. So I won't get my ass whooped anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. I need an NBA flag in the background. I do have one. Don't make me go get it, Shiesty. Don't make me go get it. Thank you so much, President. We can get there. We can get there. We work together. Let me go find this video real quick with Tucker Carlson. God damn it. Maybe on my neck. Maybe like holding me accountable there. God damn you, Sharon. I'm like, damn, what I do? I ain't mean it. It is going crazy, though. What's his name? Where the video at? Let me see. Let me go right here. I ain't trying to get beat up. I am not trying to get sniped. Absolutely not. I do not want to get sniped. God. Oh, yeah. All right. I do not want no problems. I do not. Is it red? I'm not ignoring my beautiful red sensational news. What? I don't got no double eyebrows. This is how they was given to me by God. God did this to me. Ain't no double eyebrows, girl. God did this to me. Hold on. Let me get myself together. God damn it. So I'm not together this early in the AM. I am not together. Sheesh. Who should I blame for it? I've been putting in hours. That's why. Shit. I've been working. MJ, let me know if you want the link early. If you want to give me your opinion on this whole situation right here, let me know. Shit. Beating me up. Holding me accountable. Holding me accountable. Shicey gonna tell me I gotta get a new flag. It's crazy. What you mean? I gotta get a new flag. Yes. Nah, I got you right now. Let me get myself together. Goddamn it! I gotta get myself together. Hold on. This is for the beautiful MJ. Red got smoked, so I got two gun toters on my neck. Oh God. I got 2 of them. Oh Lord, I'm in danger now. I got 2 gun toters on my neck. I'm so hey, look. I don't want no problems. I don't want no problems, goddamn. Let me make sure I don't get myself in any problems. I don't want no problems. I don't want no problems. Welcome to the show, the gorgeous and beautiful, highly intelligent, super duper MJ.
What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, I was about to get my 5 from you. I want my 5, like seriously. Like I was not joking. I was like, oh, okay. I want my 5 with him. Oh, what's going on, bro? No, yeah, like I wanted to actually like review the video yesterday because I wanted everyone to hear exactly what they say. Now, the talk of the town, and I'm talking about YouTube High. Everybody is actually going over this interview with this that fisherman guy and Tucker Carlson. My point is with the whole thing is that these conversations are being paid attention to. When it comes down to small content creators, you have big content creators who are actually viewing and listening. So I wanted people to understand that there is influence that is actually going around. Influence that you think that you don't have is being used, and people are actually listening to the conversations that we're having. According to the whole FBA situation, whatever, not at the end of the day, I think it is a benefit for that particular group, the FBAs, the ADRs, to get that type of mainstream acknowledgement. However, collectively, you have to look at it from its total aspect. We have seen that these particular type of, I guess, organizations and stuff, they have always played the sides on everyone. You know what I'm saying? Like at one point is, oh, it's Black Americans, but immigrants is great. And then now it's, oh, you know what? Well, these immigrants is getting out of line, or these immigrants is in our systems and stuff. And you know what? They really don't have a leg to stand on. So just because we can identify the acknowledgement, just because we can identify that there might be some leveraging that FBAs and ADOS can use to actually position ourselves better in this country, don't get it twisted. The motherfuckers don't like you either. And they never did. And it will have the same type of psyops continuing on going forward. But I just thought that reviewing it and understanding the lingo, understanding the hidden messages between the conversation was something important that we need to see, because for many years we haven't really focused on those type of conversations being had about us before.
Yeah, I like it. And I think I don't know what it is about the gaslight on smaller content creators, and act as if if I got 20 people watching that, one of those 20 people can't be a 1 million subscriber or 2 million subscriber, and he's he or she sees something that is good and they take it and they, you know, they blow it up on a channel and it look like they the originators of it. I don't know why that's such a difficult thing, that they believe that we are just bottom tiers and the people that have the audience is just top tier off rip. So it's a weird thing, but I think moving forward, things are starting to shift and people are starting to recognize the backpackers. I guess we like the backpackers, the smaller content creators. We like the backpackers now, like how hip hop started, and Kanye, he started off as a backpack rapper, and then he became a mainstream rapper, so to speak. But he had heavy influence in the industry, and so us smaller content creators that is pushing original thoughts, are attempting to push original thoughts as much as they possibly can. We starting to see our thoughts is starting to trickle down into these other places. We see when we was having our little squabbles. We see the big content creators having a little squabbles because it was entertaining. So,
Right.
And the same thing with this situation here with that whole FBA, they try to make it like it's some kind of clown situation. It's a joke and all these other things and trying to discredit everything. But in reality, a lot of people that's having an argument that's in good faith, they are actually making some great points. And it ain't just about reparations. I think the main problem is majority of people could only have surface level conversations about different types of movements. So they could focus on something like reparations because it's a great argument piece. And that's the only part that they can really have a conversation about, the argument pieces. But when we just look at it as a whole, the FBA movement is more than just reparations, right? Because we got to build up something so we could get to something as powerful as getting actual reparations from the country.
Yeah, I mean, the bigger picture I see is not necessarily with the reparation, even though I think that is a big part, right? But the reparation conversation is about a particular group having a 400, 500 head start, 400, 500 years head start that is pretty much old, right? However, there's so many other things that we can go with it, right? It's actually creating not necessarily a political party, but definitely a political influence that we tend to not have had before. Like, you know, being from this from New York, Sharon, you know how the Jewish community, how they give it up. You know what I'm saying? Like it's pretty much their city if you really want to, you know, just call a spade, right? And even when it comes down to the Asian community, they have their own super PAC where they was able to push things into litigation for their communities to help them. We haven't had a stronghold on that. And to be honest, we really wasn't kind of talking and moving in that way because our ideology was all about, hey, listen, if we're good, everybody else is good. So let's make sure that everybody else is good. In this situation, we can specify things in our community that needs to be done and also create our own individual voice, right? And this is something that we need to, like, we should no longer be going into voting and elections, even just minor election, like our borough president and all that stuff like that. We should no longer just be blindly giving allegiance and all this stuff like that without anything being reciprocated or actually really doing business. And the only way that we can do that is if we can identify what we actually need and what our causes are, right? So I think that is a good stepping stone. And anyone calling it a clown movement, those are just haters. Those are the ones who see the bigger picture for the long run, right? They're going to say things like that to try to get people not to be motivated into something that can actually be beneficial. I mean, why would I, right? If I have been able to have coverage over a broad ideology, right? Why would I want someone to start to separate and make things specific, knowing that I'm not going to be able to have access or benefit to it? I mean, if I was in the other foot, I would probably kind of feel the same way too, right? Or feel that now that makes a target on, per se, them specifically. But it's not really even meant to be that way. I think that this can be beneficial to everyone, right? Because now every community can I guess, identify their individual, issues and stuff like that, and pretty much solve it, put boots on the ground and solve it, instead of being like, being swept under the rug because we're under some form of collective thought. However, I do believe that a collective ideology still is important at the end of the day.
So the thing is, the reason why it's getting scary for them now that we are separating our ideologies and philosophies is because a lot of their rhetoric depends on our history. They need our history to give them what's the word I'm looking for? Validation, because they cannot use the fact that we've been discriminated against because we are such and such and such. You can't use that. You just got here. You know what I'm saying? I got people that me and my brothers put our lives on the lines for each other, but guess what? His mama is from a Caribbean and his daddy from a Caribbean. So, you know what I'm saying? And that's my brother in arms and everything. However, in reality, you can't consider him my FBA.
Right.
But that's still my brother. And if he was a politician or he was into politics or something like that, and something was to happen to him, he cannot use the same thing because our grandfathers went through different things. So he can't have a history of saying what happened to my family here in America, and they are trying to do it to me now. It's just a different cause, and they got to come up with their own version of oppression or their own version of adversity. Right? No,
I agree, and it's hard, right? Because even when we talk about the Immigration Act of 1965, when we started having an influx of many immigrants from different countries and stuff like that, while coming into the country around that time, going up to now, there are things that they might have experienced, per se, right? Yeah. And that's why I would say that's where the collective mindset to change certain things that is not beneficial to all Americans going forward, that still needs to happen. However, when a correction in history needs to be done and it's been presented, and this is for a specific group, that has to also be, addressed as well, right? I would never tell an immigrant from the Caribbeans or even from the UK or anything like that, or even Africa, I would never say to them, well, whatever colonization you dealt with on that particular land, you shouldn't fight for what is owed to you during that land and how you helped build that particular country. You should go and definitely speak to them about them, like, hey, there's wrongdoings that have occurred and we need to address it now going forward for the betterment of our people, that's our particular group that's still in their country and in the country in totality, right? I would never tell them not to do that. And we just see that that's always the case when it comes down to Black Americans, which is like the most, is like the icing thing for me at all. It's like, it's the weirdest thing. It's kind of like a creepy kind of obsession at this point. Of literally telling
happen,
yeah.
And what I think is going to happen is that they're going to do the same thing. They are going to do their own separation within their culture as well, because they're going to have to start recognizing that it is a group of immigrants that is cosplaying as they are part of the struggle, because we have legit people that is from the Caribbean, don't have no long history over here, but they rock with us 100%. They're like, nah, we are all Black, right? But they also have the group that is a part of a Caribbean that is the opposite. They just cosplaying as Black folks and to undermine us as Black folks. And then eventually what I think is going to happen is that the people are going to understand that there's a difference between being an immigrant and being a tether. And then so they're going to start separating themselves. So like, oh, now I see why y'all was calling them tethers and I'm not a part of that tether group, right? Because there's two different things. And I think for a lot of our brothers and sisters, they believe that just because you come from a foreign land that you automatically considered a tether. And that's
No,
just
and that's where
it's
I
just not the
feel
case.
where it becomes negative, right?
Yeah.
And people will have like that bitter taste in their mouth because if we're just calling everybody a tether, like I don't think that's cool because that's not really what
Yeah.
the terminology was for. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So in a way that will make their argument I guess valid of making it feel like it's xenophobia against any form of foreigners, and that's not the case.
Yeah.
That's not the case. So that's why we also have to, like I said, if we want um our brothers and sisters who are immigrants from different countries and stuff like that, who understands what's going on, they have to call out their bad actors, and
Yeah.
we also have to call out our bad actors that's making it seem like we're being xenophobic, that's making it seem like we're going from the how can I put it, the FBA movement straight into the white supremacy pipeline, because that's what I kind of see is leading up to, because we're having a lot of alt-right and right wingers like
Mm.
Tucker Carlson, and also that representative that's going against Byron Donalds in Florida. We have a lot of them now picking up speed and making it seem like, oh yeah, these are the people that we should actually supposed to be talking to. Like, we know this is all a play. We know this is all a play, and in this FAFO season that we've been experiencing since 25 until now, we have seen how they have led a lot of other immigrants to astray, right? Of them saying, hey, listen, you need to align with this thought, that thought, and all the stuff like that, and watch, everything's going to be great. And then it turned out it wasn't great. It turned out it removed a lot of rights and stuff from them, or now starting to make them feel very uncomfortable, putting a narrative on them that they're the cause and the problem and the issues of everything, which we all know that is not true. So we have to do our due diligence on both sides, but we need to call out what is actually being called out. And I'm saying that as something beneficial, as me being a Black American, like at the end of the day, I'm focused on Black Americans. I'm focused on that particular community. And I'm also focused on Americans in general, so we have to be able to do things simultaneously. We have to be able to put the right people in the right positions to talk about things the way that it needs to be talked about and addressed. And that's how we have to play it out going forward. There's no playing around at this point.
Yeah, I agree. Both parties we gotta clean up house, because too many people have been infiltrating the Carter. Right, we let in too many pookies. That's the real problem, right? And I mean that in the sense of the movie, not as
No, I agree. It's just like I said, it's just bad actors, right? It's bad actors all around. There's bad actors who do not really care about the real issues that people really care about, let alone actually the community. But they get to, copy your terms and persuade people, put out narratives and stuff like that. And it's all about individual gain and not as a collective gain. So we just have to be very careful in regards to that. We have a habit of, as long as it sounds good, as long as it sounds good and it sounds like how I like, we're kind of rocking with it instead of actually really seeing, well, what are you really rocking with, right? That's how we even had a Byron Donalds anyway get into office. He came in under the pretty much representing the Black community per se, right? And then now we find out that while he was in there, even though he's a Republican, that doesn't make him not not for the Black community. But while he came into office, everything that he stood on was removing things for Black Americans. So it's just like,
correct.
And
this is and I get it that AR, he's saying that the white supremacists laughing their asses off as the Black community continues to divide itself because one set of Black persons been here longer than the other. And I get that saying, it makes sense. However, we have no choice but to separate ourselves because we have two completely different ideologies in real life. Like, we all might have the same skin color and in general. However, when we start to go ahead and start wanting to push policies, we get more muddy water than clear. We start talking about one thing, and then they say, "Oh, but what about this?" Before we get to all of that, let's get number one off the list first, and then 2, 3, 4. We could get down to all the goddamn list, but we got to be able to attack something. We just all screaming, and then we don't actually have no sense of direction. But now that we are separating ourselves, who is on what side? Oh, you are on the white supremacist side, so stay over there. And the ones that's trying to move the nation forward, whatever nation that is, we on that side, and we're gonna keep it that way. We understand Byron Donalds is not on our side at all. It's not even close.
Mm-hmm.
And Byron Donalds he's barely on the side of Americans, right? He's not on Black people's side, and he's barely on the American side. So like, he's separating himself twice. And so
like we can't afford. I'm sorry, Sharon. We just can't afford to continue to go on 70 years down the road how we've been playing out everything right now. I get the whole, like, the quote unquote conquer and divide situation scenario, but let's just be perfectly clear. That didn't just start and only with white folks, and it also did not continue to be perpetuated only by white folks. Okay, so we're going to just keep it 100. All right. A lot of immigrants, even though they came under liberal and democratic viewing about immigration, as soon as they set foot in this soil, they were conservative, and they have all even said it in from their own mouth that they hold high conservative views, and that they agree with conservative views on things. So again, that's the shit. That's what is it? What do you call it? The flip and switch, right? So you utilize what liberals and Democrats was talking about, but as soon as once you solidify, you went completely conservative about this only belongs to this only do this only do that, this person ain't even get this, these people don't get this. So we have to create foundation. We have to create a foundation. And what is the big talk of the town when it comes down to these small content creators? About having boundaries and standards, right? So we're in that boundaries and standards era while a lot of things are falling apart. A lot of things about our country that was not necessarily good for anyone is starting to come. It's starting to come down. It's starting to eat itself. So this is the opportunity. The iron is hot. We just have to focus our attention on the right things.
Right. And I think the main thing is that we can't be afraid of separation, because it's going to make I think the main thing is that people is like they worry about the numbers, and we separate ourselves, that is going to be like half going to be separated, and most likely it's not going to be that big of a separation. That's number one. Number two, the smaller the group, the more focused it can be. And if we get more focused as a group on group thinking and what we are going to achieve first, 1 to 10, 10 to 20, and so on and so forth, we can get more done that way than trying to convince 100% of the 13% to move in a certain way. So if we could get, even if it's only 40% on one accord, thinking in the same, hey, we got to get these things done at these different levels, that 40% is going to be more effective than having 100% of a group just trying to figure out what is it that they're trying to do. So yes, separating ourselves is going to make us more focused and get us to execute on plans and implement these situations, get our money together and point it towards the right direction, and vote people in and out of office as we see fit for our or whoever and whatever county you are in, right? Because each county is going to have a different 10 set of things that they want to get done.
Right. And I mean, it's more important.
Even in the same state, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, even in the same state, the county in Ronkonkoma might be different from the Hamptons.
It's completely different, actually, right? Because you're talking about Montauk County, and then you talk about Suffolk County. So you know how we give it up in New York. Every different county how
they own
it has their own issues and struggle and things that they go to their local board and they advocate for, and that's just what it is. However, you do see how New Yorkers in general, they tend to vote and elect about the bigger issues about the state. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be completely different. And that is fine. That's absolutely fine. There's certain things that we can agree with, but like I said, Rockland County is not going to look like Westchester County.
Right. It's just not going to be the same. And we have evidence in places like New York where small populations get big things done
all the time.
So we're 30% of the complete population. That doesn't mean we need 100% of that 13% to be on one accord.
What we should know is how we actually, how we actually average out, right? Like, for example, we're considered 47 million or 50 million in the United States when it's considered of Black people. However, the immigrants who are Black immigrants, when they're a part of our Black percentage, there's only 4.7 million. So Black Americans is still the majority in America, right? So there is a lot of things, our group, there's a lot of things that we should be advocating for as Black Americans.
100%. And believe it or not, a lot of these movements ain't gonna get no life unless we join it. It's just what it is. Like when you look at this whole Somali situation and Ilhan Omar, she is pretty good at communicating. Like she knows how to incite emotions and everything out of a group. The problem is it can't go outside of her Somalian group.
But I think that's her. I think one of the that's her intentions, though, right? Like I think she's a really bad example because her main focus is on her community. It has always been about her community, really. Mm-hmm. Yes, when she was trying to get elected, she kind of broadened it out about all Americans and all Black people. It doesn't matter if you're from the continental, of Africa or even the Caribbeans. But when she got into office, her main focus was on her community, especially within the Minnesota Somali community.
Correct, and it's showing clear as day now, right? That she doesn't really have, like, she used our rhetoric though, right? She would go up there and say, "This is just not fair. What's been happening to it?" Like she would try to make it seem like it is something that's like kind of our situation. Like she using some of the rhetoric that we used. Like I'm checking her out and seeing what she's saying, but it just doesn't fit the same. Like, I'm sorry, it really don't, because we know that you are taking whatever money you get from the government and you taking it to other places. You are in cahoots with a lot of the fraudsters, right? You have pictures with these people. These are people that's in your circle. And I'm sorry to tell you that, like, birds of a feather, they usually flock together. It is no way that out of the 93, 87 come from your community and you got pictures with 60 of them and we're going to act as if you don't know what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, and because certain things been exposed, of course it's going to look different now, right? Before you went in there and you thought that, okay, this woman, it doesn't matter what her culture is, it doesn't matter what her background is. But the way how she talks, she seems like she's really focused on advocating for all Americans. But then your actions are completely different when we see everything being exposed, that you were not actually advocating for Americans. You was only advocating for Somalis. You was advocating for protections and resources and for even Somali Americans. That's what it is. And mind you, it's not to say that that's a bad thing. It's just the way how you went behind, doing it, right? It's about how you went behind doing it.
The most money that left the country came out of Minnesota airport. They was literally people was going on a plane with $1 million in cash.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
And so far reported, because that kind of money after a certain amount, not even close to that amount, by the way, not even close to that amount, you got to report that you're taking that amount of cash with you.
Yeah.
So, so that's how we know how much money left out of these different airports. But Minnesota, by far, like 90% more out of every other airport. And Minnesota is not a very busy airport, like how we would say Dallas is, or how New York is, or even goddamn Newark is. Minnesota is not high traffic like these other places. And they have 99% more money left the country through that airport. It's a problem. What you mean? And y'all just kept allowing people to leave the country with $1 million in cash and nobody said a word?
Yeah.
Out of all airports, 90% more than all airports left the country from your... Bruh, it is
that's a TSA problem.
Like, I just cannot even fathom that much money leaving out of this small airport. 90% more than all these. I mean, more than Dallas.
That's definitely a TSA and a CBP problem, Custom Borders Patrol problem.
That's crazy. $1 million. Mind you, let's keep this in perspective. You got to disclose over 10,000. Like, so out of all the major airports, right? We get it. Minnesota's in the top 20. Fine. Out of all the airports, 90% more came out of your airport than all the other 19 that's above you. That's crazy. 90%. It'd be one thing, it was like 10%, you know. 90% is crazy. And she is a part of it. I'm sorry. Tim Walls, I'm sorry. You are a part of it. There's no way around that. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, didn't he just rescind his third term?
Absolutely. There's no way that $9 billion left the country and y'all...
and you don't have no whereabouts of it.
Come on. But you could catch me if I go ahead and try to get $1,000 out the bank and you can't find $9 billion. Like, there's like something's got to change, right? And we starting to see it. And I'm glad that it is happening when it's happening. It is what it is. We see the people that's being affected in Minnesota. We see what the riots look like. Again, if you look at the riots, you can see that they're cosplaying us. Especially the ones that is on camera. The ones on camera, they look like young Black children. That is a part of a urban regular city. They don't look like young Somalian men. They're not dressed like how like the majority of them going to be dressed. Even
I agree, but I'll also just take into consideration is about, some of them who are going to assimilate into America, and we do have to also admit that that's what Americans want. We do want foreigners and immigrants to assimilate into our society. So there was gonna, eventually become a decent amount of population that was going to actually assimilate into our culture and what we do and stuff like that.
However, but the difference is now we could separate ourselves and say, yeah, like you cannot just compare us because our clothes are the same. Because yes, our clothes are the same, but our speech is different. Our lingo is different. The music we listen to is different. Everything about us is different. The only thing that you can say that is the same is our clothing. And so that's when the separation is really starting to pay attention, because people are not saying you see these Black children out there wilding out. No, they saying you see these Somalians out there doing X, Y, and Z. And so that separation changes the scope, because if we keep it that they was just Black, then we could keep saying that the Black culture is trash type situation. You see how these Black people act.
No, I agree.
Low IQ, and we know that the IQ situation is lower on their side, not on the broader side of Americans. And it's just okay for us to have that separation, just be truthful. Us being honest about what's happening is not disrespectful. It's just what it is. Because it was okay. It was okay when they said that, hey, we just telling the truth about Black people being the most violent. That was okay. But now that Black people are trying to separate ourselves and do the exact same thing and say, hey, this is what's going on here, it ain't going on right here, all of a sudden, we can't do that.
No, I agree. And the funny thing about it is that type of separation is not only just happening with Black folks. If you check out the new FASA form application, they're even breaking it down in the white group too. Before they used to just have European white or Caucasian descendant, but now they're actually breaking down to what type of white you are. They're actually labeling different type of countries and stuff like that. So I do see this happening going forward. I don't think it's just only within our group.
And so shout out to Black and Pride. He says, I never hear you talk about the people Trump is taking pictures with and they fraudulent acts. Damn, Black people do better. We've been, hey, listen, when he was campaigning, we was going hard over here about the people that he rocking with. All the people that he put in the cabinet that is not qualified to be there, we went hard. That chapter has now moved on. What is... The people of the United States has spoken louder than us. I did my best to put people on game on what we were seeing and how he was choosing his people and his folks. I did my part.
I don't know. I just think that
MJ, I 100% did my part. On
I
Trump
mean,
and
I'll
everything.
give it to you that at least you'll talk about anything and anything and anyone and anything that you don't seem that is right or you feel kind of sus about it. So I definitely agree with that. But that's the problem, right? Because
right, so I need the people to say, hey, if you really want this independent journalism or independent thought pieces, this independent ideas of non-echo chambers, we need y'all to do y'all part too and make sure we get it out there so we can have all the independent thought thinkers to move forward. Because at the end of the day, what people are not realizing, and this is what MJ brought up earlier, and I'm gonna bring you up in a second. AR found the link, MJ. He wanted to talk to you. And so the thing is that we are not realizing is what MJ said in the beginning, that a lot of these small content creators, right? We are the think pieces for these bigger content creators. We just not getting the recognition until it finally gets to a place like Tucker Carlson. Then all of a sudden, like, oh, it's a big thing. Where did Tucker Carlson hear it from? Who's been talking about FBA for the longest? Us small content creators. Twitter. And then now it's on the big side because the biggest person at one point was who? Tariq Nasheed and Chaotic Truth. You know what I'm saying? And they try to act like, that we don't matter. So the people that rock with us, y'all got to release us into the public as well. Y'all have a responsibility as well. I cannot just scream from the top of my lungs here and then y'all saying that I don't talk about it when I have video evidence of me talking about it. Literally. I went against a lot of the things that he was saying and the people that he was putting on that 4-star general. I didn't see too many people talking about that I had a whole show about that 4-star general that he fired. I had a whole 6-hour show about it.
Yeah.
So you can't say that I didn't speak about the people that he put in office or these unqualified people that he put in his cabinet. We spoke about them ad nauseum. But people was calling me crazy, just like how, attempted to call me crazy now. Welcome to the show, AR, a random independent. Good day, sir. What's your thought?
Test. Hey, what's up? No, I'm just here listening to, the Black community divide itself. That's all.
So why is it considered us dividing ourselves, but you don't look at it as the majority race dividing themselves?
Say it again.
When the majority race in this country do it, why are they not dividing themselves?
I think they do it a lot less, for sure. I think that over time, what has happened was it started off like that when the country started, and then other groups got assimilated into white. So we talk about it a few times on here, not in depth, but the Irish, the Italians, even the Germans to some extent, and other European nation, white nationals, whatever, kind of got assimilated into the overall white group. And I think that when you look at the numbers right now, 65% or whatever it is, that's white, and then potentially other groups, i.e. Hispanics being grouped into white as well. And that number starts going up into the 70s and stuff. And you see who has the, you know, when you talk about who has the power here, it's always those numbers that are cited. Oh, 65% white people, X, Y, and Z. And so when you talk about the Black community being 13% or something like that, and that's if 13, 15%, whatever it is, and if that's including all people in the United States that are Black, it would make sense to me that if you want that, if it's a numbers game and you're going up against 65, 70 something percent, and we look at how it's transitioned for white Americans, and it's, most people would say it's only made them a more powerful voting bloc, then it would make sense to me that you would follow that. If you complain about that being an issue and that white people have the most power because they're 65% and you don't divvy them up when you say it, then it would make sense, logically speaking in my head, that you would follow that logic and go, okay, so if they count everybody that's white as white Americans and I think that they have the best voting bloc, then I'm gonna do the same thing for my community so that my voting bloc then becomes larger. They don't do anything about this separation of, oh, well, you know, German whites vote like this and Italian whites vote like this and all the other bullshit that you guys are talking about. They would say white is white when they're making these arguments. So it just seems like as you would say, double-mindedness.
I don't necessarily agree. And the reason why I don't necessarily agree, because you're saying that our community is quote unquote dividing ourselves more than anyone else, but even the people that's in our community are dividing themselves when it comes down to policies or things that affect their community. And they literally can, and this is what, and when I'm speaking to tethers. I'm not speaking to Black immigrants. Tethers have divided themselves and they have literally focused on things that will help their community. They even have little communities here, whether it's called a little Somali, little Africa, little Jamaica, whatever not, and it's beneficial for their particular group. So so my mindset is, if this has already been playing out, where yes, they understand that they're Black, but yes, that they understand that they have specific needs for their culture and their community and how they want to continue on their culture, their community, their heritage, why is it only a negative if Black Americans decide to do that?
It's not a negative. I think it's more so when we're talking, like, locally speaking, sure, we can talk about it, you know, if it's a citywide or, you know, maybe even statewide, even though I think that statewide is stretching it. I think those discussions are a proper thing to have, but when we're talking about on a national level and groupings get banded together as a Black community, then I think it's detrimental.
I will say yes and no. And the reason why I would say yes and no, because I understand when you're talking about a numbers game, the more numbers, the better, right? Especially when it comes down to voting power. I definitely agree with that. But I said that this has been happening and playing out for 60 plus years, and it's actually been a negative to us, because what we actually understand is that, yes, they consider themselves Black on paper when it comes down to getting any type of resources and benefits under the umbrella of Blackness. But however, when they get into the voting booths, when it specifically has anything to do with our per se communities, they vote completely differently against it. So
do you have any like articles or something?
It wouldn't necessarily be an article, but we have already seen a couple of representatives who we know have immigrant background, who has already stated that a lot of things that Black Americans said that they wanted to help their communities, that they were against it.
Well, you're saying that when, you know, they're Black on paper, but then when it comes down to voting, they vote against Black interests or, you know, Black American interests, however you want to put it. And so that should bear out. And like, there should be articles about, hey, this voting block votes this way, this voting block votes this way. Like, there should be something, some study, some articles.
Yeah, but we can't do that. But that's the thing. But here's the thing. But
my thing is that if I can finish.
Hold on
1 second.
Hold on.
Right,
his name is Byron Donalds. Like,
right. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know why we trying to act like we got to have an article to prove it, but we literally have.
But not even, Sharon, it's not even about an article, right? It's because of this. Wait. No, let me finish. Let me finish, AR.
What do you mean, let you finish? I thought you were finished. I was talking.
Wait, let me finish. I want to answer your question.
I didn't get to finish the question.
But you said about articles. So I want to express what I feel about this article that you're saying that I have to look for.
All right, so I'm gonna finish what I was saying, and then you can express what you want about the article. So, and the reason I asked, or part of it, is because if the Black immigrants are voting 90% alike with, you know, what you would call quote unquote foundational Black Americans, and 10% is this other, hey, this is more like something for our culture, because obviously, or for our, you know, immigration status, whatever it is, because obviously they're immigrants and they get treated differently. They have different acts that align with them. So maybe they do have to vote a certain way, or maybe certain things do impact only them and not necessarily the Black community, or maybe they're at odds with each other. So they might vote that way, but if they're voting 90% with the Black community on everything else, does that mean they're not for the Black community?
So again, as I was stating in reference of these articles, you're not going to have those stats and articles that you're requesting if we don't delineate. If we're under the same umbrella of quote unquote just one Black, then how would we ever have those stats to know what they're actually like, you know, in the physical form? How are we going to actually have those records about what they're actually voting on and what they're actually not voting on, right? So that's why the delineation is important. What we can do see, though, in the physical realm, we could see how when there's certain things that is pushed and promoted to help benefit their particular community, we can see that they are advocating for things that helps their communities. Like, that's just in the physical form. Like, we wouldn't have the situation what happened with Somali if you didn't think that there was an advocacy that happened for Somalis. That didn't have anything to do with Black Americans. No Black American here can say that they was able to touch the quote unquote $9 million or $9 billion that they were able to get. So again, this is what I'm saying. Why would you talk about stats and articles and stuff like that when your argument is that we're dividing each other, right? So if we were dividing each other, you under your breath would believe that exactly what happened with the Somalis being able to get $9 billion was actually a benefit for all Black people that was in the United States.
So when it comes down to the physical thing, I think what you were, if I'm understanding what you were saying correctly, to me, it's no different than if you look at a conservative Black, a liberal Black, libertarian Black, whatever Black person you want to say, it's the same shit. Like, you can't say, oh, well, because they're Black Americans, we can't divide them up, or because they're this, that, and the other, that there's nothing going to be able to be gained from that, or you can't break it down by demographic or whatever the case may be, because they do that. You know, if you're a Black conservative or you're a Black this, you vote a certain way, or studies will show, oh, Black conservatives vote this way, or liberal conservatives or liberal Black liberals vote this way, wherever the case may be. So that is possible to delineate. Hey, they vote a certain way and these people vote a certain way. How often do they vote the same? It's possible. So you can't say, oh, well, it's not possible. It is possible. You just don't have any articles or anything to show it, which is fine.
So if it's possible, you don't believe that they're doing that then?
No, I don't. I think that I will give you that these immigrant groups, whether they're Black immigrants or anything else, vote for their own interests, and at times those interests are at odds with what someone that's already here, a citizen, a Black citizen, especially one that's been here for a while and doesn't really have the immigration roots anymore, may vote for or vote against. Those are going to be at odds. I grant you that at times that is the truth. Just like at times, you know, a Black conservative is going to vote at odds with what a Black liberal is going to do, X, Y, and Z. My point is that I don't think it's to the same. I don't think it's to an extent that you guys seem to be making it out to be. And I could be wrong. This is not a topic that I'm well versed on. So like, I 100% could be wrong with everything I'm saying. I would like to see articles and stuff that I could look at and read and see how people are voting. Everything that I've heard about this shit since I've only been on really like the YouTube streets for like a year and some change, like last November or so.
Okay. So
everything I've heard from the FBAs just sounds like they want to be special more so than they're speaking in reality.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in disagreement with that. It's not about being special. It's about literally, this is our homeland, and there's been an injustice that's been done to us, and we still have been getting the short end of the stick. And that we have seen plethora of people who've been able to branch under or be under the umbrella of blackness in this country and have been able to benefit from it more than we have. And it seems like your argument is that it doesn't even matter if Black Americans are not benefiting from it, as long as Black people are from it, it's okay. Right, so you're okay that Somalis was able to, their community was able to get $9 billion that they was able to send back to their country because it was a black community, right? You're okay with Byron Donaldson being able to get into office and literally vote against affirmative actions, vote against reparations, and literally said with his whole chest on Hot 97 to Charlemagne that he doesn't think that those things are needed now for Black people. Even though he knows that there is a very big group that has been advocating for those things and wondering why, when reparations was given out to other communities, it wasn't that much of a pushback in regards of it. Like we literally gave reparations to a community, to a tragedy that happened to them on other soil, not even U.S. soil.
Who?
You know who?
No, because when I would like some more information about that.
You don't know who? You don't know who? Find out who got reparations. You know, you a whiz kid. You like to Google and you like websites and documents and records. Go find out who was given reparations when their tragedy didn't even happen on U.S. soil.
As far as I'm aware, if you're talking about the same group that I'm thinking about, that the U.S. supported reparations that Germany paid out, but the U.S. didn't pay out any reparations. I can look it up again.
Did they not get something, and whatever happened to them didn't happen here?
But if the U.S. didn't pay it out, then your argument that the U.S. paid it out is not. Like,
what do you mean? They did.
Okay, well, I'll look it up again.
Okay, yeah, look it up.
That's fine.
Trying to argue with me early in the morning. I cuss your ass out, AR.
What's up, Sharon? What's up, panel? She's actually correct. Every nationality around
muted them already is crazy.
Yeah, every reparations in the world. I mean, every nationality.
You're muted, Sharon. If you're talking.
Give me a second. No,
sorry about that.
Yes, thank you. So, and it is okay that I think the problem is that we don't understand that the white folks in America, they divided themselves off the rip. That's why we have a Italian Day parade in New York. We have an Irish Day parade in New York, and so on and so forth. They separate themselves especially in New York. They are proud to say, no, I ain't white, I'm Polish. I'm Russian. I'm from a Slavic place. They separate themselves quick, fast, in a hurry.
But the thing, I just think that, like, why we can't have when it comes down to concepts, right? Because we all know that the white concept and the Black concept was created back in early 1900s. Why, as a people, why can't we have things that we, as a people, we can collectively agree on that it will be beneficial to all of us, and simultaneously, when it comes down to our ethnic or our cultural roots, we can also do something for that too. But it seems that every other ethnic group or race can do that. However, when it comes down to Black Americans or just Black people in general, that is always a problem. And it goes back to my argument earlier about, if you just think that, okay, if you see that the Somalians are doing good, if you see that the Caribbean nations are doing good, or whatever not, that's a win for all Black people. And it is a win. I do believe it is a win. However, when we think that, why don't we have the mindset that if Black Americans is doing good, that's a win for all people as well? Like it just kind of like bothers me that when Black Americans want to do better, it's the demise and the destruction of the Black people in totality around the fucking world. I find that just fucking insane, and I don't know if that's just something that's just subconsciously embedded in people. that is you're only supposed to extract from Black Americans, but Black Americans can never be can never level up.
Awesome point. I love that.
But who's saying that?
What you mean?
Who's saying that if Black people want to do better, it's detrimental to everybody else?
I wouldn't say that you necessarily said that, but you kind of implied that to me when you said that. How can I put it? When you mentioned that if they might other immigrants, Black immigrants or whatever not, if they might do things, or you're willing to admit that they might do things that benefits their communities, but it doesn't necessarily align or benefit with Black Americans, you said that it was a good thing when it's national.
I never said it was a good what?
You said nationally. You said that it was a good thing, I guess, locally, but you don't think it's a good thing nationally, correct?
No, I wasn't saying it was. I was saying the discussions are a good thing. Can be positive, or I think that they're a good thing to have locally. Like what you're talking about locally, like they're doing this locally, and that's doing something against our interests or whatever. I think the discussions locally are cool and whatnot, but on a national level, I don't understand where the positive is. If that makes sense.
Like I said, so then you just proved my point.
Okay.
If so, like for example, if Africa, the continent, starts to do very, very well, right? They're starting to do changes and everything like that. You perceive that is a good thing and a benefit for Black people in totality, especially nationwide over here. However, the same framework doesn't work with Black Americans. Apparently, that's a detriment to the Black global family, and I don't understand why.
Oh, so you're saying that talking that Black immigrants are not part of the Black community is a positive for the Black community, and since I'm saying it's not, therefore something positive for the Black community is a negative for other people. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that I believe that we are all part of the Black global family, and I think that all of us benefiting is a great thing. However, every single time we have this conversation, when Black Americans want to do something for Black Americans, it's always looked in a negative mindset, in a way that we're literally taking 10 steps back. But when we see this play out in real life, we have other communities, and this is the tethers, not the Black immigrants. We have other communities who's literally the first thing they say is y'all Black Americans are lazy and y'all not doing shit and y'all not moving nothing and all this stuff like that. And we came over to your country and we're doing better than you. We only been here for one generation. This is what gets thrown out. And when we play the quote unquote, like play the behind the seat. All right. This is what happens to Black Americans that doesn't benefit Black Americans when we talk about this whole Pan-Africanism mindset. We're always at the end of the short stick.
What can you give an example of something that benefits that you think or an example of like what you're talking about? So besides reparations, can you give an example?
Yeah, I mean we could go off it. We can leave reparations
I guess I'm a little confused
side.
about like what the Black community is fighting for that is either anti or like that Black immigrants are not pro on a larger scale or something. I guess I'm a little confused about that.
Well, okay, so let's we'll leave reparations to the side, right? Mm-hmm. But the whole fact is that Black excellence, right? I think that Black excellence is a global understanding and a global mindset amongst all Black people. I would want every Black person across the globe to be successful and to show their excellence, right? Mm-hmm. But it just seems like when we do have these conversations on these panels, Black excellence can be nothing but it could be everybody else, but it can't be Black Americans per se. It's like it seems like we have been put in a box where only Black excellence is good if we're supporting other people's other ethnic groups being successful.
You're unmuted, Sharon. I get what you're saying at like the abstract level, but I'm not understanding because like if, for example, I guess how I'm interpreting it, if you took just the average quote unquote foundational Black American or family, I guess, or whatever community in a given area, if all of them went to school and were doing good in school, I don't hear anybody saying that's not Black excellence or that is a negative for anybody else. I think that's a positive. I think when you talk about maybe other things, but I'm not. I don't know if I'm asking or elaborating or explaining myself correctly, but I'm still not getting it. Like, I get what you're saying as an abstract. Like, oh, people, when the Black community feels or X, Y, and Z, when we do this, that other people look at it as a negative. But I don't know any examples.
I'll be able to answer this question better for her.
Well, I don't know if you can answer it better, but you can give an answer if you feel like it.
So the example that she gave earlier about how when they need to say that Black folks are doing bad, they usually go to somebody that is not a foundational Black American. And then they will go ahead and push out the rhetoric that we are lazy, they only been for one generation, and how much they're doing better than Black Americans. They are willing to say how much better they are doing than Black Americans. And now also they will only hire the people that is from their nation as well. So all those things is negative towards a Black American, even though they benefit off of our struggle, off of all the fight that we had to do before they got here. They wouldn't even be here unless we started the fight in the first place.
I get that. I think that's separate from saying that people are against foundational Black American excellence.
But it is though, because you got to think about it like this.
In the sense that if foundational Black American, as you guys would put it, is doing well, that they're going to vote against they're going to be against that.
So that's why we gave you the example of Byron Donalds. He was against.
Well, that's a terrible example.
He was against everything that we needed as a Black culture. But as soon as he started going against this white man, and the white man said he is a slave to his donors, he tried to use the word slave and try to turn that into a Black situation. Our ancestors, this is a white man calling me a slave and all. Brother, you are not a part of the whole slave situation. Your family don't know nothing about being enslaved in America. You cannot use this situation and try to act like this man was being racist towards you because he said the word slave. He was not, because your people are not about that situation. Matter of fact, you preach against that. So you voted against the things that is Black. But then soon as you get an opportunity to use your Blackness against a white person, you want to all of a sudden assimilate to Black problems. And that is the issue that we keep on having.
And that's exactly what he did. Like, that's exactly what he did, because the guy used the word slaves, like saying that you're a slave to your system, you're a slave to your PACs or your donation. He completely flipped the script and said, oh, he's calling me a slave, and then he wants to bring up the civil rights movements and things of that sort. And it's like, wait a minute, you completely campaigned on being in a part of the Republican Party, going against the quote unquote slavery, injustice, and struggles and things of that sort. But now you wanted to use it to make yourself as a victim to your component.
I mean, I don't think those are contradictory. What he did, I think.
No, it's very contradictory, because how can you sit up?
I mean, I don't know. Like, it's not like I can quote Byron Donalds word for word or anything.
Oh, I mean, you could if you go on Hot 97.
No, I'm just saying. Like, I think like him saying the thing about if he felt like it was racism or something has nothing to do with whether he believes that the Black community should receive reparations. Like, he can say that, for example, he can say slavery was terrible, racist, all this stuff. Say that he doesn't believe in reparations 250 years or 150 years or whatever years later since the end of, since the Civil War, and still feel like being called a slave is racist. Like, I don't see the contradiction in like.
I do. And it's because you have to, I mean, like you said, you probably don't know about the things that he have said when he was a nominee to get his position into the Republican Party. He was completely against any of the quote unquote struggles or the American struggles of what the black community was talking about in reference to America and all the stuff like that. He was completely against it, and which got him nominated under the Republican Party, because he didn't say, like, you know, all of this is a facade or it didn't happen anymore and all the stuff like that. Now, when his component says, and whether or not, if we want to say that the word slave was racist, which I find that weird, but if we want to put that in, if we want to say that he felt that him being called a slave was in reference of his color, even though the guy said that he was saying it because of how he's acting when he took money for his campaign before the elections, and they was questioning, what have you done with the $49 million that you was able to get. But then now when you want to frame it as you're being attacked, not because of what have you done for your donations, now you're being attacked because of your color, then I find that weird, because your whole campaign was based on that it's not about color, and it's never been about color, it's about ideology. And this is why you wanted to join and band with the Republican Party, because you was tired of the quote unquote victimhood narrative.
That part I can see. I definitely see the hypocrisy for sure. So I mean, I agree with you there. I just don't see it necessarily from the other stuff that he may have said about slavery. But for sure, if you're saying like racism doesn't exist, it's not a problem, victimhood mentality today, X, Y, and Z, and then someone uses the word slave towards you, and you start playing victim, I can definitely
and that's yeah. And I'm not trying to say, like, I hope you're not taking me wrong. I'm not trying to say, if someone, let's say, hey, yeah, I can acknowledge that slavery and all this stuff was bad. However, I don't agree with reparations on this point. I mean, they're in their right to you know, say how they feel. But this person, what he ran on to be nominated, is now what he's trying to play victimhood on with the same constituents that nominated him into office.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I seen his interview on Breakfast Club, and then he had another interview. I don't remember where it was, but I think it was like an economic forum, like a Black economic forum or something like that. I remember watching that debate.
You talk about the one with Elisa Ray?
He was debating another dude. I don't know if she hosted, but he was debating a dude.
But here's the thing, AR. So it's not just Byron Donalds. It's other men that does this as well as other women that do it as well, right? So he's just the figure that we use it because he was a part of the conversation that brought up the FBA on a mainstream platform, and so that's why we're using him, because he is somebody that had been pushing the opposite, and he's been going against Black folks for a very long time, whether it's optically wise and voting wise. He is somebody that is doing that actively, and he also have other people that have the same skin folk, right, to do it as well. But we peel back the onion, we see that they actually don't have no stake in foundational Black Americans. They only have for their type of people, like how the Somalian situation is, right? Yes, you are Black considered, however, all your politician is towards something else. We see it with the Hodge twins. We see it with Chaotic Truth on a smaller scale, right? We see all of these situations where they are going against, and they are making Black folks look like they are the worst of the worst, and every other Black person is the best of the best. So that's
right,
again,
and
going against Black Americans.
And another good example is in reference with the Somali community down in Minnesota. Boots on the ground of Black Americans that was down there in Minnesota have said that Somalis would run them out of their malls. They wouldn't allow Black American children to sign up at their daycares and everything like that. Like literally telling them, get the hell up out of here. Like, you're not allowed. You can't come in. Do not enter type of shit. So again, now they have always stated as a community that they didn't perceive themselves as Black. But now that they're being attacked by the government or being spotlighted by the government, now it's a Black issue. So like, you have to tell me, how is that beneficial to Black Americans if one group is doing well? That's a benefit to all. We weren't even allowed to even go into their malls and shit.
And not only that, it shows that the separation is better for us, right? Because before we couldn't get in a mainstream media in a good light. we only was looked in, we was only in the media as negativity. And then now that the movement is a movement, at least a section in Florida was able to put together a group of people and sponsor or attempt to sponsor this this new politician, James Fisherman, is showing that they're willing to listen and move towards our direction, right? And they don't agree with everything that we have to say. That's fine. However, they are willing to, now that we are separating ourselves from the bad actors, hey, things is moving in the right direction. We are finally getting some coverage that is in a good light, and not only in a negative way.
I guess my thing is, I mean, I'm going to look more into it. I understand what you guys are saying from the standpoint of, like, you know, you have these immigrant communities where they essentially only allow them, like, what they view as them in. So,
right, so AR, do you what we're trying to say is that also, do you see Black folks in more of a positive light in the politic world or in a negative light in the politician world?
More Black people?
Yeah, Black people are used as a
in
negative,
quote unquote foundation.
as a
negative. Honestly, I feel like it kind of depends on which side of the aisle you're on. Like conservative, obviously they're going to paint. I feel like the Republican Party paints Black people in more of a negative light, and their Democrats tend to do it more positively. But I don't know if that answered your question.
No.
Okay. All right. One more time.
Because Democrats, the so-called, they are trying to defend something that that is looked at as negative, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore it doesn't matter what side of the aisle Democrats on, because still Black people are put out there in a negative light, right? They just defending it, saying that no, that's not what it is, right? So are they being pushed out? What Black folks being pushed out in a negative light?
Well, I think that in this example, that it'd be a negative light, because I think majority of people view this as a negative thing. I don't think Democrats are, I think, like, in this situation, you're correct, but there's other situations where Republicans are going to say Black people are wrong for this, X, Y, and Z, and Democrats are going to be like, no, it's not. So the role is just going to be reversed, where it's something positive, and conservatives are trying to downplay it as a negative or whatever, and Democrats are trying to do it as a positive. But to the point that I was going to make was, I get what you guys are saying, and I'll try to look more into it, though it's not, it's not really on top of my priority list, but I'll try to look more into it so I can get a little bit more versed on it. I think that when it comes down to it, I guess my thing is, if something impacts Black Americans, it's typically done because of their race or how they look. And white supremacists don't care about anything other than skin tone, more or less, right? So the way they treat, if they do something negative towards Black Americans, it's also going to be done negatively towards Black immigrants. And so in my mind,
but the problem is just not true what you're saying.
In a general sense, I believe it is to be true.
So how did Byron Donald get to where he's at?
Right.
By being a conservative. Because you can look at Ben Carson,
okay,
the other dude that died.
Thank you. So that negates everything that you just said, right? Because if they simulate a certain type of way, and it's usually the people that assimilate a certain type of way, they also have a certain type of background, and those people get pushed into the atmosphere of
what I'm saying is that if when laws are made,
what I'm saying is not about for them. It's about the ideology that they could push. Because at one point they couldn't say certain things, so they had to find a certain group of people with the complexion for that protection to be racist. Now they are in a position where they don't need them no more, and now they could just be outright racist. That's outright with their words and unapologetically white or whatever the case is today. Let me just read.
I think it's crazy how we're missing over the fact that some of these people in these particular groups aligned with these individuals because they seen that it was a more benefit, right? They aligned with money, and then was a way that these people was able to use them to speak words in reference to our community that they necessarily couldn't speak without having the whole being racial dynamics on it, right? Like, so for example, if you have a immigrant that decides to align with everything that they're saying, now say, well, look, see this individual, they're black, right? We all know that they're black, but they don't look, they don't think like you, they're not moving like you and stuff like that. So it's a you problem. And what you're saying, AR, is that you're saying, and at the long run, that eventually when all these laws and policies fall down, it's going to affect us all. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to these ethnic groups, they don't care. They make sure they position themselves and their community first. It's only a problem when now that is a spotlight. Like, for example, with the Somali situation, a lot of them was coming on and they were saying that they were not black. They didn't look at themselves black. They in fact said that they are the cousins of Arabs and everybody else besides black, even though being neighbors to Kenya and Tanzania, right? But they did not consider themselves black. But now that there's a spotlight on them, on the bad actors in their community, this is not to say that the whole community is bad, but they do have bad actors in their community. Now it's oh, we're a black. Now we're being attacked. Black. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the problem. That's playing on both sides, right? And my thing is, in this particular situation, this is a leverage that Black Americans have never had. This is a leverage that every other ethnic groups have been able to have, where they have come in under the disguise of being about everybody is going to be equal. We're going to work and do everything for everyone. But then once we get our foot in, now we can align ourselves with money and help our community directly. I don't see that it should be a problem that Black Americans decide to do that, when now there is somewhat of a spotlight, whether you want to say that it is only online and is only going to stay in the framework of online and everything like that. This is still an opportunity that we need to take advantage, that can leverage our power as Black Americans in America.
And also, let me read a couple of the super chats. Shout out to L 5261 defined. Byron Donald said he was against reparations because his mother wouldn't get it. AR, stop being disingenuous. And also, we got shout out to Taiwan with $2. It's a valid talk. Thank y'all so much. Make sure we have over 200 people in the building. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate every last one of you. Make sure you're hitting that like and that share button. And if you have a 99 cent, I will appreciate that as well. And it is okay for you to count it up. Yes, every person send $1, we'll have over $200. And I appreciate everybody that sends $1. Thank you so much. 99 cent super chat. It's all good.
And get the likes up.
And get the likes up. That's ridiculous as well. AR, you want to say something about that? It sounded like.
Yeah, I was just saying, I don't know if I finished when I was saying it earlier, but yeah, I think that when you look at it on a like a federal level, that if a law or something is passed and it has black in it, or can't do it by skin tone or whatever the case may be, it's going to affect all people that are considered black in America. And the black community can divvy up and say, FBA this, black immigrant that, or whatever. But a white supremacist, if you believe it's a white supremacist system or whatever, views black as black. So it doesn't matter whether you're Somalian black American, or something else. That law, that detrimental law, is going to impact everybody just the same. So when I say I don't see how it doesn't, to me, it doesn't really make sense on the federal level or on the national level, is because of that. When something gets passed, it's going to affect everybody in the black community. So divvying up the black community and saying, oh, you're not actually part of the black community, is not good in the long term. Now, on a local level, it's a little bit different.
I don't understand why you keep missing that point. Is that,
I don't know, I guess I'm just not comprehending it.
Right, because that's the issue, that they get the benefit off everything that we do, but they also get to undermine everything that we do.
But they don't, because the things that are all right, man.
Well,
can I ask him a question?
Not yet. So what is it that you're trying to say, AR? Well, like, what part of that you missing? They get the benefit off of what we do, but they are not in support of what we do.
Sharon, can I please ask AR a question?
Not yet. Hold on.
Damn.
Hold on, Sam.
I think I'm just not getting I don't think I understand the foundation. Like, I think I need to just go read some shit and like try to understand.
I just have a big
I don't think I'm getting
question
it right now for whatever reason.
I have a question for you, AR. You know we have expats, right? Who moves into other countries, right?
Yeah.
All right. Do our expats get the same type of treatment or qualification or anything of that sort as a native of that country? Do you think we do?
I would say no.
Right.
But expat doesn't necessarily have to be a citizen, right? They can just be a visa holder, right?
Yeah, but even as a visa holder, even as
I don't know the
someone
rules on this.
who becomes a citizen, like we can like say for example, China, right? We have a lot of Americans, expats in China who's living abroad. In China, you're not allowed to have a business. Like you have to be a national to actually own businesses and stuff in China. So you can come over there and work, you can come over there and teach and stuff like that, but you can't own land and you can't have like an actual business, right? So every country, even when they open up their borders to other individuals, there are things that are specifically for the people who are native of that country, and there are things that foreigners are able to have access to and not have access to. Nobody seems like that is a problem. My problem.
Like this is I think like this is where maybe some of the disconnect is as well, is that y'all
So
believe
you
that
think
we
that's
should
a
be
problem?
more like y'all think we should be more like other countries and be more exclusive, and I think we should be what America was founded on and be more inclusive. That's what I believe. So you're talking about, let's look at all these other countries and see what they're doing and let's emulate them. Let's be like them. That's not what America was about. It's not what it should be about. We're different for a reason, and we should be different for a reason. There's other ways to do things, and the way that they do it does not make them a stronger country. It doesn't make them a better country. We've been doing things like this for 250 years, and there's a reason, and that is part of the reason that we're the strongest and best country on this earth. And so you can't take away all these things like you guys try to do. You're doing to me. You're doing what? Cool. You're muted, Sharon.
Hey, y'all, do you agree? So
I didn't say you was muted, so you could interrupt me.
Hold on. Hey, y'all, because you.
I don't care. Like if someone brings up, hey, what do these other countries do? I just don't give a. I don't care what these other countries do.
If the fraud is real with this $9 billion, right? They are people that say they are for this country, and they take that $9 billion and they take a big portion of it and take it to their country. Do you think that is something that is good for America, or that's something that's undermining America?
It's not a. I don't think it's a net negative. No.
You say no.
No, I don't think it's a net negative.
So them fraud in our country, taking $9 billion out.
The fraud is a bad thing. But if you're talking about just them sending money overseas, is that a negative?
No, I said, is it undermining America? Like they are taking
sending money overseas or the fraud, because those are two separate things.
Right. So they stealing money from America.
Okay.
And
well, they're stealing. They're stealing.
So they stealing money from America, fraud in America, and sending that money over to their nation. Is that undermining America?
It's a negative. I'll say that.
Right. It's a negative. It's not a positive. And like, I'm not saying that it's like the most horrible thing to, send money home. No, I wouldn't never say that. However, if we're going to think about it as an American citizen, it doesn't benefit us at all. But it benefited them to come over there because guess what? They wasn't sending that money home when they were in their country. Right. So it's like, I don't know, like it seemed like your mindset about America, even though we are inclusive, and I agree that's one of the greatest things about us, but your mindset is people ripping off America is a benefit to Americans.
I never said it was a benefit.
Right, but so
I think that we differ on how things are what ripped off really means, and whether something is ripping and whether something is ripping America off, or whether it has other.
But your mindset on inclusive, well. Your mindset on inclusive, if even if it doesn't benefit America in any form of fashion.
Okay, so this is where we differ, is that you guys think that let's say they frauded all $9 billion. Let's say they just somehow got the Treasury to print $9 billion, give it to them so they could send it overseas. You're saying there's nothing at all positive, like it has no positive impacts on America in any way, shape, or form, and I would disagree. There are
No,
some
I wouldn't
processes
say that,
that-
and I didn't say that in
all right.
totality. I'm just looking.
Okay.
I wouldn't say that in totality. No, I mean,
Okay.
and we all know that when we do business, there's nothing that America don't do that where they don't try to find a benefit in it. Of course, like that's just business, right? Nobody goes into business just trying to give out and deplete out and not get anything in return. So, like, I mean,
Right, but
of
I don't
course.
understand. But regardless of if you, what we're trying to say is that the people that's doing it, they are undermining America at the end of the day. And so, and that's the issue that we are bringing up. It is some people that are doing things to say that they are black, but they are undermining black folks. So those Somalians, they out there arguing and say, no, this is what America is about. While they are using that same excuse that this is what America is about to fraud America. So those people are undermining America is what we are trying to get you to understand.
Well, Sharon,
So-
can I ask you a question?
This dude just want to talk. Go ahead, ask the question, man.
I wasn't talking to you.
I saw we got CM and then we got Black built like a conquering king.
I know I said a lot yesterday, but the main point I made was about all the immigration acts this country has made against the people, specifically my people, indigenous people, which y'all would call black. So I just read in the comments that you're military, so that's probably means you're under contract. So you're purposely misunderstanding the panel. You know what this country
Is he talking to me or are you talking to you, Sharon?
So let me say something to Sharon real quick. Okay. So Sharon, I'm going off what you were just saying. Okay, so when they were brought here under the guise that America was great and they got benefits stealing from our people, stuff that our people marched for, like the 1965 Immigration Act, and you know what I'm saying? And they're not getting those benefits no more. Don't you think they're going to be mad?
Yeah.
So they're under the guise that America was great, but then they're getting all this money and they got to put us down. So that's why it kills me when y'all act like these Africans. It's more than just the Somalians. It's the Indians. It's the Asians. It's the Mexicans. It's the Africans that are not our people. They're not. So y'all better wake up and stop identifying with these folks. They're not you. They're not me. They don't even look like us. So the point is, this country has been, America's been immigrant first. And somebody even said it in the comments, the 1790 Naturalization Act of the Free White Persons. So people act like this country's always been immigrant first.
Okay.
Always.
Okay. Go ahead, Black built like a conquering king.
Morning, everybody. I just here to understand the question. Is it a question of my ethnicity or my nationality? Because it seems like you're degrading me based on my nationality and not so much on the color of my skin. Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, black people are black people no matter where you put them. They follow the freaking Europe somewhere, still black. They follow the China somewhere, still black. They get treated like black people. They get relegated to being black people. And yet somehow when they come to the United States of America, no longer black for some magical reason. Make that make sense. Yet you treat them and hold them to a standard that is beneath black people. So then they're what do you call it? Second-class citizens? Third-class citizens?
So Black, what it is about the ideology and the philosophy of that's what's separating the people. And for too long we were not separating the ideologies and philosophy. So we have people that are immigrants that is for black folks as a whole, and then we have the tethers that act as if they are for black folks, but in reality they undermine the black plight that is happening here in America, and that's who we have to separate from.
So check it. When Ukraine started this war with Russia, they sent over 100,000 Ukrainian people to America. You know where they disappeared to? You know where they are? You know what benefits they collect then? But you vex with the Somalis who came to America and gamed America like America tried to game them. America has a thing about taking resources from other people and then get vexed on those people. They send those people to refugees, and then when those people are here utilizing the system the way it was designed to be utilized, everybody have a problem with them pointing fingers. Oh, they stealing.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, the Ukrainian situation is different from our situation, right? And so, but them frauding as well. They need to get their ass up out of here too. But that's just not our problem as Black Americans. We gotta focus on us first, right? And then when we able to separate ourselves with ideology and philosophy, then we can get on one accord and get things done. So when we have people that's a part of our group that is undermining us from within, that is the issue that we keep having. So we have to separate so we can all be on one accord. We have me, you, AR, MJ, CM. We all have this 1 through 10 that we want to get done. If we are all in sequence with getting that thing done, we probably get it done. But if one of us is in there and they really trying to sabotage the whole thing, like, you know, as a mole within our system, that's where it becomes a problem. And the people that is tethering themselves to us, they are like the mole within a spy system.
I find that statement to be ridiculous because most of the people who did the most for black people in this country were tethers. Marcus Garvey was a tether. According to you, Malcolm X and his family were tethers. So therefore, you cannot sit back and say, well, this tethers and they do this and they do that. Who else did more?
So that's why we are separating the immigrant from a tether. And I think that's the real issue that people are misunderstanding, that we do not consider those people that you name, we do not consider them tethers, right? Because the reason why we don't, because they was doing something for the black folks and they was not trying
I hear no delineation between a tether and an immigrant. As far as you are concerned, as far as I've heard it been told, they're all one and the same. They don't belong, period.
Right.
And that's not true. We have said...
I got it, MJ. So that's what I'm saying. I've been trying to get you to understand that we've been separating the immigrant versus the tether. Like, we are separating those two. They are not the same. This is even Malcolm X himself. He had a difference between the people that was on his side and then who he considered that was against black folks, right? Even he had that same situation. That's why he separated himself from certain kind of black folks, right? So we understand that for us to have a strong movement, we have to have separation. We cannot just let everybody in because everybody's not trying to move the action movement forward. They just want to be there. They just want to talk.
I guess reading Sun Tzu was a waste of my time because I thought the enemy of my enemy was my friend, or at least we had aligned interests. But apparently, the enemy of my enemy is my enemy.
I'm glad that you say that, Black. So the problem is that the people that are fighting from within, those are our enemies, but we can't see them. They are moles within our operation. That's how come a lot of these black conservatives, they got pushed into the media because they was a friend of the, you know what I'm saying? They was a friend of the enemy, right? And so that's why the white folks pushed certain black folks into the media to say certain things that was being negative towards black human beings because they wasn't really for us. So Malcolm X, he would be against a Byron Donalds, right? Because even though they both come from Caribbean backgrounds, they are two separate ideologies. And that's what we have to do today. It has a Malcolm X and it have a Byron Donalds, and those are two separate things. And we got to be able to recognize the Byron Donalds and recognize the Malcolm X and separate those, even though we will look at Malcolm X as the immigrant and Byron Donalds would be the tether. And that's the separation.
Could have fooled me because the way when the argument start is them. It's not us. It's not these people who align with us. It's them. Everybody who's not American, them. I don't know why America feels. Hold on. I don't understand why you feel like the color of my skin makes me different from you. Again, if I didn't tell you I was from the Caribbean, you would never know.
Yes, you would.
No, you wouldn't. Like I said, if I didn't open my mouth,
Slow down. Y'all.
If I did not open my mouth, you would not be able to differentiate me from any other black person.
I'm sure we would have.
Hold on, but
no, you wouldn't. Hold on, let me pull up the camera so you can then look me in my eye and tell me the same thing.
But also, Black. But it's not just. It's not just. Hold on, y'all. But
I can tell.
See?
It's just not. It's just not about your skin.
It's different tribes.
Hold on.
Which feature telling you different? Which feature is allowing you to differentiate?
I have like all that. Like
okay, hold on.
I never met a dark skinned American. You check. I must be dreaming.
Hold on, but it's not just your act. But the thing is that we're not separating you from your accent or your skin color. We separate from the ideology.
You separate me by my nationality. What ideology?
Like, you come up here, you get mad
I
all
don't
the time.
understand, madam. I am not speaking to you. One moment, please. I will address you. What ideology?
So the ideology of the Black Americans that are immigrants that are acting like Byron Donald. Byron Donald would be considered a tether. A Black immigrant that is American, like Michael X, he would be an ally. He is not considered a tether. I'm literally giving you examples to separate them, so this way it won't be no more confusion. So we can move forward as the people with the same ideology. So if you have the ideology of a Byron Donald, you got to be on his side with the BS that he's pushing. But if you're not, if you all for people moving together as a whole, then you on the Malcolm X side, and then you could be on that side. So this way we understand the two, and we have to have separation so we can get things done, because we have people like Byron Donalds within our organization. He is just going to dismantle us from the inside.
Like I said, you're going to run into this. Do you think white people have the same problems?
Yes, they have the
They
same
haven't got
problem.
enemies. Okay, so then why are you treating it? So again, let's acknowledge all of it. Don't treat it as a black, white. It's American issue ideology versus everyone else ideology. It has nothing to do with skin color. Stop pointing at the black people and them, or knocking Africans. Nah, it has nothing to do with anything other than where you check outside ideologies. It could
So
you could be European, come to America and have a bad impression about America, and then you are tethered. So let's just stop pointing. Oh, the Africans are tethered. Everybody's a fucking tethered. Business. We have to do anything.
Hold on, CM. So the difference is that the white folks, they do not mind separating a Ukrainian from an Irishman, from a Polish person. They don't mind separating. So that's why they have the voting way how they vote. This is why they live.
They do mind separating, because again, voting blocks don't.
In New York, they have a section in Brooklyn where it's only Russian. The whole language of the stores change and everything, right? Is because they separate and they stay within a Russian community. They do not go to the Polish side, and the Polish side don't go to the Jewish side, and so on. And then even in the Jewish community, the Orthodox don't mess with the other ones, right? So they separate themselves, literally. They separate themselves. Go ahead.
Yet somehow, as a voting bloc, they all share the same interest. That's insane to me. All separate, but all with the same interest.
I want to address that. So the difference is that they are voting with their money. They're not voting with the actual numbers. And that is the issue, that why we have to separate. So because once we could separate ourselves, and then now we could build our voting blocks, whatever that side is. If you're on the Byron Donald side, hey, go ahead and do your thing. And we are going to be on the opposite side over here. We're going to do our thing. We're going to put our money together and we're going to vote, because us getting a block together and getting people in a position of power that is for whatever side of the coin that you're on, you get your 1 through 10 situation done. That is how we get things moving in the right direction. Not mashing everybody together.
Shrinking yourself has never made anyone more powerful. But continue to tell me a story, Isaac.
No, okay. So Black.
See, this is the problem. This is why this is happening, and it's good, right? Because like, if you didn't want to be around a whole bunch of thieves, you don't know how to separate yourself if that's something that you don't align with. But now all of a sudden, we're not allowed to get bad actors. We're not allowed to identify bad actors. He, coming in saying that everyone is saying that. Listen, the ones who are saying that to you, Black, those are the bad actors. And when it comes down to that group, the FBA and the ADOS group, right? They're the ones who just calling anyone a tether. And we have specifically on this channel have said what was the difference between that, and nobody is against immigrants. Nobody's against immigrants. However, we don't like tethers, ones who co-opt, acting like they're a part of this whole big Black community family, but when they go and they do everything outside of showing that they're actually a part of this big Black community family. We should be able to identify individuals who don't align with us. Why is that a problem?
Another problem is when you point that finger at entire nations of people, entire groups of other people. Point out the individual, for sure. Separate that individual and ostracize him. But to ostracize an entire nation of people because of one jackass is just baffling to me. Because that would be the same thing like me say, oh, because one American do me dirty, all Americans dirty.
No, I agree. And that's why I said bad actors. That's why I said bad actors on all sides. So again, if you know that you got people in your community who's calling Yankees all this and all that, and you know that some Yankees who are not like that, y'all have to call them out just like how we have to call out our bad actors.
Right.
Sherrod, can I read something to the panel real quick?
No.
1965 Immigration Nationality Act.
No, I don't want to. That's not what the conversation is about. The conversation is not about what you're about to read.
No, it definitely is, because the Africans are in there.
No, we actually having a discussion. You got to be able to mind out the discussion that we are having in real time, like how me and Black is going back and forth on our different ideologies in real time. You want to go ahead and read something that's not pertaining to what we are actually saying to one another, so we can have an understanding. So we need people to learn how to have understanding. Black is willing to have a conversation to build understanding. I believe that's what he's attempting to do.
Can I say something
no matter how
quick,
difficult it is, but you reading something that doesn't.
I don't have to read it, but can I say something to you? I mean, it has to do with the topic. What I'm saying is he's being disingenuous because he knows that his people more than likely got benefits because of that 1965 Immigration Nationality Act.
Which benefits? So I ain't never benefit one thing from Yankee yet, but continue to tell me.
So
never collect unemployment, other than unemployment, which I paid for, which is mine. I never collected food stamps, never collected housing, never collected any of these benefits from the United States. Not even my mother collected it. We worked hard, 2 jobs, 3 jobs, you check whatever it took not to have to be involved in the system, because that system is not for us. Apparently, that was the notification you got when you come to America. These benefits are not for you. You need to come here and work hard and gain everything you need for you, and everybody else who was here before or lived here before. They are entitled to those benefits.
Those benefits ain't for who?
All right, all right, Black.
For me, not for me. Those benefits are not for me. They're for somebody else.
Hold on. So Black, do you agree that if we do have spies within our organization, we got to get them out?
You should, yes. You should root those people out.
Okay, and so maybe you can understand that. So that's what the correlation is. When we say tether, we're talking about the spy. And so just because you're an immigrant does not make you a tether. And that needs to be said. Other platforms, they might try to rope them all in as one, but over here, we are trying to make the distinction that it is a clear difference between an immigrant and a tether. It is something that are 2 separate situations. And moving forward, we got to act as that. So this way we can have the ideology separation. So we have the ones that is against us. You drew that line in the sand, stay your ass over there. And that's what we have to be able to do. And as we are separating ourselves more, we are starting to get more traction in the political world. Like, for example, with them bringing it up in Florida with that section in Florida where they have an FBA chapter that is trying to push out a certain governor. And if they could get that governor to move in a certain direction, he would be able to move laws and just different things that we could get done together as a community, even though we are a smaller population, so to speak, right? Because we went from 13% to maybe 16%, right? Because we FBA. However, but when we are focused at 6% and 100% of that 6% is moving towards a direction, money, ideology, philosophy, we could get things done for our said community.
Like I said, I don't think that the immigrants, those that are on your side, the ones that you call them saying the good guys, are on your side, are creating the issues. But they catch the hell because of one person, one outside bad egg that may have done some weird shit or said some weird shit. Not all of them. It's a painted brush. All of them get painted with the same brush, which is insanity. Because again, I never came to America and painted all black people with the same brush. I met different types of black people. When I first came here, I lived in the hood. So I met hood black people. Then I went and moved closer to the suburbs. I met middle class black people. Then I actually moved to the suburbs for a little bit, met some high class black people. They weren't all one and the same. All these people are different people. Some of them are good, some of them are bad.
Right. And with that being said, for example, for me, I would get scrutinized a little bit stronger because I marry a white woman, right? And so people hey, what's that about? And they would question me, but I don't feel no certain way about my folks questioning me and making sure that I am who I say I am. And so therefore the other on that side, on the immigrant side and versus the tether side, the immigrant should have no problem with us questioning it to make sure that you on the side that you say you on. So the same exact thing. So yes, we are going to question each other. You should not be offended because it's all for the betterment for us to move in the right direction and make sure we don't have no spies within our community, because it has people that's like me that just with a person because they rock out with the person. And then we also have that black man that we all know that he's with that white woman because black women are X, Y, and Z. It's a difference. So I have to separate myself from that type of black man.
Like I said, I'm trying to, like I said, it's fair that
you understand me. That's all, you know.
Yeah, it's fair. Again, it's fair that you want to separate yourself from those who actually have bad intentions for you. Just again, my whole problem with this thing is you keep painting with a broad brush.
So now,
specify, bring it down.
So now I want to know, Black, on this channel at least, are we still painting it with a broad brush? Or are we pinpointing it down the difference between an immigrant and a tether?
No, there's a clarification today. I've never heard this clarification prior to, so I will at least grant the argument. But today, yes, there is a distinction between the two. I'm just waiting for the slipper, which I know will come, where you will go back to painting with a broad brush.
No painting on a broad brush, Rabbi. I'm telling you, dead ass. We've been me, MJ, and other people that hit the panel like Chicago Gorilla. We've been on it's a difference between the immigrant and a tether. Those are separate things. And I think for way too long on other panels, they've been painting it with a broad brush, and a lot of times the conversations from other places would spill over to over here because we're not really an echo chamber over here, even though people try to act as if it is. But you know, we get all points of views here. L with the $5. Black, I keep saying one bar person. There are a lot of Caribbeans and Black American reparations meetings saying they should get it.
I never claimed to want reparations. I know my reparations need to come from the UK or from some other nation within Europe. America has no reparations for me. So even if they were to give reparations to every Black person in America, I would skip the line because I actually have integrity. I understand what integrity is. I am not born in America. My daughter is not entitled to it because her parents are not American by birth. So I understand the complexities. But if you want me to, I will help you fight for what you want. But don't treat me as an other just because once you get it, hey. Don't treat me out like an outsider. Just agree, hey, these people didn't deserve to get anything, but we will not treat them as less than. They're still here working hard. They're still doing what they need to do. Again, my objectives and mission may not align directly with yours, but they're still my objectives and direction. I have business in the islands, and I have business here in the United States. People tell me, oh, why don't you go back to the Caribbean? Because the best business move is to be here for now. In the next 5 to 6 years, I will be gone. More power, have it.
Wow.
But here's the thing. You Black, you know charlatans and scammers and stuff like that from your country too, right? They have that there too, right?
No, I don't know. Again, my island is small. We don't really have too many scammers. Dominica only has like 100,000 people on it. So I don't know if there are scammers. There may be. I'm not saying that there's none, right? I don't have I'm not
You're lying.
What you mean? I'm not up there. Because I can't see the future.
Don't jump into that one.
TM, don't do that, please, okay? I appreciate it. I'm having a real honest question for him. I'm just trying to get him to understand our mindset. Like, you have seen people who have done bad things, right? Or people that you have considered, right?
Both from the islands and from America.
Right, exactly. So, who you are, you wouldn't align with those people because you don't want to rock with those people. That's not how you move, right?
Exactly. I don't know my business.
Right, exactly. So when we have the conversation here, like I said, I can't speak for everybody else's platform, but when we have the conversation here, we try our best, and we might have to get better at it, but we try our best to understand that there is a difference. This is not a attack on all immigrants and all the stuff like that. We're specifically calling out behaviors and mannerisms for people who look like us but don't like us. You know what I'm saying? And the ones who actually go into our American systems, and even though they harped on saying, hey, none of this was happening to Black folks and all the stuff like that, and I just think that they're just they're whining and being victims and all the stuff like that. We're literally seeing on recordings individuals who are going against what the majority of Black Americans in that group is arguing or advocating for their community, and completely going against it, right? And then with the situation with Byron, once his the person that he's competing with to stay in office, once he said a verbiage calling him a slave. Now, mind you, when he called him a slave, he wasn't talking about his race. he wasn't talking about his color or his ethnicity. He called him a slave, saying that he was a slave to the system by taking donations, $49 million prior to the elections, whatever not. And he was asking him, what did you do with that money? Because we don't see you using it while hitting the ground, promoting so you can still keep your seat. He took him saying that and said, oh, this is like the same, similar to civil rights movement, attacking black people and being racist and all that stuff like that, even though he understood why the guy called him a slave. So that's why it was brought into the conversation, because this is a man who ran on the fact that he didn't even think none of this was existing, and that Black Americans was bullshit and lying about their treatment and injustice. But then he went around and tried to use that same ideology to play victimhood against his opponent.
Let's go. Should we play? Do we need to play the video, MJ? I think we kind of
play the video.
And then let me go after the video, please.
Let's see.
A dozen on their way out said, I wasn't even a Republican. I'm an independent. I'm a Democrat. I am changing my party affiliation so I can vote for you in the primary. Because just like South Carolina, I know you had Paul on recently, just like South Carolina, Florida is a red state. The next governor, mathematically, will be a Republican. Trump won the state by 13, Ron DeSantis by 19. The next governor is going to be a Republican. The question is, what kind of Republican, Tucker?
Yeah, I mean, if it's the Republican who laughs at dead children, I'm not voting Republican. I'm not going to ever vote for anyone like that. Anyone who's pro-death,
separation,
who's against human dignity, for hate speech laws, who doesn't think that providing the next generation a chance to get married and have kids and own a home. If you're not on board with that, then I have nothing in common with you.
Yeah.
I don't care what you call yourself.
That's right. And I think this idea of the party labels has become a hall of mirrors.
That's for sure.
Right? What you see isn't what you get. I mean, by the way, Byron Donalds, as of right now, still endorses Randy Fine's re-election bid, despite that starve away comment. And they tried to cancel you for having a conversation with a certain someone. He's literally endorsing a member of Congress who told innocent children who were literally starving on video to starve away. That tells you everything you need to know about my opponent, Byron Donalds.
What I know Byron, and I've always gotten along with him. He's super cheerful. I didn't realize, is he ideological? I've never detected that.
No. That's why I call him a slave.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they called you a racist for that?
They did. Which is actually quite interesting, because I got a call from the Foundational Black American Society here in Florida, who reminded me that Byron's mother is Jamaican, he is Panamanian, and they found it quite insulting, in their words, that he would try to claim victimhood of slavery without a single descendant of American slaves in his family.
I like those foundational guys.
They're so good.
Tariq Nasheed and all. I mean, I don't agree with everything, but they've got a perspective. If your family's been here 400 years, and the descendants of a lot of American slaves or families have been here 400 years, I don't know. I think that gives. I'll listen to you. Like you've 100%. You've got a point of view that is legitimate, I think.
Yeah.
Woo! Hey, y'all, you understand now?
He said he left.
I said, hey, y'all, guys.
I'm trying to help you out.
But can I get in very briefly?
I don't know why you think I need your goddamn help. I don't need no damn help. The only thing I need the help with is CM. I need you to have your first super chat, and I need you hit the like button, CM. Have you done any of those things yet, CM?
I've hit the like button. I subscribe. I haven't even got to talk yet, but
you did speak, and you make sure you hit the 99-cent super chat. Pam Mulatto, have you hit the like button yet? And did you send some support with 99 cents to the channel yet?
Well, I definitely hit the like. Let's start there. Respectfully.
Go ahead, Pam.
Yes, and peace be upon you all. I'll try to make it brief as possible. Number one, Malcolm X was not a Trevor or an immigrant. Malcolm X's father was foundational Black American. And I'm disappointed that none of you corrected the tether on the panel when he told that lie.
Okay,
Additionally, from my
hold on,
perspective,
Pan. So hold on, Pan.
oh,
So
go ahead.
that's the issue that somebody like Black has, right? You call him a tether, but without using his ideology, you just go on to the fact that he's Jamaican and calling him a tether. That's the issue that
Exactly. That's why.
hold on. That's
All
the
right, go
issue
ahead.
that a lot of immigrants have is that automatically because they from another place, y'all want to automatically put the jacket on them that they are a tether. Go ahead.
Yes, and I was going to address that. That's why it's important for us to allow each other to land the plane. Because what I was going to say is I view all immigrants as tethers just to be on the safe side. I don't got time to let in millions of snakes to figure out which snake not going to bite me. So no, all immigrants are tethers, according to me. I don't speak for everyone else. And in closing, with all due respect, AR, and this is my mulatto son, I'm speaking about AR. So I got love for him, but AR is the typical American cuck that receives gratification from relinquishing his own resources to foreigners for nothing in exchange. Really. So AR is not unique. There are a lot of American cucks in this world. Either you're a cuck or you have testosterone. And if you have testosterone, you'll protect your territory for your future generations, respectfully.
Okay, my question to you, Pan. Both your parents are from America.
Definitely. Both of my parents are mulatto American descendants of U.S. chattel slaves.
Sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
Okay, if you say so. Welcome to the show, KT the GOAT. Good day.
Good day, bro. Good day.
What's your thoughts on the video we just played?
I don't give a fuck. I think it's weird that we acting like this official now with Tucker talking about like we don't need white people approval. And I think even beyond that, this is about to get lost. This is exactly what I said yesterday. Like when something hits mainstream, now it's about to be a lot of people capping like they've been with like. I'm not saying you personally, Sharon, but this is what I will say. I remember the first time I came up here was literally about the FBA conversation. A lot of people was like, shut that dumb nigga shit up, da 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 da.
Wait, pause.
And there's gonna be a lot of people I see now.
What side of the coin I was on? You're not saying me. You're just saying people on the.
Yeah, no. I'm saying like as when I came up here first, the whole even conversation at that point was about FBA.
Okay, so I just want to break it down. So it shows that I was talking about the FBA movement before Tucker was talking about it. That's what
I'm not saying. That's what I said. I'm not saying you
say anything. I want to make it clear because people try to get this confused. So now, number two, you saying the panel was saying things, not me per se.
Nah, the panel, the chat. I ain't saying like I'm not saying you. I'm saying like some people on the panel, a lot of people in the chat.
No, what I'm trying to get you to understand that I'm separating the two, so this way it's clear and understanding because that's the issue with the tethers and immigrants and FBA is because they have a problem with separation. So I'm separating myself. The panel was saying one thing versus what I was saying.
Yeah, no, I've said that from the beginning. I'm not saying you. So did we? You know what I'm saying? That should exclude you right there. Boom. But I'm just pointing out that it's a lot of people who was saying this is stupid nigga shit. And now niggas like, yeah, nah, all these tether niggas. And listen, bro, I think it's going to get really fucked up pretty soon because now we're about to get people who understand like the basic package plan of what FBA was and then just scream that. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, if you're an immigrant, you a tether. What I'm seeing is a lot of Stockholm saying like the shit that we were told. Like like white people were telling us, like, don't you know somebody who's a criminal? All right, this is why all y'all criminals. You know what I'm saying? Now we're looking at other people and saying, like, yeah, Somalis is actually real live finessers because, like, you know, Somalis, you know what they, you know, what movie they famous for. Some shit like that. So it's like we have to get back in context and apply things correctly, or the shit gonna die off is most of this shit.
Okay, so all right, so let's apply things correctly. Somalians the same as Black Americans?
No.
Okay, so why is it a problem for us to separate ourselves from them?
It's not a problem separating yourselves. Like I said, I'm one of the first niggas up here came talking about FBA. I'm saying it's also smart
Okay,
politically,
so let me,
as
I
we've been
want to
talking
understand
like
your.
recently.
I just want to understand your position, KT, to go. So you are for FBA separating themselves from?
For sure, distinguishing ourselves.
But the way how you come up, it sounds like you on the opposite side. It sounds like you actually on the side of.
No, I'm on the way to let's do this correctly, because now we got to get into that thing we've been talking about all week, which is politics. You know, democracy, things of that nature. We need allies. We need allies. Whether or not we want to admit that or not, we need allies. Now, this is, I came up in particular because y'all was talking about Malcolm. And I'm going to point this out really quickly. This is why Malcolm can never be considered a fucking tether. Malcolm X understood no matter where he's from or his people are from, in America, they don't give a fuck where you're from. You're a nigga. And that's what he fought on the basis of. So if you're, I don't care where you're from. I'm gonna be honest with you. Does that mean you have rights to what we have? No. We all know that, and it's just like Black came up here and said earlier. He understands the difference. Like, people who actually give a fuck and see the bigger picture, they not gonna sit there and be like, I want reparations. But also, we're feeding into a lot of stereotypes and placing ourselves in a state of downfall if we start instantly going into some tropes. Let's be real. Like, we're now just saying,
the whole conversation.
We damn sure did, but let him finish it.
What did I contradict?
Because if you are for separation, you cannot also say that we are all niggas. We got to be able to separate ourselves.
What are you talking? I didn't. That's never what I said. I said the difference between a Malcolm X.
Hold on. Let him clarify. So this way, because sometimes, because he says a lot of different things and he confuses us and he don't understand. I'm trying to get him to where he understands when I get confused, and so he could clarify it instead of it being an argument of me misunderstanding. Go ahead, KT.
That's what I'm asking. What do you need me to clarify for you?
Right. I'm trying to understand. Malcolm X separated himself from other Black men, correct?
Yeah. Like, what do you mean? Like,
right,
in terms of his religion?
Because you're saying that we need allies, but if we do need allies, however, we do not need an ally that is undermining us.
No, we never need an ally that undermines us. Are you saying Malcolm X undermined us or something?
I'm saying, why are you saying we need allies as if we're supposed to just accept all Black people?
No, we need allies, and I even gave you the basis for that. If they understand that regardless of where they're from, when we hear you're a nigga, does that mean you're encompassed to the things that we're talking about? FBA's getting.
So now, when you say that, that makes it seem as we are all Black folks are going to be considered niggas, so therefore we should be supporting all Black folks.
No, if we're talking about
I'm telling you what it sounds like. So don't tell me. I'm telling you what you are communicating to me and what I'm receiving. So this way you could clarify. Don't tell me no.
Yeah, and no, because I've already explained this. I don't even get how we could be back here. I said in those white people eyes. And like Black said earlier, I understand y'all plight, and I understand that if I want reparations, I need to go to. See, that's how actual allies work. Like,
that's where you just contradicted yourself right there.
Where am I contradicting myself, sir?
Because the whole conversation about tethers, that dude is a tether. They get benefits to come over here. That's why when he back to.
That's not what makes you a tether, and this is why I said this is what y'all gonna fuck up the whole thing. No, niggas like that gonna fuck up the whole thing. Because allies are, listen, tether is not just because you're from another country and you're Black. It's because you're hanging on our culture and you're invading our culture, eating off of it, and then you're still going back and saying I'm not Black. No, that's not. He's literally saying I don't want reparations with y'all.
KT. Who's supposed to separate them? The white people or the Black people?
Who's supposed to separate who?
The tethers.
We as Black people.
Okay. So now base your next comments on that, because I'm confused why you add in what white people look at us as.
Because that's who make your classification and shit, right? Like that's who rules the country.
Okay, so no. Literally, I said Black folks are going to be the one that separate them. So why you now?
Yeah, that's not going to be some shit that's actually going to legally make a big difference.
But
like,
it has.
federally,
So hold on,
if it ever
hold on.
wants to get
Let's
through,
slow
it's
it down.
going to go through a
Let's
majority of white people,
hold on,
right?
Let's slow it down. So we literally doing it in Minnesota. It's a big difference. We are saying that no, those are Somalians. We are black people. They are different.
That's not being nationally talked about. Nobody gives a fuck about that.
It's happening in real time.
No, it's not. Nobody, no fucking body on the news has been talking about. And let's clarify: these are not FBAs. These are Somalians.
No,
Only thing they saying on the news is Somalians be stealing shit.
No, you're 100% wrong. They are clarifying, saying these are Somalians. The frauders are Somalians. They are literally saying them. They are
okay. They're not clarifying
them.
that they're not FBAs though, right? Because you're trying to make it seem by
yes, they
that's
are.
what everyone does.
Hold on.
What the
that's
fuck?
What I'm trying to get you to understand. Yes, when they call them Somalians, they are literally separating them from foundational Black Americans. You cannot be a foundational.
No, this
Black,
is the thing.
Hold on, let me finish saying what I'm saying. You cannot be considered a foundational Black American and Somalian.
Yeah, nobody's making that argument. The point is you're acting. No, you're making some weird ass argument because you're acting like if they say Irish, they're now saying you're not white or something.
Yes, that's what we're saying. Hold on. Yes. So now we can get to the same point. Yes. Once they say
that's a type of white person.
Slow down.
You're still white.
No, they are literally separating them when they say these Irish community.
That's your ethnicity or nationality, bro.
You know the Irish have to fight
what
for
I'm
their rights,
saying,
right?
please, Jesus. Well, this doesn't have to be that difficult of a conversation. We do not have to jump in every time.
You making it this way.
Yes, because you're trying to speed through a million conversations at once.
Speed through shit.
This is what I'm trying
from the beginning. You were just like, I don't get it. I don't know what you're saying.
I'm trying to right, because you just talking and not. I'm trying to get it to stay somewhere, so we could get past this surface level of. We went from.
Well, stop FBA bringing it back on the surface level. You're getting caught up on the surface. I mean, because no matter what, you're acting like you don't understand plain
I'm not going to
English
or something. I'm not. Go ahead. I'm just not going to do it because I'm trying to get an understanding, and you fight the understanding.
Sharon, you do this to yourself.
I do. I really do because it's insane. It's insane that this man believes that I'm trying to do something instead of me trying to have an understanding. Right? He thinks that I'm trying to misunderstand him on purpose.
I did not say that. Only
you don't have to say it.
I've said this already in plenty of communication. But the fact that you act like somebody doesn't have to say a thing, like that's wild.
Okay, hold on. I'm talking. Damn. I keep asking you not to do that when I'm talking. I keep asking you this. This is crazy to me. You don't understand that we went from FBA to Somalian to Irish, and you think that we have in one those are three different conversations.
These are all things you brought up, Sharon. You do.
I did not bring them up.
You came out of nowhere and was like, yeah, Somalians aren't the same as FBAs. They distinguishing the difference because they saying they Somalians. I'm saying the news ain't talking about FBA, nigga. It's really, if you acting like you don't understand that, it's crazy.
You literally said, yeah, act as if. It's okay. You know, I pay attention to words way too much. MJ is right. I do this to myself because I actually listen to y'all to have a conversation. And I think a lot of times I just come up to talk and y'all don't realize what y'all saying or doing, even though I try to slow it down and point it out. You don't actually disagree with separating ourselves. So why are you talking about that we should all look for these allies that are not
what happened
in our best interests?
I don't understand why we would have a malfunction just by saying that we need allies.
We already tried that.
I'm gonna keep it short.
So the reason why, because you are making it seem that because white people look at black people as all niggas, that they are our allies.
No, I'm saying out of them will be some allies. And I very clearly pointed out what things we should even look for to know this person is an ally. I do not understand why you're breaking down.
So that's what, all right. So you agree with that? We need to separate.
I said I'm one of the first people ever came up here talking about FBA and explaining why. I said last time from the beginning, I'm okay with us distinguishing ourselves. Matter of fact, we need to. We have to. So yeah, it's no question about that. Let's not ask that for a 19th time. What
Are
I'm
you
saying
familiar with
is
history, KT?
very.
So you know all Africans got reparations already, right?
What the fuck?
Why do you keep saying that? That
That's
is
what I'm
not
saying.
true.
Even
Where
beyond that,
MJ go?
fuck that. I don't really care about like everybody got
So
the
you don't care
my
about them
point is
getting benefits
no.
to hold
Listen
us
to me.
down, and why we
Nobody's
have to
talking about them getting
disassociate,
benefits.
and we
They're not
found
getting
out?
fucking benefits from us.
Why are you upset about it? You African?
They're not getting benefits from us.
Yes, they are. They're getting
No,
benefit
they
off our
aren't.
ancestors' plate. What are you talking about? This is why
Man, you
we have
sound
to
stupid. That's
separate.
what, and that's
So
what I'm
that's what
saying. This is
Sharon's
niggas.
talking about.
This is who niggas gonna fuck up the allies.
We
Niggas who
tried
gonna be
having
so
allies before the
stupid
white man
that you
would have got the
just
African as
hear
an ally,
anything
and the
and you
Mexican
say this
Spanish
is
as
the
an ally.
enemy. Because niggas don't really understand, as we've been saying, politics.
Yeah, niggas are slow. I agree.
Like for real, bro. And again, the bigger enemy for our FBA plight is white people. Like
No,
y'all
it's
there.
not.
Yes, the fuck it is, you goofy.
No, it's not. It's politics.
It literally is.
It's politics.
White politics. Capitalism is made
Politics
and
ain't
good
just
so
white
that
people.
guess what? Capitalism is good so they can sell our black asses into
So this is a
slavery. That's the
capitalist country,
basis
right?
of it. Yes.
So who are the, so is there?
Okay, this is not how conversations work. Just asking. This is what I keep trying to point out. Just keep asking a whole bunch of questions does not actually help us with the conversation. It just keeps moving and moving. So we started off at one place. Let's just mine out that one. Don't add anything into the conversation. Explain to me how looking for allies, because white people think that all black people are niggas, that we should not be separating, because that's what it sounds like you are promoting, KT.
I don't know how you can come there if I'm literally saying that's not what I'm saying. And I even vary in detail. So the way that you keep saying, well, this.
I don't understand. Just explain it. We don't have to go backwards and say, I don't know why. I'm telling you what I'm having a problem with. Just go forward and tell me the difference, please.
I've explained it 5 times. You're still saying you're having a problem. Even though the words are
move
there.
Forward. Move forward. Go ahead.
Well, that's what we were doing. Remember now you're saying we're jumping.
Okay, so go ahead and move forward.
Go ahead and move
forward. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So again, like me and bro was just saying, we're talking to when we talking about everybody just get benefits because they off of FBA type shit. This is crazy. We have
move forward with what I asked you.
What the? Go ahead, Sean.
Move forward with what I'm asking you. I don't know why that's a big deal. Just move forward with what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, why are we concerned about what white people are classifying us as if we are the ones that's doing the separation? Go ahead.
Okay, so this is a new question you're asking. And why would this be an importance? Well, now you're talking about how it's becoming, quote unquote, politically relevant, right? Well, who approves politics? Is it a majority black group or is it an overwhelmingly majority of white people? Matter of fact, like I've been saying for a couple of days, you just sit here and said it's now official, it's real because some white people brought it up because niggas been talking about this. So even with what you're talking about, yeah, we got to talk about the white people involved in it.
You think you answered my question? Repeat the question so I can have an understanding. Because I don't.
No, I think you have to repeat the question because you asked it. So I don't want to fuck it up verbatim. You're right. Maybe I didn't understand what you said. Repeat that, please.
Why are we concerned about what white people consider us when we are the ones that's doing the separation of the difference of black folks?
Yeah, because I was correct. So we're talking politics, correct? Like you just brought up, even today on this episode, it's official because Tucker Carlson, some white people are talking about it, right?
So who separated Byron Donalds from black folks?
What the fuck, Sharon? You
Right.
asked a very specific question about the white people's relevance.
Again,
are they now not relevant or something?
Hopefully you could just answer the question, please. Byron Donalds is a politician. He is a black man, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you consider Byron Donalds a tether?
Yeah, for sure. I won't even call him a tether because I just say a fake nigga. He for sure ain't nigga.
So what is a tether to you?
Somebody that's going off our culture and then like leeching on to that. The reason I'm gonna say I can't call him a tether, because let's be very honest, he's against black culture. So I don't know how we could really say like he hanging on to black culture. He present himself in blackface and then speaking against black culture. So
So this is why I don't. So he's in blackface. So that means he is acting like he's black, but he's against black people, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And he is from immigrant nation, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So that is what I consider a tether. Do you not?
Yeah, I do not. Like I don't. Why ask why you had to? I don't understand why you had to ask those questions when I already answered them.
Because he literally said that a
no,
white
you
man
asked me what do I think a tether is, and I explained that to you, right?
No, you're not.
I literally did. When you're leeching onto our culture, and then you're still.
So Byron Donald is leeching onto our culture as a black man.
No, he isn't.
Right.
Like the only culture he's leeching onto is he looks like he's black. Because he's all against black culture, right? Like we can all agree to this, right?
No.
Oh my God, this is fucking insane. So again, he's using his skin color to say that he is speaking for black people, correct?
No. How much is it to bring MJ back? Where'd she go?
I don't know.
She just left.
So I don't understand how you don't understand that him using the slavery situation, even though he did not have anything to do with slavery, his ancestors had nothing to do with American slavery, is him assimilating to black culture and literally being against it. He literally did that. So how is that not a tether? He's an immigrant that had nothing to do with foundational black Americans whatsoever, but he will use slavery when he see fit and then also undermine black culture by saying that it is trash when he see fit. That is literally the definition of tether, how we describe it here. Do you not agree with that definition?
No, you asked me what's my definition. I told you. Now you're telling me what your definition is. Now this is what I will say. Earlier when we talked about whether or not you went against it, I wasn't going to deny and say you even stated the position as far as I could see. But this is things that's already been pre-established before any of this. I've never heard you now ever say, oh, like the definition, the tethers and all this stuff. You get what I'm saying? So
no, I don't get what you're saying. So hold on. Hold on. AR, have I not put my position of what a tether is and an immigrant is?
I think you did it when the Caribbean dude was up here, yeah, before I left. I don't know if you did it after, but I heard you saying like immigrant is someone that recognizes black culture and X, Y, and Z doesn't really go against it. And a tether is someone that just uses it when it benefits them, is what I got from it.
Thank you. So I literally substantiate my definition of
I pointed out like from the beginning when I came up here the first time.
I can even go when we was having a conversation way back then about the whole FBA. I said that then.
No, you didn't. I ain't gonna say you didn't.
I
came, but in the moment I was talking, that was
I had the absolute same stance back then as I do now, as of what a tether is, literally.
Yeah, no, I'm saying when I was up here from the beginning about an FBA topic, when I was stating these things like what's a tether, why we need to distinguish ourselves, all these things, I'm not going to say you were expressing anything, but you never said like, oh, I agree with anything, or no, that's not what a tether is. It's this. You just was like,
so again, I'm telling you, I had this position on what a tether is since then.
Yeah, okay. I'm not. Nobody's trying getting caught up minor in the major things, you'll say. Because the bigger thing I'm just pointing out is
because you're telling me that I have not had that position. This is what you're telling me.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm saying you didn't voice this. You didn't voice this. How do I know this your position when you're not voicing this? Because I voiced this position.
This is crazy to me. I do not know why. I do not know. Maybe I feel like I'm taking away from y'all or some shit like that. you need to say that you said it first and I said it second. I don't know what that is. I really don't understand. Right now, we're having a disagreement on what tether is, literally. And the reason why is because I had this same position from before when I had this conversation over a year ago. I had the same exact position. It did not change. Let me make sure I'm clear. I always had this position on what a tether is. Always. It has not changed. Plenty of times I had arguments where people kept trying to say something that I'm not saying. We disagree on what Byron Donald is. For some reason, you think that Byron Donald is not using himself as a black person to talk down on black people, and I don't understand that. I'm giving you proof that he has used his skin to say, hey, this is why I can talk about black folks in a negative light. And so that is a definition of a tether as well, because he is somebody that's not from here, and he's using that he is black to talk down about black individuals that's from America. So even the video that I just played showed proof that he tried to use the slave situation as a benefit to him to go against his opponent. Again, assimilate himself as a black American, even though he's against everything about slavery. So that's, again, showing how he was assimilating himself as a black man and be against a black man. So I don't understand how me substantiating that, you don't understand that. Shit is crazy.
Can I say something to him, Sean?
No.
I mean, whatever, man. I mean, I'm gonna say something to him anyway.
I said no.
Whatever, man.
You're not clarifying anything.
I clarify everything.
I'm talking about within this conversation. I know you clarified what the immigration laws is, and thank you for that. But that's not what we're talking about right now.
Whatever.
So I just don't understand how you expect to separate ourselves from black individuals that is harmful towards us, but you're saying that the ones that is literally doing it in our faces, not the ones that we need to be watching out for. That's the scary part to me. It's weird. It's like I don't understand how we on the same side and we arguing. That's crazy to me.
Well, can I speak?
Sure.
Well, first of all, that's how anybody would strengthen an argument, right? You would go with the weak points. Even amongst men, friends, building the thought of America happened with many people because, you know, they had to poke holes at things to strengthen it. The second thing is you really have a horrible tendency of just adding things that aren't there, Sharon.
This is why you need to let me talk.
Okay. I don't want to sit there and keep doing this every day. You ask, I explain it to you. You say you don't understand that way. I have to explain it 3 more ways. You say that's still not acceptable, and then we keep getting hung up on that. And then, listen, bro, I'm gonna say this one last time. It shouldn't be please don't tell me what you think you heard. Please don't tell me, oh, that's what you ain't have to say that, but this what you meant, because that's not how I move. Please don't apply maybe the understanding you have to me. Okay.
Did you just say everybody built America?
What the fuck are you?
You did say everybody built America.
See him. Let him finish his. He want to have. Let him finish what he's saying.
Yes, we need to delineate. We need to distinguish ourselves. I am for that, and I will always be for that. We need allies also, because we're even doing that in the bigger goal of separating and getting our reparations from white people. Like, let's be very clear here. That's the main enemy. So looking in the bigger thing, the bigger pictures, nobody's saying ignore Brian I forgot this man's name all of a sudden. I don't know why. But nobody's saying forget him and overlook him. I even said, no, that's a tap dancing nigga. That's a Sambo. I said, I think just the difference with a tether is you're like Fat Joe. That's why they started calling Fat Joe a tether. Because his whole life, he's been posing as, oh, I'm one of the niggas in the hood of New York. And now all of a sudden, he like, nah, you know, I'm Puerto Rico. And
that's
we see
exactly what
he's always been like that.
No, I'm saying that is not what Byron, and that's why I'm just saying that to me, that'd be different because he does not do that. He's not just out here acting black. You're right. He did some shit for his benefit, quote unquote, but that really was just like playing victim conduct. My bigger thing is even
acts black when it benefits him and shows the other guy.
No, I'm saying he's been front facing and presenting. Busta Rhymes. No, listen. The moment we seen Byron, we knew he wasn't for niggas. We knew that.
Oh my God.
Did you know that about Fat Joe?
What you're doing right now is being a tether. Because like, what you're acting like these immigrants that come here and get benefits, including the Africans.
Nigga.
So when you say something that black,
the benefits they get ain't got shit to do with us being black mostly, Brody. We don't even get benefits like that here. That's what I'm saying. It's like y'all lose the enemy.
That's why we're talking about reparations.
Yeah,
because they came over here. And
so who are the real enemies? Are they the fucking migrants that the immigrants?
That's why somebody else said.
Or are they the white people that we're trying to get the reparations from? Yeah, are we trying to get? We're literally doing that to try to get the reparations from white people. That's the whole
reason why we're doing.
No, it literally is reparations. Do you not understand that? That's literally what FBI was made. No, that's the main premise it was made around us.
No, it's not.
Oh my God.
So they won't keep coming and cosplaying us from overseas. That's why Somalia's really been Minnesota's really been a good talking point. It's not the fact that they're just Somali. It's about all the immigrants that are coming in, getting our benefit, coming and living the American dream while we live the American nightmare. So how you're saying 10 things at the same time?
This is why you niggas is lost and we can't win. Because this nigga talking about how we benefit from the American dream. You're a second-hand, third-hand citizen, regardless if the immigrants are there or not. That's my point. Do you not see that?
That's why they had dual and what's they called?
Hold on, KT. What you said you bought 64 acres or something like that, right?
Yes, 7.
In West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
How are you a second-class citizen? What rights don't you have?
Saying me individual, what I can individually do does not change how my class or my race will be treated. Yeah.
Why were you allowed?
And that's a weird argument.
Why were you allowed?
Why was I allowed?
Yeah.
Well, it's pretty worthless land if we're being honest. It's not a very valued state. It's West Virginia.
Well, we know that, but you still were able to do it.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. If you were a second or third class citizen, you wouldn't be able to do it. Sorry.
That is not true. Like you guys don't. It's like you guys seem to don't understand how like reality works anymore.
What rights do you think? What rights do you?
Nobody's talking about rights. We're talking about treatments. So if I can prove, and I'm gonna kill this argument really quick. If I can still point out studies where your black homes are being sold at a less value, whereas a black person, you're less likely to get bank loans as your white counterparts, where you're less likely to get because they make a lot of these programs saying, oh, this is to help the inner city, but we see that they donate these to the rural communities, rural white communities more than the black people
that come here and say that they're black.
No, stop it. White people living in the country, West Virginia.
No, stop it.
No, white people living in West Virginia. West Virginia is one of the poorest places in America. No immigrants here, nigga. No immigrants here, nigga. No immigrants here, nigga.
They never said they were black. They were minorities.
No, listen to me. Listen to me. I'm pointing out how them programs that are supposed to help us. No, are they stealing from the government or are they taking?
Okay, all right. Hold on. So hold on, y'all. Hold on. I just want to point out, without me interfering, we still have this misunderstanding of what you was trying to say, KT. So I just need you to stop saying that it's me doing it, please.
Where are we having a misunderstanding, Sharon?
You are having a misunderstanding.
I think the only thing we having a misunderstanding in is agreement.
You are having a misunderstanding with AR, Shadow, and CM right now. And I'm saying I had nothing to do with that.
None of them understood what I was saying. That's what I'm saying. You're the only person that said that, and we had continuous conversation, all three of us.
AR, did you understand what KT was saying?
Right now, or?
Yes.
Because I don't understand them 90% of the time. So I mean, it's not even worth asking me.
Okay. Shadow, did you understand what he was saying? Shadow probably is working. So and we already know.
I understand what he was saying. I just don't agree with it.
No, girl.
Yeah,
I just don't get how you can, because you're contradicting yourself when you say that they got benefits that we were supposed to get, that our ancestors worked for and signed contracts for it. Are you aware of contract law? And I'm not going to go there because I respect the show.
God damn it!
Yeah, we're not gonna do that.
I almost did. I'm trying to be respectful.
But hear me out.
All right, so let's just slow down. So the problem is that you are given a certain level to Byron Donalds because he's not, I guess, quote unquote, a nigga, and that's your separation of it, which is weird to me. That the only way that you could assimilate as a black person is by being so-called a part of the niggers, like Fat Joe. But Byron Donald trying to use his skin color to talk about black folks, you don't consider that as doing the same thing as Fat Joe? That is very weird to me.
One's a pretty clear against us, and I've said that. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what you don't get.
Why you interrupting me?
You just keep repeating. You don't get the same thing. I'm breaking down 5 different ways.
Yeah, because the reason why I don't get it, because you saying Black Joe, Fat Joe, act as he was a nigga, but he's really something else. And the reason why you don't look at Byron Donald that way is because you feel like he was never for black folks.
No, he's clearly versed that himself, correct?
No,
he wasn't. Yes, what the fuck?
So that's what I'm trying to get you. Okay, hold on. That's where I disagree. No, he tried to act as he was black and he is talking for black folk.
Okay, so you're lying.
I'm lying?
Yeah.
So he never did rap music, which is
hold on. Culture? Hold on.
That's not
He ran a black man. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean I'm lying about Byron Donald? You don't think that he was running as a black man and saying that black people need to pull themselves about the bootstrap?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. We know most people, black people, will look at Byron Donalds and be like, that he's not one of us. Like, I'm not even talking about fuck the immigrant. We talking about whether or not you're for black people. Most black people did not look at this. Now, maybe white people did.
Okay, hold on. All right.
And if you're saying you just, I believe that, but
slow down. So again, it doesn't negate the fact that he did it. Just because us as black folks that separate ourselves from it doesn't negate the fact that he ran as a black person and the white folks allowed him to say negative things about black people because he was black. Do you understand that?
Allowed him to?
Yeah, Andrea was right here. I didn't know if you saw it. I didn't know if you saw it.
Allowed him to.
Yeah. And like the white
conservatives allowed him to push him through the ranks because he was a black person talking negative about black.
Can I push back?
Yeah, but black people didn't agree with him.
It's called being Uncle Tom.
Okay, I'm gonna start dropping. Do you understand what I'm saying, KT? So I'm just.
So you brought up the whole from the beginning. Why are we talking about white people when it's black people making the distinction? Now that doesn't matter, and now you're going back to what I just said, Sharon. This is why white people are.
Hold on. Slow down, please. Just answer what I'm asking you, so we can just get towards something. Byron Donald ran as a black man. Do you agree?
Nigga, he's black. His color is black. How could he not?
Okay, so now he used that as a way to talk
negative. No black people supported him.
He used that as a way to talk bad about black people, is what I'm saying. Do you agree with that?
I don't think he understands what you just said.
Nigga, this is what I said from the beginning. He is Sambo. That's what I'm saying. Why do we have to keep going through this? All I need you to do is answer the question. All you got to do is answer the question. Do you agree that he used his blackness as a way to talk down on black people? No, I believe white people used him. His blackness is valid against black people. This is what black people are saying.
I agree with that.
All right, so I guess that's where.
Well, why can't it be both?
Yeah, like Turning Point USA use Officer Tatum and shit.
That is absolutely okay. I think I can kind of push because Brandon Well, whoever. I mean, Byron. Sorry, I don't know
That's
much about him.
crazy.
He's a governor, right?
No, he's a representative in Florida.
He's a representative. Okay.
Yeah.
So
So he's gonna run.
but he got voted for, right?
He's running for governor, yeah.
Okay, so it depends on votes. Okay, I wanted to push back on that because I have a lot of Black friends and they stand on not voting. It's stupid. But when you, even if you just vote for the president, there's a lot of other local things on those ballots. So you're giving up your voice in that. And I wanted to say that's not really taking anything away. Like if you give that up, you can't really complain with about whoever they put in that spot, in my opinion, because you don't even believe in participating in it. So I don't really see how that's really taking away anything from somebody. Like I think that's giving him too much power. You have more
So-
power than that. Like you could, if y'all showed up in droves and like flooded, the ballots and picked another representative, that's you taking your power back just right there. So I don't think y'all should give Tether so much power. Like I
Who
don't
you
know.
think-
It's almost.
Who do you think vote more, Chinese or Black people?
I'm sure Black people, because
Okay,
there's more of us. So
do Chinese
statistically
people,
speaking,
okay, so do Chinese people get things done without being a powerful voting bloc for they people specifically?
but they're not complaining about who the
I
representatives
know, but just
are.
answer the question.
That's my thing. It's like
No, they don't.
So, Andrea, do you believe that the law that passed in New York, did they get that done without voting?
What law that
When
passed
they
in
when
New
they
York?
when they got when they was in New York, when they was running around attacking Chinese folks, and then they passed a law to say that you cannot attack Chinese folk specifically for them being Asian, you would get extra time for that. Did they get that done without voting?
No. Or
Well,
yes.
yes, they
I don't
did.
know. I think you have to
Okay,
tell me
all
that
right. So
answer
yes,
because I don't
they
have
did.
a lot of
Okay, that's fine
information.
because you're not from New
Sorry.
York. But yeah, so they got things done without voting. So again, this is
Okay.
why. Okay, so
Oh
this
no,
is why.
I'm not saying that y'all don't get things done. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the issue is with him standing in your place, right? And pretending and tethering, right? That's what I thought that that's what the issue was, right? And what I'm
Correct.
saying is
He
that it
is
has a
one of the.
very simple solution because at the end of the day, a representative is just that, it's a representative of your population, right? And
Right,
so
and
that's not really him standing in anyone's place is all I'm saying.
yeah, but he represented himself as a Black person, right? And so therefore he could say, yes, me
Well,
as a Black man, I would say X, Y, and
well,
Z,
that's
and you
that's
could
that's
hold
the
on. And he could use that as a way to have a conversation about Black issues in America, is what
I would
we are.
okay, I wouldn't say he represented himself as a Black person. I wouldn't use those words. I would say that's the social identity that was given to him.
It wasn't given to him, he used it.
So
So I don't understand why we're not understanding. He used it
okay.
because that's the reason why he got to the position, because he was able to talk about Black people freely because they're like, oh, this is a Black person talking about Black issues.
Oh, you think I get what you're saying. You're saying that if they known that he was of a different ethnicity, he would have got more pushback.
He would not
And
even
that's
he would not be in existence because he would not be able to talk about the things that he talked about.
Yeah, no, it's
why
more
wouldn't
white
he be
people
able to
supported him
talk?
than anything.
Can someone else talk,
This is
KT?
America.
I
Why
just
wouldn't he
said
be able
one
to
thing.
talk
Okay.
about any specific thing?
Right. So what I'm saying is that if he was a white person, he would not have
Right.
had
He would have
gotten
got
to
more
the position
pushback.
on his
Right.
no, not pushback. He would not be in a position that he was running on the things that he ran on. He would have to
Well,
have a completely different campaign plan.
I hate to tell you this, but a lot of representatives run on racist things. Like a lot of them are doing it, all different races. So
And
he
that's
would have been
okay.
able to, but I'm just saying the proper way to push back on that is to not allow him to get voted in.
I think y'all might be talking about two different things.
Okay. So
Because
what
I
are the
think
two
you're
different
more so
things?
saying like these other people. What I'm getting from it just from listening is like you're more so talking about, yeah, they can believe and they can do all these things, but the Black American population is still larger than them. So we need to end. People I know aren't voting, and if they voted, then this wouldn't even be a discussion because those people that were anti quote unquote foundational Black American ideals wouldn't even be voted in.
They're a minority. Right.
Yeah, I think that's what you're saying.
Exactly.
And what Sharon is
Exactly.
saying
They don't
is,
have that power. Yeah.
and what Sharon is talking about is more so well, is of various things, but like tether versus immigrant versus, you know, who the black quote unquote foundational Black Americans should support, and the differentiating between those in the Black community and America.
Right.
I think it's more
And my
so.
understanding is that FBA never supported him, right?
Exactly.
They never liked him from the beginning. So did
But
they?
and you're saying they didn't like him, but they didn't vote, and so they can't complain that he was.
Even
that
those who did.
Oh, man, KT, nobody's talking to you.
This is literally why the conversation got brought up. But okay,
I don't care.
I know you don't.
So that I think that's kind of where you guys are. Like I get what you're saying. I get what you're
literally
saying.
in the same conversation is an FBA chapter that is going against Byron Donald right now.
That's good.
And
they're going to run against him. Are they going to run against him?
That's literally what
I want to support them. I want to give him support. If there's a better candidate, I want them to be supported. I want to spread the message. That's why I'm asking.
The politics is for immigrants.
You see, like CM Punk.
No, but seriously, and this is why I was bringing that up, the whole conversation piece, because the thing is that now we're trying to say this dude said FBA's call him and we believe it. Like what interest? Because now we get to the bigger thing I wanted to point out. These are two white people talking about how to, like, let's be real. A lot of people are not happy about the FBA delineation or whatever. I'm not saying they're justified or anything, but it is divisive to some people. They aren't up there mentioning FBA to, like, because we support this shit. They saying it like, yeah, we like them guys. They some entertaining motherfuckers too. But that's my thing. I don't trust this white man just saying, "Oh yeah, the FBA chapter called me." What FBA chapter, motherfucker?
So you think he's amused? You think he's being condescending?
Hold on, so KT, they say that they entertain me?
Huh?
Did they say that the FBA's entertain me?
No, Tucker literally said, "Nah, I really like them. You know, they got an ideal in there. Look, I may not agree with it, but they stand on it. They stand on it. And yeah, that's not entertainment, but that seems to be the type of things they like. That's the same reason why they supported CK and people of that ilk. Because regardless if they right or wrong, they stand on they got a lot of love for that, I guess, and entertainment out of that, I guess.
You think they're being entertained by us?
I think that they see it as a division in the Black community, and they plan to exploit that. That's what I think they like about it.
And that's what I'm pointing up more than anything. I don't think this is them bringing this up. Now we need to be like, all right, we in political positions, and they notice us also, because they're not bringing us up in a way of saying, yeah, them FBAs, they got a factual thing. Let's talk about the reparations that the shit being talked about. They now bringing it up to tear down this tether ass nigga, which
You
again,
switched your whole conversation.
Oh my God, go ahead.
This is fucking crazy to me.
That is an interesting.
So hold on, because it didn't go. This is crazy to me. It really is.
I can't understand the logic behind claiming that Tucker Carlson is a white supremacist. He doesn't want anything beneficial for the Black community. The CIA, all these other organizations, the media have been used by the government to divide the Black community X, Y, and Z. And then suddenly, because he says something positive about the FBA, you don't second guess why he's saying it. I guess or why he's having the discussion in the first place. And that's where I'm kind of lost at. Not you, KT. People on Sharon's side. It's like he has this clip of Tucker Carlson interviewing some other dude that I've never heard of. And because they're saying something positive about FBA, you don't even question his motives behind why they're even discussing the FBA. And Tucker Carlson is more or less a known Russian agent.
Right.
And he doesn't have it's just weird.
And the
reason why is because they are understanding the power of this movement, and us as our own people are saying that this movement is not real. That's why it's being brought up, because it's more than just internet talk. It's actually people that they hear about it and they are listening. So people that just have this. A year ago when I was having this conversation, the FBA, nobody's talking about this in real life. FBA talk is just talk on the internet. And so now we see that it ain't just the internet. People that is trying to run for political power also know what the FBA is. And now they also having chapters. That is what I'm talking about. That is not just some goddamn clown show that everybody keep trying to make it out to be. Say, I don't believe in no FBA movement. There ain't no such thing as an FBA movement. But people that's in positions of power are recognizing it.
Right.
Not that they giving it any kind of, they are saying it's good or bad. It's not about if they think if it's good or bad. It's the fact that they recognize it and they look at it as it's something serious because they would not be talking about it on a platform with 5 million people as subscribers.
Do you
That's
think
what
that
I am saying.
Do you think that foreign nations utilize media and social media, these
They
influencers,
do.
to propagate
Twitter.
a certain message or to influence people to view a certain thing ideologically or anything else like that? Do you think they do
We
that?
caught them doing that on Twitter.
We know they've been doing that with Nick Fuentes as well, right? That was a study that just came out that showed that his push recently has been done by essentially foreign agents and bot farms and all this other stuff. And so I think what happens is you get a situation like this. You got Tucker Carlson, who went over to Russia and said Russia is so great, who's essentially a Russian agent. And Russia has been known. They have a playbook where they say they want to divide America. They want one of the ways they want to try to divide America is through the bringing up Black plight and using that as a division tool in America. They have a playbook and they talk about that. It's called the Foundations of Geopolitics. That is one of the things that they want to do. And so when you have someone like Tucker Carlson, who is obviously an agent of Russia, in my eyes, doing these things where it's going to cause, heated discussions and division. And then you're just like, oh, well, who cares? Because, it's still a positive in my eyes. Like, it's still like these chapters are real and all this stuff. It just kind of is weird to me. And I just can't really get down with it. I think that what's going to happen is they're pushing a certain message. They're pushing this idea or whatever to kind of cause the division. Then you're going to see a 160 where somehow, some way, these quote unquote extremist FBA members are going to be pushed to the forefront, and they're going to be used to show that, the black community can't be trusted. They don't really have good ideals. Like, it's just extremist, all this other bullshit. And I just
I was going to say, I kind of agree with the radical people always end up in the forefront. So
that's exactly what's going to happen. So will Black Lives Matter.
Exactly. And so
I think y'all against anything Black.
No. That's great. I don't care. I mean, to be honest, I don't really care.
Never. I'm all for reparations.
So what should Black people be doing? Since FBA is not the solution and it's a radical movement. So what is the thing that Black people should be getting behind? Go ahead.
I wanted to say that it's not a radical movement in itself. I'm just saying I feel like the more radical people are getting most of the attention. And so it's derailing from the main.
So what FBA radical is that is being pushed to the forefront?
Well, I'm just going based off what ends up getting
Tucker Carlson. Because we literally now saying, because they brought it up, this is now mainstream. You even keep saying look, they got chapters. What chapter? I've never heard of this. It's taking the information we getting about it, and that's what's going to turn it radical. We got to have true information and really understand what we getting down with. We can see what was already there.
So when our opposing people that is a part of the propaganda in America, we are saying that they don't matter.
No, my whole point is that they do matter, and that's
okay. So they do matter. So if somebody that is of importance starts saying my name, am I saying that does not matter?
You must be talking to KT.
I'm talking whoever want to answer, because y'all saying because he said it, that means that it doesn't mean anything. So I'm trying to have an understanding.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
Somebody you are. So what the? Okay, I'm trying to have understanding again. You saying that because Tucker Carlson said it, it doesn't. I don't understand why that doesn't mean anything. It means that people are paying attention to our low budget conversations, right? These small channel conversations about
foreign nations are paying attention to it, and 2,000
people on my show. I spoke about FBA, and now that it's moving in a direction that people that are in a more popular sense understand who and what they are. You saying that now it doesn't matter?
No, it's been popular. Like he brought up Tariq Nasheed. That's what I'm saying. It's not like this hasn't already been relevant.
So you think
it's just that
do you
once,
remember?
hold on, so him bringing up Tariq Nasheed means what? It's negative?
it was already popular. That's what I'm saying. It's just that, like what I'm saying in specific is you in specific right now keep saying things like Tucker Carlson said it, and whoever the white dude with the glasses he was talking to, they said these things, and look, these are facts. Well, we shouldn't be taking their word on FBA with anything because they don't seem like they're actually for FBA. They're trying to use it and bring it up to tear down Byron. It's not like we're bringing up FBA to say, yeah, we support them in what they talking about in reparations, because that's the main point it's made around. They saying, nah, why he bringing up Black Americans? I got some unknown ass FBA chapter from Florida calling me saying, nah, he actually not an FBA. That's not even what they were talking about. So why the fuck would some black group just randomly?
Is Byron Donald against reparations?
Yeah. He's against.
Wouldn't it be important that if you are an FBA movement that you get somebody that is against reparations?
No, we already knew this nigga wasn't for it. That's what I pointed out earlier. Black people didn't support Byron.
Why you think that your word is more important than mine? So if it is an FBA movement, they are going against Byron Donald because he's against reparation. Wouldn't that make sense?
Well, the thing with
hold on,
the
I need
GOP,
to answer. I need the.
Oh, I thought anybody could answer.
First.
Sorry, I was trying to answer.
All right, so go ahead, answer it. Would it make sense that if the FBAs are for reparations, that they get somebody out of office that is against reparations?
Theoretically, yes.
Okay,
no,
thank
bro,
you.
it's not even a good question. It's not like they're going to. It's not like the Republicans are going to replace Byron with someone pro reparation.
That a little bit though. The thing right now is that in the GOP, there's already a lot of internal division right now. They have their own drama right now, and so just because he might align with him on his ideas about immigration, it doesn't mean that he's going to go in and fully support reparations. That's just my only pushback.
Yeah, but you know, and that's true. But I'm sorry, Sharon. I apologize. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Welcome back, Andrea.
Well, thank you.
It's a
you left us with KC and CM. That was messed up.
I don't know why.
Well, you know the deal. You know the deal.
I don't know why it's such a hard thing that they feel like if KT feel like if they didn't rush to just speak about reparations, that's odd. So I don't understand the argument.
It's just from past things I've heard from Tucker.
Okay, go ahead.
No, it's just because of things I've heard from him in the past is why I think that. I just
what you think what?
That he might not go full force behind reparations.
But the conversation.
But we don't. But I'm sorry, Gary. I gotta just say this. Like I said from earlier, right? I don't know if you caught earlier in the stream. When I wanted this to actually be played out and we listened to the words and stuff like that, my biggest thing is understanding that this is getting momentum, like how everything in this world get momentum. Did you think that when we helped South Africa get remove of apartheid, that it didn't start from smaller places first and it grew? That's how any movement grows, right? It has to go outside of just the inner circle talk, right? So my big thing was, yes, we can see that this is gaining traction. Yes, it's being talked about in other communities. It's also being widespread in mainstream, where instead of having 50,000 people understanding this conversation, we now have 5 million people that's understanding what the conversation is about, and it's going to continue to grow. My biggest thing is that, hey, this is something that we need to pay attention to, because I have admitted that, yes, this is something that Black Americans can use as a leverage for our community. However, we all know how this played out. We know the mindset of why they're talking about it now. And like you said, there's so much divisions that's going on within the conservative and the Republican Party that at this time, one fraction of it is trying to gain more, I guess, power and influence for that particular party. So they will use anybody who, to help that situation go. So I was always admitting what was the real reason why they're having the conversation. I just wanted us as Black people, as Black people and Black Americans, to look at it as this conversation on what is beneficial and what is detrimental. What we need to worry about these type of conversations being had.
Okay.
I see.
Good day. Welcome to the show, Supreme Goddess PH Diva. How you doing?
Wonderful. How y'all doing?
I'm okay. I got a question for
Hey,
you,
PH
PH Diva.
Hey.
Hello.
Girl, these locks is acting a fool. But
Now they acting a fool now. Oh no.
yeah, how you come loose in the middle?
Damn.
I don't even understand that. Like physics can't even explain how you come loose in the middle and still locked at the end. But nevertheless,
I did read. I did see a study about it, Diva, about how the ones in the middle actually come.
Shut up.
No, seriously, Diva, I did, because I had the locks for a second, and they said usually when you have a stank walk, somehow.
This is.
Look, and you might be on to something, because I'm out here. I was just at the beach in Cape Verde, and so yeah, stank walk was in full effect, baby.
Hey Diva, do you ever? Because we had these FBA talks for a while now, right? Me and you, right, Diva? We've been having this conversation for a while, right?
Yes.
Do you know my position on what I consider a tether is?
Someone who, an immigrant, a Black immigrant who tries to undermine or disparage Black Americans.
Thank you.
While benefiting from.
Because we had someone on the panel that said that was never my position.
Do you want to guess? Do you want to guess who it was?
Probably KT.
Oh man, you're good.
I am.
So I just want to confirm that.
I think the biggest problem is you never repeat what was said. I didn't say you didn't have that stance. I said when I've talked about it, you never disagreed with what I was saying or brought up your stance in particular. You could. I said even then you could have said it before. I was just saying. That's it.
Okay. Diva, do you have what is your position on this whole? It seems like KT, AR, and Andrea, they are on the side that they do not agree with Tucker Carlson and James Fisherman bringing up this whole FBA talk as in a positive way. They look at it as a net negative. What is your thought on it?
So what was like, how is it a net negative? I guess I would need to understand that first.
Well, my position wasn't necessarily that it was net negative, but it was just a question of why Tucker Carlson, who is more or less a known Russian agent, and we know that these foreign nation states utilize social media and influencers to propagate certain messages or ideologies to divide America and communities within America. How come it's not second guess rather than just saying, or just looking at it as a positive, like, oh, he brought it up, let's talk about it. And I didn't even get into the fact that, I don't think that supposedly FBA chapter calling in to say Byron's not a real FBA is going to change anybody's vote. I don't think Black Americans like Byron Donalds for the most part in the first place. So who exactly was that supposed to influence? I think it was just a way to bring something up to kind of start certain heated discussions and division.
Well, okay. So first, these discussions have been taking place for a good while now. So Tucker Carlson or whoever the other little white man is weren't needed for these conversations to take place.
100% agree.
With regard to division, what do you mean by that?
Russia's playbook more or less is to find like certain topics that minority communities, especially obviously the Black community in America, might be divided over, ones that they can cause division between Black Americans and white Americans and America as a whole. And so when you talk about like reparations or something that's a heated topic, they're going to find a certain time to push or fund, not that the reparation talk isn't happening without them, but they will find a time period where they think it's best for them to fund more or tell their bot farms to, hey, talk about this more, get the algorithm going on this so that it's more in the forefront of people's minds. So when it comes to FBA stuff, there was no reason for, I 100% agree, there was no reason for Tucker Carlson and this other dude to be talking about FBA stuff. However, a black man is running for Florida governor, and regardless of whether he's a quote unquote FBA or something else, you have certain factions within the Republican Party that are like, I never want to see a black man be governor, succeed at all, let alone be governor of Florida. And you have foreign nation states that will utilize those groups, such as Tucker Carlson or influencers, to spread a certain message and to cause division at large. I agree with you. There was no reason for them to be talking about it. Most, at least black people on YouTube know about it. And most black people that I know don't support Byron Donalds. So what was the point of even bringing that up?
So the division that the foreign bots are creating or stoking is between blacks and whites?
It's a bunch of different communities, but they particularly like the black community for sure.
Wait, so where's the division then between the black community and who else?
Amongst ourselves, I think.
It's both. It can be amongst ourselves, or it can be, black Americans, white Americans, or, Chinese or Somalians, whatever the topic. It depends on what the hot topic is.
Right, but with regard to, so when it comes to Chinese people, like, ain't nobody really talking about FBA with regard to Chinese people, right? Because there's not really. Right, so when we're talking about FBA, who are they trying to create or stoke division between? That's what I'm trying to get a read on.
Oh, because I think that when you talk about the FBA stuff, I think that, and I had said this earlier, I don't know too much about the FBA community, so I need to do a lot more reading up on it. I said that earlier. I wouldn't be surprised if there's extremists in the FBA community that are very popular, or that Russia or other foreign agents, influencers like Tucker Carlson, will start pushing the FBA movement or ideology, and then do a 180 where it's like, oh, wait, look at this extremist that's head of the FBA. They're already calling it. They're already saying that the FBA chapter supposedly hit him up. What a surprise that the FBA chapter, the lead of the FBA chapter, is going to be some extremist that's once said fuck white people or something like that. And that's where the division gets sown in, or that's where the anti-blackness starts to, procreate, or, the flame is, or the stoked. There we go. Stoked, I guess, would be the word.
Okay. So the division.
That's what I think is going to happen.
Okay. So the division will ultimately be between the black community and white people.
In the end, I think that's what he thinks.
Something similar to that. Yeah, I think.
Okay. There's always been a division between black 100%. People and white people. So that wasn't needed, right?
No, it's not needed, but the division is always going to be there. It fluctuates. But it's not about whether it's being new or not. It's about whether at a certain time, your country as a whole needs to move a certain way. And a country the United States is not going to fall unless it's falling from within. And we're seeing that where it's fractured more. And so you don't need
fractured more than when?
I think it's fractured now.
Jim Crow? Fractured more than the civil rights movement? Like fractured more than
we don't need to talk about 100 years ago or 80 years ago.
It wasn't 100 years ago. Okay, so fractured more than 2020 when black people had to take to the fucking streets and tear this bitch up?
Yes, I think it's more I think the country is more fractured now than
not. White people always
agree to disagree. It's kind of irrelevant to
your mama.
Man, here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
It's irrelevant whether you believe it's more fractured now or in 2020. The point is that there's certain infliction. No, it's not to my point. There's certain infliction. I don't think it is. So I'll finish it, and then you tell me if it's still relevant.
Division, but if we've always been divided, then we don't need Tucker Carlson. Shouting out FBA. That ain't gonna be, the thing.
You can be divided. It doesn't mean you're at a tip. That's cool and all.
Right.
I'm not disagreeing. However, there's certain inflection points in country's history and geopolitics, and all you need is to push a certain way or a certain type of different ways to tip it over. And I think that is what you see it stoked here, stoked there, kind of weakening or creating more division. And then when those inflection points come to a head, when something might pop off, you've sowed the discord already. And now you just have to tip it a little bit more. And now it's failing versus that division wasn't stoked as before. All right. I'm just telling you from a geopolitical perspective.
Black fatigue. Wait, they was just talking about black fatigue.
People understand it when they talk about the CIA, but suddenly, all of a sudden, when I talk about foreign agents doing it to the U.S., now all of a sudden everybody wants to act all confused.
No, I'm not confused. I understand what you're saying, but it just doesn't make sense because we've always been at odds. There's always been a tug of war between black people and white people. That is what this country is all about, right? White people being some bastards and black people resisting. And so it just doesn't make sense that this is going to be the thing that when they've been doing all this, the school to prison pipeline, all these things that they consistently doing, and now it's some crackers shouting out FBA that's going.
No, it's not. Over. It's not the singular thing. It's just a part of the movement. Is my point.
A part of what movement?
I don't know.
He's going
I guess I'm not explaining it well enough. So
he's going.
Disregard me.
His ideology is around the framework of Pan-Africanism and is better and more in numbers. So that's how he's speaking about the division, right? Because he clearly said to me earlier when we were speaking, he was saying how, it's more in numbers and that this division between FBA and immigrants and all the stuff like that, and pretty much white being the majority in the country is like we're pretty much taken away from our numbers. So that's why he's talking about this. And I find this funny because, you're talking about Russian bots and stuff like that and using, using people to harp on division and stuff like that and ops. But what about the ops that we have here, right? Like, prime example, Byron Donaldson is an op. He's a whole op. Like, he literally made it known that a lot of the things that Black Americans, this particular ethnic group, is advocating for, he's against. And he said verbatim that he doesn't think that reparations is needed, especially if his Jamaican mother don't get it. So you don't consider that a op?
I never said I didn't.
Yeah, I think.
Let's say he is a op. Do you think that it benefits foreign agents to support his cause if they want to divide America?
Yes, I think it does because if you have people who still hold allegiance to their country, why wouldn't it be a benefit for them?
I mean, I never said I'm a Pan-Africanist. I don't even know the ideology enough to say I was. If I might be saying some of the stuff that they say, but that doesn't make me a Pan-Africanist.
Okay. I mean, I felt that you were, because the Nasir from Egypt. That's the only time I've really heard about Pan-Africanism. No, I mean, I was just saying how, Pan-Africanism, their ideology is like pretty much just one big Black family, right? And that's what you was kind of explaining to me earlier about this one big Black family. And I said that, listen, Black excellence, I would love all Black people around the world to be good. But when it always talk about Black excellence, when it comes down to Black Americans, it's always framed as the detriment of the big Black family going down the drain. That was my biggest argument. Like, why when it comes down to Black Americans being excellent, that it's bringing us 10 steps back, but it's never looked at with other groups of black people. You literally made the framework that because Somalis was able to fucking scam $9 billion, that was somehow, some way a benefit for all Black people.
Never said that.
Sharon.
He said was them sending $9 billion over, blah, 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 blah. I said, I don't think that necessarily negative. He said, so you don't think scamming or stealing $9 billion is negative? And I said, oh, yeah, stealing, yeah. But if them just sending money over, which is what I thought he was asking in the first place, no, I don't think that someone sending $9 billion over is a net negative for America. Now, stealing the money is a completely different topic.
That's crazy.
But then he also asked you, how is that a benefit? And he asked you to explain how was it a benefit sending that money over to another country, a benefit for Americans or Black Americans.
Right.
Yeah, and I didn't get to say anything because we started talking about something else. However, there's definitely economics involved where the money goes over and then it's going to eventually come back and circulate back to the U.S. You can talk about the inflation.
But how does that help us now?
X, Y, and Z. They buy bonds, X, Y, and Z. Okay, so it helps us now because money over here less money over here means less money spent over here, which then lowers inflation because there's less money in circulation in the U.S., so it goes over there.
Bro, you just made that shit up.
Whether you say what or not, it's economics. It's economics. You don't have to agree with it or not. It's a fucking fact.
That's not how economics works.
Okay.
You just made that shit up.
But the simple fact.
Would you tell me what happens when the money supply in the country is lower because someone sent money over? Tell me that impacts inflation. Because as far as I knew, inflation was connected with the M2 money or supply. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about the fucking circulation of money. Maybe my economic theory is wrong.
But I'm not just saying AR, but you got to think about the long run. The simple fact that we're in a situation that we are today is because we are not making nothing in this fucking country. Because everything is being made in majority of our export is what we use. We don't have those
from making. Okay, all right, because y'all not having a conversation now.
We make a bunch of shit in this country. People say this shit because they hear Trump say it.
Hold on, I'm talking. Hold on. We need to calm it back down so we can actually have a discussion. I do not understand, to be honest, why people are upset that the FBA movement is moving in a direction of notoriety, right? It's getting notarized a little bit more, which is going to give it more power that we can have our people getting people in because they are voting in our best interest. They're getting policies done in our best interest. It's a little weird to me that we're trying to act as the powers that be recognizing it is a problem. That is weird to me. It's only going to keep getting bigger as long as we back it up. And we keep on trying to divide ourselves and say, no, we can't let other people. I don't understand that. It's not how things get done.
Your whole platform is division. Foundational Black American is the name is division. So what are you talking about?
No, it's not. That's wrong for you to say that shit.
Hold on. It's nothing wrong with us dividing ourselves from people that do not want to see us move in a proper position. So therefore, if we only have 6% of each other that is moving in the right direction, 100% of that 6% moving in the right direction is better than 13% not being together at all.
Oh, and something else, because when
I'm
gonna go back in a second, but I want to say before I forget, when the Caribbean dude came on, because I don't know if you guys said it before I got on, but you didn't make the you didn't differentiate between immigrant and tether when I was on and we were talking about it originally. So I think I'm more aligned. I get what you guys were saying when you guys were talking about that, but you guys didn't say that, or maybe I misunderstood or didn't listen or something, but I don't remember you guys saying that. As to the divisional comment, if you call someone a foundational American, you're already, it doesn't matter whether Black American or something else. The name is division. It's saying I'm a foundational. I was here first. I built this. You didn't. Right. X, Y, and Z. Excluding people. It's not
excluding
inclusive.
People. It's actually categorizing people, right?
And to categorize someone, you have to divide them from the rest of the group, correct?
Right, but it's not like. Oh, so first off, there was never any unity, right? These people are not a part of us.
Right.
And so how can there be division when there was never any unity?
In the first
I think, and that's where I think that I'm not educated enough on.
What's required for unity is like-mindedness, right?
Because 100% of the way.
What? But they're not like-minded.
And that's what MJ tried to bring up earlier. I asked for a study. Show me some studies, some Pew Research, something.
We don't need
that. I don't want to hear y'all pop out again. Don't want to hear y'all pop out. Don't want to hear you pop out.
I
don't want to hear y'all.
There ain't gonna be no study talking about like-mindedness between Africans or Caribbean people and Black American people. Actually, you know what? I'm lying. Okay, goddamn. What am I? Because I have it, but I got to figure out where I have it. But so back in say
like, tell me what it's about.
Hold on, I'm finna tell you if you shut the fuck up.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, all right. Now you got it. Okay. So back in during like segregation, when Black Americans could not buy homes in a lot of different areas, it's a paper talking about how Caribbean people were able to come over and buy homes, buy property in those areas and how they went about it, right? And so they themselves were talking about how they didn't want to, they were trying to distance themselves from us. There was a paper about a Caribbean person in the 60s talking about how they want to distance themselves from us, right? Lupita Nyong'o, you could go Google this, of several years ago, talking about how she didn't even know she was Black until she came over to America, right? Because they don't even see themselves as Black people because they're in places where everybody Black, right? So
Well,
that's not right. So we are not like-minded at all. And as somebody who travels extensively throughout the Black world, we are not like-minded, right? I used to be a Pan-Africanist until I saw like, oh no, we never gonna be. They can't even get on the same page with each other in the same country, right? And so how are they going to come and be in lockstep with us? Y'all got to understand the mindset of people when they are coming from a place where you are trying to eke out a living, trying to eke out an existence, right? When you are in survival mode, you out there trying to, make $1 for the day so you can eat or feed your family. That's very different than being over here in the comfort we have, right? Because when you have to get out there and do all that hustling, it makes it to where A, you can spot an opportunity, but B, you got to be able to exploit that opportunity. And so they always looking for an opportunity to exploit. And that's why a lot of them are known for scamming.
Okay, and this is where I push back a little bit on
you can push back, but you don't have to be able to provide the source of your pushback.
Okay, well,
so now what do you know about these people?
Based off my own personal experience.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. What do you know about these people?
Right,
so now
I want to say everybody doesn't really have that that hustle mentality. A lot of the people in these countries are very simple people. I will admit that, yes, they are not used to a comfortable life, but a lot of them don't really have that hustle spirit. A lot of them are very simple. Like if you go to all these different countries, they live in their village. They're not hustling, like they're just getting by, but they're not really like hustle. Now there are people in the cities, people who come out of the bigger cities, but there's a lot of village people who don't hustle.
No, they do, right? Because when you go to those villages, the first thing they're doing is asking you to donate something to them, right? And that's the thing. Whenever we go to Black, okay, hold on.
That's not hustling.
Okay, that is hustling because again, when you go, it's not limited to that. Right? Okay, so first off, tell me where you've been. Okay, so tell me where you've been, sweetheart.
I've been to a few countries in the Caribbean. I've been to different countries in Africa. I went to Nigeria, Ghana, and South
I know
Africa.
You saw it there. Give me a break, lady.
I'm being honest. I went to Ghana and South Africa.
Okay, and so did you not see it in Ghana? Did you go to the slave castles in Ghana?
I went to the city in Ghana and I seen a more hustle and bustle attitude. Yes.
Did you go to the slave castles in Ghana?
I didn't go to the slave castles.
Oh, okay.
Ma'am.
Okay, so you were in what, Accra, and then some little villages surrounding Accra?
Yes. That's my
okay.
experience.
Maybe, yeah. So in Accra,
I didn't travel the whole of Ghana. No, I never claimed I went to every square
inch. Went to the villages outside of Accra. Yeah, even the kids beg, right? They come up and that's why they tell you, bring candy with you because the kids are going to be pulling on you and begging. They're known for being very aggressive in Ghana and especially in Nigeria. Okay, you gonna talk over me or what, baby?
They're hustling for candy. I just want to make sure
are you going to talk over me or what?
I want to make sure I understand.
Okay, so but don't. Okay, but you can't understand if you're talking when I'm talking, right? That's probably why you don't understand. So, no, they tell you bring candy because what the kids are actually asking for is money to eat, right? Even in Cape Verde, I was just out at the beach laying around. It was some kids. 3 little boys came up and started speaking Portuguese to me. I said, "Oh, I only speak English," and they were saying food. They wanted food. I had a pizza that I had only taken 2 slices of. I said, "Y'all want this pizza?" They ate the pizza. But they're always begging. The kids, they get the kids on it. They start learning this shit early, right?
So the kids, you consider them exploiters.
Hold on. Let me try.
So you're calling the kids exploiters and
I didn't call it. Where did I say exploit? Where did I say exploiter, sweetheart? About
you said that when you were earlier. You said that that's what they do.
I said that they have to know how to exploit.
And now you're using children as an example.
Let me help you out.
You're using children as an example.
I can hear you, Sharon. I can hear you.
No. Let me let her listen from the comments.
Children.
I need to have an understanding.
Andrea,
what is your idea? What does the hustle mean to you?
The hustle, when she brought up scamming and stuff like that,
They
that
do scam.
exploitative, yeah, I'm not saying they don't, that exploitative nature, wanting to take something that you didn't earn, wanting to get over on somebody, that's what I think of.
Right. And so when you shop in Ghana, did they not tell you anytime they give you a price to divide it by 3 and that's what you offer them? They didn't tell you that?
Tell me that. No.
Oh, okay, well then you was getting fucked, baby. You need to go over there with better people.
Wow.
But Siobhan, go ahead and check your cash out.
So let me understand, Andre. If somebody is begging for $1 street, you don't consider that hustling?
A child, no.
Why? Because of the
only way it would be hustling is if they were misrepresenting themselves as poor. Like if they're really just a normal person. To me, in my opinion, if you're actually broke and you're begging, I don't consider that hustling. But if you're finessing and pretending, yeah.
Hold on, no. So hustling, can you hustle in a legal way?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so therefore hustle doesn't necessarily only have to be illegal, correct?
I didn't say anything about illegal. I said misrepresenting yourself. It's not
Right,
illegal to lie. It's not illegal to lie.
Andrea, I don't understand why I can't answer questions, right? It's
because
okay.
They don't make
so what I'm saying is that you trying to say scamming is the only part of hustling. You say if that young person is doing something dishonest, and then that would be hustling. If they are poor,
in my opinion,
that means that they're not hustling. So again, can you legally do something honestly and
not
hustle?
when they're pulling on you? And not when they're not taking no for an answer. This is the thing. Or when they doing shit. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sharon.
Yeah. So, go ahead, Andre. Please explain to me how you can hustle in.
Can I get my full thought out? Because I'm kind of neurodivergent, so I don't really like. Can I just get my full thought out?
You wouldn't let me get mine out.
Go ahead, get your full thought out. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, what I would consider
slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Damn.
That's so rude.
Bye, girl.
So again, so they tell you
let me just let everybody know it's $20 to bring Andrea back, or she could bring herself back with $20 herself. Go ahead, Diva.
Okay, so they tell you bring candy, right? Because they're going to be asking you for money, and if you start passing out money, if you give one kid some money, you're gonna be surrounded by children, and they are fairly aggressive, right? The other thing is they do things to mislead you or to, scam you. So when I was coming out the slave castle, a man said, "Hey, I got a seashell for you, which I'm gonna put your name on it. It's free." And then he shoved it into my hand and then started asking me, "What can you give me? What can you give me?" And so I just gave him back the seashell and told him to get the fuck out of my face. You have to be very, because they think you owe them something damn near. But that's just the mentality. It's people on the street trying to sell shit. Yes, you have to be able to get out there and get it. And so people who are in survival mode are going to have a very different mentality than people who are more comfortable and who don't have to try to eke out an existence.
And what does this got to do with the immigrant? I mean, what does this got to do with the children born in America from immigrant parents, or even the ones that are over here?
Your parents raise you. Your parents raise you, and so they instill that stuff in you. They be over here scamming too.
I personally, when I went to Italy and I went to Rome, what you're talking about definitely happened, and they were African. And if you go to Paris, you see the same shit. Them on, go to Eiffel Tower, you'll see them have a whole bunch of shit on the floor. Or on the street, not on the street, but on the sidewalk and stuff, trying to do similar stuff to what you're talking about. I've never seen that in the U.S. And so I don't see it. I don't see the correlation you're making.
So it takes a different form in the U.S., right? Because there are more resources in the U.S. So it take the form of what happened with the Somalians up in Minnesota. It take the form of when they busted that nursing school and had to go and find all the people all across the country because they had fake nursing degrees, right? It takes the form of them sharing nursing credentials and having 3 or 4 people work off them one credentials. It takes the form of Target having to fire a bunch of motherfuckers and get rid of a program they had for their employees, a bereavement benefit they were giving their employees, $700 if you have a death in your family. These motherfuckers created one obituary and was passing it around. A bunch of damn Nigerians. So please miss me with the bullshit. Like, I don't see the correlation. They a bunch of fucking scammers.
Because how is that any different than what people like white supremacists will say the same shit about welfare in the black community? And
no, that's not people, welfare is a benefit that the country that you get for being a citizen.
Yes, but selling EBT for
that's
cash
not
is
the
not.
same. Going and getting EBT is not the same as falsifying birth degrees and putting people's lives in danger. What are you talking about?
Selling it for is that fraud? Do you get EBT and that's a card versus cash?
It's a card, right?
Okay, and it's for specific things. Now, people will sell that for cash to buy other things. Is that scamming the system?
So what?
That's my point. Is that everybody does it no matter where you look? That's just what white supremacists will say about the book. Okay, so that's fine. That's fine. I will give another example. I will give other examples. That's fine. I will give other examples. This is open source. This is open source. That's fine. That's fine. I will give another example. That's open. This is open source, so I'm not saying anything crazy. U.S. nuke scandal, 34 officers accused of cheating. January 15, 2014. This is AP News. So they were cheating on their test to become officers and do the nuclear shit. Okay, so is that scamming to you? Is that cheating? Is that the same mentality?
They cheated. Yeah.
Okay,
and
so
a bunch of them was probably Nigerian.
They're not Nigerian. They're not. Okay. Yeah, I don't know who the 34 officers were. Maybe they were all Nigerian.
Right.
Respectfully.
Respectfully.
Yeah, I bet you they were mostly white though.
White people like to scam and lie too.
And that's where I was about to go with it. So then you go broke versus rich. You talk about, or not you, but people will talk about how rich people are scamming. What's the term I'm looking for when you're already in a position and you help your children get in that nepotism or whatever? Is that not scamming the system?
No, nepotism isn't scamming the system. No, nepotism isn't scamming.
Here's the problem.
I think it kind of
hold on. Here's
not
the
nepotism.
problem.
I'm sorry.
You got to have something to give to them.
Hold on. When white people do it, they do not assimilate as black people. So when white people do it, it affects white people.
No, it don't. It affects everybody.
I'm talking about. Oh my god.
All right. He's just being argumentative. Like that's just not.
So
real.
Here's the thing, right? So whether or not.
Yeah.
So the only problem I have.
I'm not. I'm still. I guess I'm just. What you guys are saying is going over my head or something. I'm still not.
No, you just being a
because you're not.
You just have.
Because you're not black.
Yeah, I'm bitten. That's the issue.
It's possible.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Because you're not black.
Yeah, I mean, sure. If that's the cop out you want to get.
Allowed you to get up here and
you can kick me off
in the conversation. No,
you got the power. You got the power, Diva.
Oh my god. No, my problem is that when we have the conversation and we frame it as, oh well, somebody else do it, somebody does that. The point of the fact is, are we really against these things, or are we only against it because a certain person do it? Because that's what it kind of leads to, right? It's like, I'm against scam, but you're not really against scam. You're just against scam because it's this person or that person. You know what I'm saying? But here's my argument with that. With you, AR, because you want to identify that yes, white people and all that stuff do it too, and all that stuff, or other people do it too. My big thing is that what is the benefit? You tell me what is the benefit for Black Americans? Leading this back to the conversation, what is the benefit for Black Americans for these other races or group to do that under the umbrella of being Black? What is the benefit?
Before you answer, AR, because I know you can hold the thought, let me just read the super chat.
About to be a situation.
Go ahead, Diva.
All right. Kelvin Cook, 6670, $5. Everybody hates the black man, but every race of women wants a black man. What? Why is that? I thought we was broke dusties and deadbeats. You are, sir. You are.
Goddamn.
Yogi Fish, 4721, $10. Respect. RESPECT. Thank you, sir. Mr. DJ Music. Hey, Mr. DJ Music. $2. My reparations donation. Thank you, sir. Elite Bell Zo 1. Hey, girl, hey. Thank you for the $5 super sticker. L5261, $5. The Russian boys that AR is talking about were stationed in Africa. Right. AR is just chatting at this point.
Damn.
It's them other people coming out of them.
Damn.
Uniquely stunning with the 20 ball. Here's some more money. Laugh out loud. Never had to beg a day in my life. Your Nigerian daddy probably did it for you.
Oh, Lord.
It's good. It's all done now, baby.
And you can use that 20 to bring yourself back if you like. This link is still there. So go ahead, AR. Hopefully you remember your statement.
No, I don't even remember the question.
Oh, Lord.
The question was, how's it benefit? How is it a benefit? So, like, if you're if you want to talk about,
I don't know if I just feel like I'm lost. Like, I'm still not understanding. I don't feel like I was arguing whether something was a benefit or because someone else does it that it makes it okay. I think I was more so trying to say, like, it's not inherent to these people is what I was saying. It's inherent to humans to do these things. I don't know. I don't know, man.
No, it's because the fact is that your argument that you said delineation from the beginning is detrimental, and you said it is detrimental for the black family, right? Now, my argument is if it's okay for people to identify and benefit from their ethnic group, you have to explain to me how is that beneficial for the whole black family. You can't just point out why you feel is a negative. You can't just point out why you feel is a negative and don't feel like why it. And tell me what is the benefits as a collective.
I think I get it.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, for example, because you made the argument about, I made the argument about in reference to the Somalis, right? Somalis was able to get $9 billion. They were able to build up their community in Minnesota. How did that benefit black people? How did that benefit black Americans in any form of fashion? Yeah, they're getting a spotlight put on them. And however, whether I feel whether or not it's completely justified, that's here or there. But how did that benefit black Americans before they got the spotlight put on them about the scam situation?
I don't think necessarily the Somali stuff in Minnesota benefit the black community at large, just because Somalis were doing it or anything. So I don't think that's what I'm saying or trying to say or whatever. So I think we're in agreement on that. And I think I said earlier that there's going to be times, plenty of times, where the black community, quote unquote, foundational black Americans want to do something, and black immigrants, wherever they're coming from, want to do something or have ideas about something, and they conflict. My position earlier was, can you show me studies? And PhD brought up the Caribbean stuff, which I'm really interested in, because my line of thinking has been, up until she brought that up, was essentially, you come over here, the law is black or white, more or less. You either fall under black or you fall under white. And if you fall under black, whatever it says you can't do, you can't do. So when she's talking about the Caribbeans, I assume down in Florida, coming over here, and they somehow were not falling under black, and so they, the law says black people can't do this, but somehow Caribbeans were able to say they're not black, so they were able to do certain things. I would love to learn about that stuff. I'm not versed in it, and as far as I'm aware, everything was pretty much how I just stated it. You was black, you couldn't do certain things. You was, whatever. So I'm interested in that. And when it comes to the communities voting differently or whatever, you guys are like the immigrant versus tether. When you guys or Sharon explained it, like it started making a little bit more sense to me. I asked you earlier, like if 90% of these people, if 90% of black immigrants vote the same way as the black community, then why are you making an enemy out of them? That was kind of my position. And so that's why I want to see studies on how they vote and whatnot.
Okay, but that's what I'm trying to say is that I don't think, okay, maybe we do need to see stats on it, because I don't believe that 90% of them is in line with what exactly the black community, okay. So, all right. So I thought you was being like literal. So yeah, I don't think, but yeah, I'm going to go against that because of the simple fact from my anecdotal experience being a New Yorker and knowing all these different communities. And literally Brooklyn or no, Sharon would tell you, East New York, you know what I'm saying? You know, like literally Eastern Parkway is straight like Little Caribbean right there, right? So again, we see these pockets of communities being brought up, helping and benefiting their culture, their ethnicity, their heritage, keeping that, you know, whatever, even to the point where their businesses is literally in their language, and everything that they have over from their country is for them because that's what they want to eat. They, you know, they want to keep that heritage, right? My point is that when Black Americans decide to say, okay, we're going to do something that is specifically for us, why it always get framed back into the notion that by Black Americans doing something that specifically is for them is somehow detrimental to all Black people's excellence and performance in the world. And it makes me feel like it's a psyops at this point for Black American when it comes down to Black excellence to always be put at the backside, and that everybody else has to be perceived excellence, and that's good for everyone. It's like the same trickle down type of mindset, which I find it very weird. I find it strangely odd, right? You know, I can say, hey, I want Black excellence and I want to see Black excellence all over the world, but I definitely want to see Black excellence and the known Black excellence for my Black American people should be out there in the forefront, especially if we work for it.
MJ, can I get a clarifying question?
Sure.
Okay, so is what you're essentially saying that it's one thing that when everybody's classifying us all as Black, regardless of what's going on, but the minute we try to do something that's basically based on foundationally Black people, all of a sudden now it's a psyop issue and everybody has a problem with it?
Yes, that's what it's starting to feel like to me because again, so many different other communities has respectfully, you know, aligned with their ethnicity and their heritage. And it was never looked at as that's taking away from the big Black family, you know, unit, right? If anything, it's always looked at as if Nigeria grows, that's good for Black people. If Ghana grows, that's good for Black people. If the Caribbeans grow, that's good for Black people. But if Black Americans grow, that's not good for Black people. That's divisive. It's division.
I think it's more
crazy.
like if the growth is the foundation of the growth is by excluding other people. So you're talking about these, like, you know, I'm not from New York, and where I'm from didn't really have these pockets of, you know, Hispanic are a big, you know, usually a big group wherever they are. So like besides Hispanic areas having a lot more stores named and Espanol or whatever the case may be, there wasn't these little Italies or little whatever else you guys have in you know, Chinatown or anything like that. Like that's really like, I feel like LA, maybe Philly has that shit too, in New York, but like that's not everywhere. I mean, Miami maybe does have some other stuff too, but that was my experience growing up. So I don't know this type of stuff where I can't go somewhere because Nigerians say I can't. I don't have that experience.
Are you near a major city?
Are
you near a major city?
Yeah, Charlotte doesn't have that shit.
Okay. So Charlotte doesn't have a Little Korea or a Chinatown anywhere in Charlotte?
No.
Not that I'm aware of.
Hell no. Nowhere in the state are you going to find a little Italy, Korea, go to Raleigh.
I'm in Raleigh right now. That's a minor thing. Hold on. AR, would you be considered a foundation Black American?
You're trying to catch me lacking, huh?
AR,
that's cool.
Would
That's
you
cool.
be considered a foundational Black American?
What's a foundational Black American?
You have descendants from slavery.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Do we really like? Okay.
I was gonna say, didn't Diva say yesterday that it has to be based on your maternal side?
Nah. They were talking about like how we would determine who could get reparations, but like to be an FBA, it could be on either side.
Okay. So yesterday I fucked up because I thought you were saying we would determine it based on your maternal side. So you'd have to be able to. And I remember I was going to ask you yesterday, Diva, what do you consider about the missing millions? Like, how do we determine people who come from those lines?
What's the missing millions?
It's people who were secretly traded. It's people that were present within America, but they were not legally traded slaves. or they were escaping or stolen.
It is what it is. We cannot have 100% of everything. Like, it is what it is. This whole idea that we even having arguments about the few people that's going to get slighted out of it is insane to me.
No,
it's some people that's
I'm not
some people
arguing
be able,
I'm just saying, like,
some people are going to be
those
able to
still
scam.
considered
Some people are not. Some people are going to be rightfully not able to get any. That's what's going to happen. But majority of the people that suffer from it is going to benefit, and that's what we need to focus on. Not the few that's going to scam, and not the few that that we can't justify to get it. That's not what it's ever been about. No matter what system you bring about, somebody is going to find a way to scam it.
Do you guys think that immigrants should pay reparations as well?
What the fuck? We said the government is the one that's going to pay.
If we're talking about taxpayers, then absolutely, right? Because they came over here to benefit from everything that we had already laid the foundation for. So absolutely, pay in.
Okay. So how far back does it go?
It doesn't matter. Hold on.
I can't ask questions about the ideology without you getting offended.
Hold on. Why does that matter?
Because I don't know the ideology. I want to know where your guys' headspace is.
Why does it matter is what I'm trying to understand. Like,
it doesn't necessarily have to matter to anything to the argument. It matter the fact that I want to know.
Hold on. If the government owes something and we get reparations for what we owe from the government, it doesn't matter what day, time, and all that shit. It happened because slavery happened, and those people that is affected by slavery through their heritage needs to get paid their reparations. That is that.
That's great. So he just brought up the question about, the missing millions or whatever the people came in at.
Yeah, but
the people that came in after and whatever, you were like, it doesn't matter. Forget them. Who cares? Like,
correct.
You're willing to analyze who deserves it and who gets it. And I'm just asking you, who do you guys have that same?
We will use the same
paying it. So
the same people that
how far back does the immigration line go that deserves reparations? Is it only slavery era, or is it also Jim Crow?
No.
Is it all? So not Jim Crow.
Again, we said it's very specific. Why are we trying to ask questions that have nothing to do with it? It's very specific. So you cannot add anything else. Don't try to add Jim Crow. Don't try to add redlining. It is very specific. If Japanese people can get it, if goddamn the small hat people can get it, if the Native Americans can get it, why we question if we can get it? It doesn't make any sense. They all got it for whatever their reason is, and nobody says and better allies, even though we know for a fact it have $5 Indians. And nobody bats a fucking eyelash and say, well, what about the $5 Indians? No. I don't give a fuck if they do scam. The majority of the people that needs to get it needs to fucking get it and stop trying to question when it comes to us.
So what happens when someone questions it when it comes to anybody?
AR, I had an idea.
Y'all don't question shit. Y'all sit up there and the immigrants have to pay reparations, but y'all won't say shit when America giving out billions and trillions of dollars to these other groups of people in other countries, right?
I think y'all should get it in stocks.
Shit too, right? Baby, I'm not talking to you. Why are you speaking over me?
I was just speaking.
I don't think I could
speak over you even if I tried.
Okay, but again, it's rude to speak when somebody else is speaking. Nobody's gonna, and like you just said, nobody ain't gonna even be able to hear you, baby, because I got a big mouth. So I'll let you talk, but please let me talk as well. Can we do that?
Absolutely.
All right. So yeah, AR.
Someone compare me to Drake. That's offensive. That's just fucked up, man.
Yeah, is Drake cuter than you? Let me see. Turn on that camera.
Hold on. What if I'm cuter than Drake? Then does that give more weight? Does that give more or less weight to my argument?
PhD Diva, who's cuter? Blake Griffin or Drake?
That was a good one.
Blake Griffin is really ugly to me, so I'm gonna go Drake. Even though I don't think Drake is that attractive. I don't think Drake is that attractive, but Blake Griffin is just really, really ugly to me.
Blake Griffin was kind of a bad example. What about like Ben Simmons or Clay? No, maybe not Klay Thompson, but like Ben Simmons.
Klay Thompson is really ugly to me.
Well, hey, man, it is what it is.
Oh, you a high yellow ass nigga. That's what it is.
I'm light skinned, yeah, for sure.
Wait,
with a
AR,
haircut,
is Clarence
Ben
Thomas
Simmons
considered?
look okay.
Oh, sorry.
He kind of pale though.
Hey, they calling you Drake Griffin.
Oh, come on, man.
Oh shit! You need some.
Hey, AR,
now, that's it.
would you consider Clarence Thomas a foundational Black American?
It don't matter. It don't matter.
No,
so I don't know where he's
because he's a Black man that's allegedly against Black interests, right? So
I don't know where
if
he's
we're gonna,
from, but I assume, like, if you, based off of what you guys are defining as foundational Black American, I don't know what his lineage is, but assuming his parents, grandparents, and so on came from slavery, then yeah, he'd be a foundational Black American by definition.
So you can be a foundational Black American without being for Black causes, quote unquote.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I want to confirm.
But I'm not. But
yeah,
that's what they're. That's what they're saying. Which I don't.
I just wanted to add something.
That well.
Go ahead, Andrea.
The AR is white.
No, I just wanted to say, I think if y'all did it in like stocks, right? Like y'all got the reparations in stocks. I know a lot of people get rich off stocks. And then that way, if some people did feel like, oh, we were in the civil rights, or they just feel like they had more of a claim, whoever feels like you can allocate it like that. It's just a suggestion. I hope it's not offensive. I'm just saying people are getting rich off stocks and it will build on itself. And that way I heard somebody mention, oh, some people are going to misuse their money. Well, if they take out the money early, it's going to get taxed. So they're less likely to do that. And it's more likely to become generational wealth. That's all I was going to say. I hope that's not offensive.
Here's the issue with using it as stocks,
I really do.
If you do it as stocks without teaching people how to do stocks or what stocks mean, you're basically giving a bunch of unknown money to a bunch of.
I think they can get the hang of it easily.
So have you ever?
So hold on. The problem with it is disrespectful. Give me my money. Don't worry about how I'm spending it.
Right.
Yeah, it's like welfare. Okay. It's like welfare. Like give it to them. Stop doing cards and shit.
Before you add welfare into it, if you owe me something, it doesn't matter how I spend it once you give me what you owe me.
No, I just think it's more valuable.
I want to, so I don't need you to say, hey, I'm giving you your money back, but this is how you should spend the money that I'm giving you back, even though it's just, no, you don't get the chance to tell me any of that. Just cut the check and I'll go ahead and buy Benzes, 24-inch rims. I'm definitely ain't buying no Honda.
You can do that with stocks too.
I ain't buying no Honda. I'm buying me a goddamn Hellcat and I don't be burning it up until I crash into a goddamn pole. Oh well.
Andrew, the thing
with stocks too.
The thing with stocks is that stocks go down just like they go.
No,
it's not. It doesn't make sense because one, to Sharon's point, let people spend money the way. The same thing, in my opinion, with welfare. You have all these middlemen to figure out how the money should be divvied up and who can spend it on what. People know.
Okay.
Generally, what the best thing to spend money on is for them and for their family. So doing all this middleman shit, all it does is create all these externalities that cause more issues and cost more money. It's stupid.
So you're saying people
that is absolutely not true. I don't know
think people created serious generational wealth off stocks.
No, they do. But when it comes to stocks, it goes up and it goes down.
Hold on. Let's slow down. Hold on. Let's slow down. Majority of people do not ever get a chance to have any generational wealth. That is just a propaganda term to get people down in the first place. Get the fuck out of here with this generation.
You can get rich in your lifetime too. You can get rich in your lifetime too, but okay. I know y'all don't want to hear that.
Yeah, but getting rich and generational wealth is two different things. It is just a saying that they use against black folks.
Okay,
I'm going for generational wealth to try that shit on somebody. No,
I didn't.
Like most people that is investing in stocks, they got $1,000 in stocks. Majority of people do not have tens of $1,000s in stocks.
Right.
But if they gave you that much,
I'm going to get rich. If you invest in stocks, it's going to take you 20 to 30 years to ever see a dollar where you could consider yourself rich. And by that time, normally, it's about time for you to die. Damn.
That's not.
I guess it was a bad.
And it's worse because people who do use stocks that don't know how to do with it are consistently losing more money in the stocks than they put in.
She's not talking about. She's talking about ETFs. Huh? She's not talking about individual stocks. She's just saying put in S&P 500. It's implied. It's implied.
This is the crazy part. Hold on. We are talking about the majority of people. we cannot keep adding in the minority of people that figured out a way to do it and act like that's what majority of people are going to do. It's just not going to happen. It's not a realistic conversation to talk about the generational wealth. It's just not realistic. We are literally in an economy where people don't have $400, and y'all talking about they're going to get rich off of stocks, putting $20 in.
Well, she's talking about the reparation check.
I'm talking about like hundreds of thousands.
Okay,
that would.
So, I have a question for you then. If you give $200,000,
I do not want to major in something minor that we know is not going to
work. Okay, that's fair.
Well, that's his opinion.
That's fair. Then let's just move on.
Just give me my fucking money. Give me the money. Give me
I got a question for the
money.
panel.
Right.
If they've been giving tellers and immigrants money for hundreds of years, why do y'all keep trusting the same people to give us our reparations?
I don't know, but that's what we're gonna trust to do. So
Sean ain't shit.
So you know what I'm saying?
We
so,
need that shirt. SAS. Sean ain't shit.
So no, we're not gonna put it in any kind of trickery, no stocks, no none of that. It's no, give me the money. That is it. And however, I don't give a damn. We give it to a crackhead and he bought a bunch of crack. It is what it is. I heard they smoking crack in Popeyes now. It is what it is.
They are.
Who is they? The employees?
No,
all of the above.
It was no, it was just a random customer. He went in Popeyes and he light up his crack right there. He's like,
that is crazy.
And ate some chicken. I was like, God damn, that's crazy as hell. I didn't even know crack was still
audacity.
I didn't even know you could still buy crack. Like, God damn.
Right.
But regardless, you know, it happened, and he was a tether too.
But I bet they called him black.
Oh shit! But you know what I'm saying. So, and I think we just got to get to the point that anytime that black people are moving in a proper direction, we get a certain kind of recognition that we cannot now deem that as a negative. Anytime a black person or a black movement starts to move, it always is get something negative. We know they only scamming. Everybody's gonna be Dr. Umar Johnson. They try to make Tariq Nasheed. Hey, look, he was pimping, he was rapping. They try to find every which way they can to negate any kind of black movement whatsoever. Literally, that is the issue. Even when we get in recognition, like, oh, hey, listen, I don't agree with everything they say, but the fact that you know who we are shows that you are paying attention to us. So that means that they are paying attention. That means we could get things done. And so if we do have a politician that is attempting to run for something, and he's saying, hey, yeah, I got this faction in whatever in Florida to back me up, and we can start showing that we could get people elected, that's going to also move the needle more. Everything is step by step. So we cannot just jump straight into getting reparations done. We got to slowly get there. And so,
do you think that oh, my bad.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. My bad.
So everything is a step in the right direction.
Can I ask this AR guy a question? He keeps talking against the black community. Like, what are you signing for? Because you're a half breed. Like,
wait a minute. The lady that you kissing in your profile picture is full breed.
She's a
hey yo.
She's
ain't your babies a half breed?
Yeah, I agree. My son don't.
That's a crazy way to refer to your kids. Half breed is crazy, bro.
I actually agree with you.
Is that offensive?
I don't know. I just feel like breed is kind of like animalistic. You know, you talk about.
Okay, so how should we call you? Because I do use that word. So let me take that out.
No, I just
that nigga mulatto.
It's got to be something a little more jazzy than biracial. Now, what can we call you?
He a mulatto.
I think biracial is kind of cool. You know, mixed. You know what's crazy is I didn't put two and two in my head together that mixed could mean other than black. Like in my head, up until like last year, so I told someone I was mixed. They were like, mixed. Like, what does that mean? I was like black and white. And I understood that you could be black and Puerto Rican or something like that. But for whatever reason, I guess just growing up, I always said mixed, and that meant black and something else. So I'm
mixed is too bland. It's too vanilla, right? We need something with a little to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm
let
telling
you
you,
know,
mulatto,
okay,
man.
we see
That's
you,
your
but
game.
you better stay in
I
your
think they
place.
rejected mulatto a while ago.
Nah, bro, bring it back, AR. I'll support you. You
Bring it
hear
back. I
me?
appreciate. Hey, I'm whatever you guys want to call me. I don't
Mulatto,
really.
it used to be anything that was dark
think
skinned.
as a father, I just think
Colored.
as a father calling your
White.
kid a half breed is kind of crazy.
White.
But maybe that's just me.
Yes, you're white.
All
Okay,
right,
can we settle on white?
Yeah,
all right,
because
see,
look
now
at his
you're getting
ideologies.
offensive again.
He's coming from a white colonizer point of view. Like I can't look. He talks like this. Trump's gonna get us politics, and we're gonna be okay in 2026. Like you blacks ain't gonna get nothing. Reparations, desperation. And Andrea, can you stay out of black folk business, please?
Oh,
I like you, I do.
Hey, yo, where is
But
this?
your
Where is
people
you
don't
coming
like my
from?
people.
Yo, chill, fam.
Your
Chill.
people don't
That's
like
okay.
my
That's how.
people, and
That's
it
how you
really
feel.
bothers me because y'all come
Someone
over
said
here
Muslims.
under the
That's
guise
crazy.
that
What
you're gonna
people
make
don't
black
like your
people.
people?
American mama. Ain't your mama Black American, Andrea?
Yes, but but I want to hear what he's saying about my people.
Well,
Don't
have y'all
like.
You
ever
want to
seen a
hear this
broke
dude
African?
talk? Because I don't.
Have you ever seen a broke
Don't like.
African?
In Africa,
That
I
was
did. Yeah, when I
mad.
went to Africa, I did.
Exactly. Not in America, because over here they're rich.
No, the fuck they ain't.
That's
It's
not
some
what
people
the issue
driving
is.
Uber and
Right.
shit, taxis and shit. No, it's a whole lot of unrich
They'll put them in the
motherfucking
ghetto for a
Africans.
little bit, but then all of a sudden you'll see them in high rises, the
Nah,
suburbs.
See, I got a
okay, now
question
when
real
they
quick.
start scamming, that's when you see them there. But generally speaking, no.
I was gonna say you said my dad was a scammer. Okay,
Well,
it was
See,
home health.
PhD, the
Thank you
thing
very
is,
much.
I
they
did.
come over
I'm
here
standing
to
on
hate
it.
us.
All right,
And
CM,
to
what's
I'm a
get
your
rich.
single
He did home health.
motherfucker
So
and I'm
that's
standing
scamming.
on
Anybody
that
can do
shit.
home health. Just saying, just
So
throwing that
what
out
they're
there
really
and
fighting
get
for is
rich.
breaking the law.
I said anybody can do
PhD.
home health. By the way, just saying, and get rich.
Y'all, they're
Another
fighting for
idea.
breaking the law.
Yeah, but I know I done had some dealings with the home health Nigerians. Bitch, I was so scared. I went in there to sign up
Really?
for a family member, but then I was like, I can't do this because I
No,
would have
they
had to
treat
like
them
lie about
good.
something. And so then my other family member was gonna go do it, but I had gave them back the paperwork. And then when I left, I realized, oh shit, I put my social on one of them papers. Boy, I was scared as hell. I was checking my
Don't
damn
do
credit
that. Don't
every
do
day.
that.
I
Don't
got
do
another
that.
security
question for
monitor?
Andrea.
But they didn't scam you though. See, you have a
Is it
good story.
true
You have a
that
story of not getting scammed.
that
Thank
African
you.
women don't
Yes.
date black men?
Yes.
They're not
That's
allowed
not
to
true
date
at
black
all.
men. Is that true, Andrea?
That's not true at all.
You said, bro,
Can I?
That's
Can
not
I
true at all. There's
Hey,
plenty
look,
of
hold
them.
on, y'all. I need
Plenty of.
23 more likes. Can we get to that shit?
Yeah, even though I was called all these different names, let me make sure. Let me add another like too for both my sides. I like the vertical video too.
Ah, thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, don't even worry about it. Hey, CM, when's the last time you was locked up?
Oh shit.
Damn.
I'm just asking.
He said he go every year.
Was locked up?
Yeah, when's the last time you was locked up?
You said when was the last time I was locked up? Until
Yeah,
I
yeah.
learned contract law.
And then you stopped
So
getting
that's
locked
what
up?
this country's about. It's about contract.
And then you stopped getting locked up
Oh,
after you learned contract law?
Yes, and I bought my own house.
Okay,
too.
so you
wanna
stopped.
see it?
Okay,
wanna see
so
my
when's the
house and
last
my
time?
assets?
So when was the last time you was locked up? So you,
I
Wait,
can't see
how
that
many?
more than
you said you bought your own house and did what?
You want to see my house and my assets, my vehicles, my money? Do you want to see it? I can cancel.
No,
it.
we don't
You
want
have
to see your
both, so why are you
scamming shit, dude.
complaining?
All right, so
I've
hold
done
on,
this on my own
hold on,
without no
CM. So
benefits,
what do you do
Andrea.
for a living? Did that was already asked? What
He
you do for a
scams.
living?
So where are you getting at with this jail question?
Seymour Stacks. What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm actually like a co-owner of a construction company, and I have a very blessed family. I told you this yesterday,
So
but
you're
Hold
privileged.
on. What kind of
critique me.
construction you do?
I usually build like fences and decks, and like I do like installation, home renovation, pools.
You still do that now? You said used to.
I don't like doing them too. I like my skin. I'm an entrepreneur.
Okay, so what business do you have then?
That business, I
What
do
business?
other things. Like why?
You
What's
said
the
you
point?
used to do it.
No, I said I used to do it a lot more. Yeah, like I know the skills. Like
Okay, so what business now are you currently making money off of?
Why?
I'm just asking you a question.
What business are you making money off of?
YouTube. Now your turn.
Okay, I make money off my construction business where I go line out jobs.
But you said you're not doing it no more.
I didn't say that. I said I slowed down. You said I'm not doing it no more.
Okay, so are you doing? Do you have a job currently in construction?
I have my own company. I'm like.
Do you have employees?
Yes, I have a lead contractor who I give my jobs to, and I go line about jobs in the morning.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So you just get the jobs and then you sub them out, basically.
Yes, to the Mexican.
Not to a Mexican.
This nigga, yo, you're a terrible human being, Loki.
Well, I mean, I made a lot of money younger, so I understand financial literacy and proper business etiquette.
Mm-hmm.
So
why you was going to jail?
Well,
he came off from a well-off family, and he's still going to jail. I mean, that sounds like a failure.
No, that's not true.
You said blessed family. I don't know what the hell that meant.
Do you know
All
that?
right, so where you getting these contracts from?
What about the American and their contracts? You need to
Where
ask
where you getting these construction
Government
contracts from?
contracts?
people that call my company, my other people's.
And how do they find your company?
On Google, like do other job referrals to other customers.
Yeah, what's the name of the company?
It's called Esberg Construction. Why?
Who?
It's why do you like? What do you want to know the name of my company?
I'm gonna hire you.
You're gonna hire me? I live in Texas. You live in Texas?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I don't need a job though. But...
Oh, so you're not doing the work?
No, I'm saying I don't need a job. Like I don't need anybody to hire me. But if you got some jobs for me, you need some.
Yeah, you said you do decks, right?
Yeah.
Or what other kind of work you do?
I do fences, pools, I told you renovation, home installation.
You said you're the owner of
flooring.
Expert. You said that, right? Owner of Expert.
Yeah, I run it. Yeah, I run it.
Oh, you run it, and the one that was started in 2005.
Well, don't dox him.
What? I'm not doxing. He gave the information.
Somebody called. My bad.
Somebody
called me.
Oh no, it's cool. You said Expert Construction, the
I
one that was started in 2005.
Why are you worried about my business?
Just asking a simple question, bro.
My dad's on Motown. My nephew's in the NBA. My other co-family is Blueface and them.
Yeah, we understand that you came from we understand you came from a well-off family and you still fucked up.
We weren't well off at first.
We get that. We get. You don't have to give us the. We get that.
What's your point? What's your point?
Is this 2005 company the one that you said you found?
I lied.
Okay.
Like, get out my business.
Simple question, man.
Like, get off my dick. So, get back on politics and worry about whether Trump's going to save you or not from getting deported.
She seemed like a liar to me.
I don't
know what to lie for. Goofball.
Wait, do you have any vehicles?
Yeah.
I guarantee I have more vehicles than y'all.
I don't need a lot. Why do you think having a depreciating asset, Mr. Financial Literacy, why do you think having a depreciating asset is a brag?
How old are you?
Okay.
I mean, you want to know the company I own and what size shoe
I didn't ask you what company you own. I didn't ask you what size shoe you wear.
I mean, I just asked you how old you are.
Okay, that's cool. I don't talk to liars. That's the issue. It's like,
I have a question for you, Sharon. It doesn't bother y'all that these immigrants know politics better than American people? When the same thing has been repeatedly happening for hundreds of years, America has been immigrant first. And I see you about to chime in, Andrea, because it's kind of a guilt trip, but it really bothers me because I had to.
So what bothers me is that do you frequently go to channels and shows that you said is not growing?
Stop getting stop getting mad at me. I like talking shit.
Well, why you like talking shit about me?
I haven't talked shit about you yet.
You said my channel's not growing.
It clearly is growing. I'm here.
So why would you say that in my chat? You think that's going to help my chat? So if I was to go and write a review and say, I see why this company is not growing anywhere because they are a piece of shit, do you think that's helping your company or hurting it?
I have other ways to make money.
I understand that. But answer my question. Do you think that would be helping that particular situation or would it be hurting it?
Well, it depends on how financial literacy the owner is, like, and how
okay, so I'll need you to answer a question. Do you think that would be hurting the company or would it be helping it? Which one?
It depends.
Okay, why? So that's it. This is fucking insane. I do not understand what's wrong with y'all. I don't understand why people just cannot just stand on their decisions, bro. It's okay. I don't know. I've never been around so many men that are scared to say, yes, this is my position.
Yes, it will.
I don't get that shit. I asked a question and they started giving me a whole 10 10 paragraph essay. It's crazy to me. It's a yes or no. That's it.
I said yes.
Thank you. After me asking you 3 different times. Thank you.
Sean, do you think he works for a construction company because he's a felon?
I am a felon.
That is definitely the place. That is definitely the place to be for felons for sure.
But I guarantee I'm more than you.
He did say he's a felon, so I guess that answers it.
I'm a felon and I'm a gangster.
See, yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you, gangster. Hey, gangster, can you do something real gangster for me?
It depends if you're very polite.
All right. Can you please send me a 99-cent super chat, gangster?
Yeah, I have my people do it whenever I get with them.
All right, so go ahead, get with them and send me that super chat. Don't talk until you do. So
that's your boy.
Man, I can't believe we got stuck on. I had like 3 topics today. I didn't even get to my original thought of the whole goddamn. Damn. Interesting. I was going to talk about that goddamn school too.
What school?
Mm-hmm. The new school that I'm developing. So, but we gotta go to synagogue to do it. So this way, these men learn how to be husbands.
You for real?
Mm-hmm. Would you suggest some fellas to come to my school so they can learn how to be husbands?
Absolutely.
KT to go. Would you come to my school so you can learn how to be a proper husband?
Hell no. To the no. I said hell to the no.
You like being a horrible husband.
Oh, no, I take care of my family and my kids. I do a very good job of being
I never
a husband.
said you didn't. I said you like being a horrible husband.
Nah, I'm a very good husband. Well, I'm not. What I'm probably bad at is being a good, thoughtful person sometimes. Sometimes I'm callous, I'll admit. I don't have enough empathy for others.
Who taught you that?
You don't, all right, so you don't listen. You say what you say. You think that you're the only person that's correct.
Nah, that ain't true. I'm not even a human if I'm saying I'm always correct.
When have you been wrong on this platform?
Plenty of times. I've said it.
That's crazy. I haven't been wrong yet.
That was nasty work.
Oh shit. Crazy. Yo, Minnesota's just absolutely in shambles right now. But I did hear just got a good email. It said that the young man that got shot by ICE on December 31st, Mr. Keith Porter Jr., got his daughter set up a GoFundMe and it raised over $300,000.
Wow.
Nice.
You talking about the one in LA, the boy in LA? Right.
That actually happened in my hometown.
Boy, shut up. You're in Texas.
You can look me up. Just look at my company. I actually went to school at Kinterra Middle School. Elementary school in Reseda,
Oh, so now you want us to look up. Now you want us to look up your company.
What
No,
company?
you can look me up.
You said look at my company.
Well, I don't care, but you can look me up. But here's the thing:
All right.
I grew up in my.
What is
family.
your-
Hold on. Can you look up? Can you look up your partners that you're supposed to get up with to send my 99 cents, please? Thank you.
Bro.
All that goddamn talking.
So I'm the only one that got to like. I know it's money.
I
When
know,
speak,
but you're the only one. You're the only one on this panel that never supported. So go ahead and figure out a way.
I
to
just
support.
got here yesterday.
So what? What does that mean? You've been watching longer than you've been on the panel. So please, miss me with the
I've
bullshit.
never watched your show. I still don't watch your show.
I know. That's what y'all always say. Y'all always have plausible deniability. Sharon, he was shooting a gun in the air. He was told to put it down. Shot 3 times at the ICE agent and then got shot. What does that mean? I don't know what that. I don't know what that means.
Sound like he's saying it's self-defense. That's what it sounds like he's saying.
The person that told him to put the gun down was off duty.
What's that got to do with anything?
So therefore, if I got my gun in my hand and you look like a regular civilian, who are you to tell me to put my? See, you stop unmuting yourself until you send a goddamn Cash App or Super Chat. That's that. I'm done with this playing around with your broke ass. Figure it out. Send a Cash App or a goddamn super chat. One of those contracts you got, send it. Talking about these bad contracts. Boy, if you don't sit your goofy ass down, I'm tired of you motherfuckers acting like y'all supposed to be able to just do anything. Y'all don't want to support the very thing that is giving you a voice.
Let's go band for band right now.
Say
I
what?
got cash. Let's go band for
All
band.
right, so send it.
For cash, you got cash?
Send it.
Oh my goodness.
I like this gangster game. I want to join in.
Who carries around like who does that besides drug dealers? Why do you have loads of cash? You should have
niggas that like
invested
getting
somewhere.
robbed. Niggas that like getting robbed.
Exactly. Like, this is not the 1980s, bro.
So
like, what are you talking about?
This is not the first time we
I
brought
have
up Keith Porter, but it also goes to show that nobody actually cared when the breaches they happened, right? That's the whole reason why we brought him up the first time we brought him up. So that's the interesting part about the whole situation, and that's why it does matter who is doing all of this goddamn promoting and sorry, I lost my train of thought. I ain't gonna lie, I lost it. I seen some food in my face. I forgot everything I was gonna say. I'm hungry as hell. I ain't gonna
Bro,
lie.
I was trying to say the same fucking thing.
Ooh, look at that!
What old ass car is
look at that
that?
1997 key,
Bro, can you auto start your car for us?
Oh, hey, is that a fuck? That's a 98 Chrysler Sebring. Hold on, wait a minute. Who you steal that from? Oh, my nigga.
what is it? What's that? Camaro?
You said Sebring, I think.
Hey, why you showing off your baby mama stuff, bro? Come on.
You got a big body? I don't think so.
What you showing us?
You got a big house?
What you showing us?
Bro, that's not even your house.
That's not whose house
Like,
is it?
that's not your house.
Is it?
Okay, hold on.
Nigga,
hold
you
on.
don't believe in contracts. How do you have a house?
Hold on. What are you showing us, and why why are you showing us this? You
Very
already
smart.
told us that you live with your parents.
I'm just saying.
Hold on. I don't even know why you trying to act like that you built that.
Because I bought it. What are you talking about?
No, your parents bought it.
My what?
Your parents bought it. You already told us you came from money. You didn't buy that.
No, my parents didn't buy shit. I bought it.
Can you show us your
Well,
license
okay.
plate?
Now, yesterday you said that you were given that house, or given a house. I don't know if it's that house.
I bought the house from them. Like, I helped
You
pay
said
for it,
given
and they gave
yesterday.
it to me. That's different. I grew like where the guy got shot yesterday. I grew up out there in the Section 8 house. I didn't know my parents. Blueface is my people. I used his mom's address to go to Northridge Middle School. So I went to Kinterra Elementary School right down the street on Roscoe and Lindley. I'm from
you
there. I
ignorant,
have no reason to lie.
Yeah, he ignorant. You can tell by the way. Go ahead. Come on, let me see your face. Go ahead. We can show how ignorant he is. Shout out to my peoples. Shit.
Are you missing teeth?
Move the camera down, please. Move the camera down.
Yeah, go back to them teeth.
Hold on, let me-
Go back to them teeth, sir.
What do you want to see? I'm a
The
handsome
teeth.
guy.
Just smile. Show us your teeth, please. You got all that money. Show us your teeth.
Where you
My
at?
teeth?
Come back.
Show us your teeth with all that money you got, please.
Hey, let me shout out.
Thank you.
Ooh, he got them all. Let me see. You got them all. Let me see. Oh shit! Back up.
God damn.
I got all my teeth.
Ooh, Lord have mercy.
I got all my teeth. I'm not
Hell
no crackhead
yeah.
like y'all.
Hey, shout out to the cat that says I got
all
a
out.
dollar. Thanks
Okay.
as always. Thank you so much, beautiful. Always holding me down. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all that you do. Thank you so much.
See, when you got your own house, you can leave money everywhere.
Let me see it.
Baby,
Let
we
me
all
see it.
got our own house.
Let me
You
see it.
acting
Let me
like
see it. Let me see it. Where's that? Let me see.
My nigga, you are
money.
faking it.
Let me see the money. Let me see the money that you got.
He
in
got
your
his own
bathroom.
house with that
Hold
dirty ass
on, y'all.
mirror with a crack
see
in
the
it.
money that you got in your bathroom. Good. Why your money in your
That's
bathroom?
just one room where I got money.
Yeah,
at.
turn his
All right,
camera
let
off.
me
He
see it.
got drugs in the bathroom. He turned his
Let me
camera off.
see it.
That's
Where's
you want
that?
to go to my other bathroom?
No, just
Wanna
show
go
me
to
the
my other bathroom
money.
real quick?
Show me the money. Go
I
ahead.
want you
I
to
didn't
fix
see
that
it.
I
fucking
just
mirror.
showed you
Don't
the
you know
money.
it's
I
bad
showed
enough
you
to have a
the house.
broken mirror
I
in
might
your
know what I'm
house?
I
talking
did not
about.
see the money. Where is it?
I might know what I'm
Hey, you know a
talking
mirror
about.
costs like
I'm
$55,
only
right?
36 too. I'm only 36.
Yeah.
Damn,
Oh,
you
you're
look
younger than me.
only.
And wait, you're younger than me, and your baby mama's still fucking other people,
I have two baby
Oh.
mamas
and all of them are
because
fucking
women
other
want me to
people.
reproduce
Y'all
with them
saw
because
that filthy ass
I'm a
house?
man.
But
So
sir,
when you're
get
not a boy
somebody in there
and
to
you
clean
talk
that
about women, you
motherfucker.
can't make a point.
Cause that
Women
shit
will
don't
Or
make
ruin
no
you.
clean or
sense.
something.
Right. The walls dingy. You need a coat of paint in that house. While you telling us all about your house.
What do you mean?
That bathroom was nasty. Your mirror
That's
is
one
nasty
bathroom.
in that bathroom.
What? That's one. I have a 4-bedroom house.
And you need to replace that damn mirror because it got a big ass crack in it.
Okay, man. You're right.
Hey,
I'm not saying you're
hey,
wrong.
How much did your house cost?
It cost $350,000 when we bought it.
That's it.
Wait, in what area?
I think it might have been
Wait, in what area?
No, actually, no. It was cheaper than that. It was like $144.
Yeah, you know exactly where I was going, right? Because I was going to ask you a bunch of questions because I know the area
it's
you're
worth
talking about.
$350,000 now.
Wait, what's the square footage in it?
Long Beach.
I'm not sure. I forgot.
What's your credit score?
Why are you
What's your credit score? Can you show us your credit score?
Like,
I just want to see because he said his house. You bought it in cash. Okay.
I bought my trust cash. Like
you said someone gave you the house.
Nobody gave me this house.
That's what you said yesterday.
I said I helped buy this house.
No,
okay, so you helped buy it.
Your parents gave it to you because they were asking you when you said you own a house. I'm finna repeat what happened when you said that you owned a house. I think it was Shadow who said, "Oh, okay," and so you don't like contracts, but you own a house, then you said they gave it to me. It was given to me. I didn't buy it.
It's still my house. No matter how I got it, I pay the bills on this motherfucker every month.
Yeah, but you lied.
I paid for this house that came from Cali.
We done caught your ass in a lie.
What bills do you pay on a house that's already paid off?
I pay the light bill. I pay
the light bill. So there's no mortgage?
What do you mean?
You just said it's paid off. How are you paying a mortgage?
Well, you know what the
I
fuck
could buy the house in cash if you paid it off.
We know what the fuck I mean, bro. Like
I don't.
Yeah, I do know what you mean, and I actually no. I'm an actual criminal that actually spent money. That's why I know you're not telling the truth. Like the shit you're talking about, I actually went through.
I know y'all like to talk white man politics and look things from the white man point of view.
What's that?
No.
Me. I'm actually indigenous.
Look,
what's the difference between a Hispanic? What's the difference between a Hispanic and a white?
I love
and a white
y'all. Even Sharon, I know Sharon hates me, but I rock with Sharon too and the content.
Bro, I'm the trash bag of this group.
I'm here.
Like I'm the actual trash
bag
of this group. And what you're saying is fake. Like everything you know about politics right now, you learn from a prison pamphlet. I know what it is because I've seen it. 80% of that shit is
not true.
I'm telling you, everything you know about history, the shit that you're quoting is from a prison
pamphlet. It's all on Google. It can be looked up on Google in the books.
You didn't learn it.
I know.
You didn't learn it from Google, though.
Real black history.
No, you didn't learn it from Google, though.
Land patents,
again,
laws,
bro. The reason I'm able to quote everything you said. Do you know why people? Do you know why people in prison use the Black's Law Dictionary? Because it's simpler. You don't know most of it. You don't know most of the laws you're talking about.
People that are indigenous to this land.
You notice you're still talking.
Including the
you're still trying to talk fast, but you're not saying anything.
I hope y'all know this.
Nigga, by literal definition, I'm telling you, you're literally quoting the prison pamphlet by word for word.
Huh?
Nigga, your entire history knowledge is from jail. You did not crack a book before that. You didn't crack a book before that. And I can tell because you regurgitated.
Black Law Dictionary.
Bro, you didn't even know where the Black Law Dictionary came from.
To be a lawyer, to get on the bar.
So you need the Black, wait a minute. But I have two of them at home.
I got what I got.
I have two of them at home because I actually went to federal prison. I actually went to jail, and I actually went to trial.
Did you go to jail?
Here's the thing. No. My paperwork proves what I'm saying. Fuck everything you're saying.
Two different things.
Like, I'm telling you, I'm a black man degenerate. Like, real shit.
You're not a good nice guy. You're a good guy.
Nigga, what? Yo, Josh, please stop, bro.
I
love you, bro.
No, but
I be feeling where you're coming from, but shut the fuck up sometime, bro. Stop arguing with
God damn.
This is crazy,
This nigga's lying. Like, bro, I spent my whole day meeting people like
Josh.
that.
I like the perspective. I ain't never been to prison. I hope I ain't never gonna go there. So I like the perspective of someone that has
this shit's goofy.
They ain't put you in the brig.
Nah, I'm I got a couple of things to take to work, but nothing crazy.
Prison just like military, teach you structure.
Bro, that's how you know you're institutionalized. Shut the fuck up.
I've not been back to prison since I've been out.
Hold on, now we're gonna really
hold on. He's not institutionalized because
we're about to really
he
have
literally
some
doesn't even understand what institutionalization.
We're really about to have some great understanding now. Welcome to the show, and Kills, you need to send me my dollar because you're not on camera.
Aww.
Hey yo, salute to the platform.
Let me
Salute to the
send you $20
first
more,
lady.
Sharon.
Salute to the first lady.
To make him
Hey, yo.
Vaginal PhD. Salute to you, man. Siobhan, can you let me know what's a black
Right.
man? What's a black man degenerate?
You.
Oh,
But how can you be a black man and a degenerate at the same damn time, though? You
What do
either
you
one or
mean?
the other.
No.
I don't get it.
If you're an adult male, that makes you a man. If you are melanated, that makes you a black man. When you act how y'all act, that makes you a black male degenerate.
Bingo.
And I put them all on their own row.
KT, how
Hold
you ended
on.
up
You said
KT,
they all in the
about to
same
say,
row.
God damn,
Hell
right?
no,
Niggas ain't
bro.
even saying shit and just got, yo. You was a real piece of shit, Sharon. I ain't gonna lie. That was crazy.
y'all ass is crazy.
Nah, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna defend these niggas. Just shut up.
Nah, Sharon. The funny part was Sharon was like, "Give me my money." I don't want to hear about the white man this. Yo, here go KT, the white man this, and we need that's is our real pressures. And come on, bro. You wasn't even talking about the money though. What about the money on? Oh man, it's been funny this morning, man. It's been funny.
nice. Is he talking to us? Oh, okay. Yeah.
Uh-oh, Andrea, we got to vote for you to go down on the degenerate row, to degenerate row too.
Okay.
What Andrea did.
That means I
Andrea,
gotta go down.
huh?
I gotta go down.
No. So the bottom row is all of the degenerates, and somebody said you need to be on the bottom row with them.
Yeah.
You got a friend in the
What
chat,
Andrea do?
apparently.
Right. Never even been to jail.
So Sharon, I was trying to elaborate about the ICE shooting in my hometown. What do you think about that?
I think it's messed up that he got himself deleted, but at the same time, you cannot be in the public with a pistol shooting up in the air. At the same time, that is something that happens in America on that day. It is a known thing, especially over here in New York side of town. Police don't even respond to gunshots on New Year's Day because they just know that everybody is in the street shooting off their gun in the air.
Well, maybe this will make them think twice.
I don't think so. It's a tradition.
Can I tell you about that side of town though?
No.
You know, black people don't come outside on that side of town because there's probably the most racist gang in America called Canoga Park, Alabama Street. And they literally hang monkeys from people's porches. Like, they make you literally have to join a gang. Like, they shot my homeboy in the butt at like 14 years old when he was playing basketball. Like that's how racist they're. They hang monkeys from black people's porches. You can look them
Wait,
up.
where they get monkeys from?
They like
I was
stuff
about to say that.
They're talking about stuffed animals.
They robbing the LA
They're
Zoo.
called Canoga Park, Alabama Street. Then they're there to protect like the I think the black people from like Agora Hills, Chatsworth, and Calabasas.
Can you show us a yearbook picture? Like a yearbook that you have?
I just want to know where they getting monkeys to hang from people's porch.
No, they were getting like stuffed animals, like
Oh,
the San Diego Zoo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's hitting the San Diego Zoo every weekend.
Oh, stuffed
Well,
animals
you know,
in the store, dude.
I was in the fetish market and they did have monkey heads. So if y'all
Y'all
need
do.
to
Y'all
bring
doing that
them
to our
back,
people. I'm
let
not
me
lying.
know.
So where I was getting at, I wondered if it was like gang related, and they're just like ICE when they like took out the gang, like because that's a very gang infested area. It might not seem like it, but it is. They're called Canoga Park, Alabama streets. They are violent and racist. Like they will kill you. I think they shot up a church full of black football students in like 2006. I left California like 2008 when I was like 18.
Wait, was that when you were cripping?
Huh?
So my
Was
question
that when
to
you
you,
were cripping?
hold on. So my question to you, what did all those gangsters do over there when that happened?
Well, that's what I was getting to. So you have no choice. But what are you gonna do when you have the essays trying to kill you? When you're black, are you not gonna join the Crips?
You better whack them niggas.
Huh?
Stop being pussies and stop being some bitch ass niggas and kill them.
By yourself? When you have a gang?
Make a
might have
gang.
cousins
You know what I'm saying? Make a gang. How y'all got gangs and y'all killing each other like a motherfucker and shit? You feel me? Why don't you
You're
kill
looking
them?
at it from a privilege, like it's gangs are more tribal out
Nigga,
there.
I'm from the South. You just said the
What is
most
that? Y'all
racist
live
place
in
in America is probably
Yeah,
in California, bro. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I've been to LA like a lot.
Well,
I'm not from there. I'm just saying, like the South is particularly racist, more racist than. So I mean,
LA
I
is the
get
most
what you're
racist
saying.
place in the world. Are you
All
stupid or dumb?
I love you.
No,
You
LA
have
is
a
the
great
most
day.
segregated place in the world.
Hey, so Doug, bing, bing, bing. So how you, Doug? Are you all that? You should have said that. So if they're the most segregated place in the world, why are they segregated?
Because they're
Because of
xenophobic.
racism.
No, that's not how racism works, dumbass nigga.
Are you dumb?
I would even
words
take
have
that,
meaning.
but they don't
No,
fuck
words
with each
have
other.
meaning.
That's what
Yes,
you're
they
capping
do.
on.
The essays
Like, they
don't mess
fuck
with each other unless they
Bro,
let them
listen
be
to
for the
me.
black
My brother is light skinned as fuck. He big, bald headed. Like look like he fresh out of jail. He look like a Mexican. I got long ass dreads.
Exactly. So that's like,
Why you got no hair? Yo, chill. Now listen.
You should play the video, Sherrod. You should play the video.
When I went to LA, my niggas legitimately was like, "What the fuck is a Mexican and a Haitian doing together?" I swear to God.
Why would they say that if it wasn't racist?
No, I know they don't fuck with each other. Is my point. Like
Yes,
if they
that's what I'm
see
trying
it,
to
they
tell
literally
you.
gonna point it out because they don't fuck with each other. And I'm not saying even from a racist.
Blacks
like
and
niggas
Mexicans
don't
out
fuck
there
with
don't
each other
fuck
when
with each
you're
other.
segregated. Yeah, blacks, whites, Mexicans, but I'm
No,
saying
it's
they
really
don't
the
fuck
blacks
with
and
each
the
other in that
Mexicans.
basis. So nigga, if anything, quit being pussy and go make a gang to kill them niggas. What are you talking
Isn't that
about?
what we all did?
I don't know. You the one talking about you ain't got no
Before
choice and
or
shit.
after they moved
Hold
y'all
on.
up out of y'all neighborhoods?
We moved because of redlining.
No, them Mexicans was up there
And I had to even
spraying
move
the
based
block.
on my address.
Spraying the block, nigga. No.
gangs every
Y'all
day.
Cali niggas lost all respect. Y'all let some Mexicans come in and move y'all up out
No,
of
the
y'all
government
community.
did that.
No,
The
they
government
was
didn't
spraying
move y'all. Y'all
ass.
moved.
No, they did
They
with
was
gentrification
spraying
and
y'all
redlining.
There wasn't no damn red line. And nigga, this
Yes,
happened
it
in the
was.
damn 90s.
So wait, they
Come on now, so
gentrified
Red
and moved
lining y'all
Hispanics
asses
in?
in the 90s?
Huh?
Wait, they gentrified and moved another minority in? Nigga, that shit don't even
Yes,
make
that's
sense.
what they do.
Stop.
Are we not talking about immigrants right now? I feel so strongly about this.
In the hood. It's still
Yes,
damn
that's
hood.
what they do. They move them in the hood. I've seen it with my own eyes.
Nah, Cap.
They'll have this
Cap.
house.
Hey, listen.
10 of them.
As
It's
a man
still a
from an
damn hood.
all
It's a
black
bunch of
city in the
fucking
South,
Mexicans.
bro. We had some Migos moving to one apartments. We was worried, and them niggas never made it beyond them apartments. And that's at the edge of the
in
city.
California.
Yeah, I know. Niggas a little pussy sometimes.
How when you got the state, everything else.
Hey, but you're in Houston. You're in Houston now. Las Colinas is right down the fucking street. Quit playing, bro. Like everything around La Colonias, all of that shit is black. Every fucking area of it. I know where you're talking about and where you play the game. My nigga, what you're saying isn't real.
What do you mean?
I know
you
the
don't
area
even know
you're
what I
talking
said.
about.
You said I'm in Houston. We're talking about California. What are you talking about?
Nigga, the same
I
reason
live
it
in
didn't
Houston. Yes,
spread
but
in
we're talking
Houston
about the
is
San Fernando Valley where I grew up. What are you
the
talking
reason
about?
it didn't spread in Houston is the reason it did spread in California because they
Huh?
came up and y'all moved out. In Houston,
We moved
they
because
said
we
no,
could
we're
buy a
keeping it.
better house with
Wait.
the fourth and
Oh, so you voluntarily left? So you
Oh, you
voluntarily
talking
left?
about a big
I
house
didn't
in
voluntarily
Houston?
leave. I can tell y'all. You want to know the story why I left?
My house don't cost no $350. What part of Houston you in? Nah,
I
you
live in
really lying,
Houston.
nigga.
Okay, you want to know? You want my address too? Goddamn.
No.
Yes.
You live in Rosenberg. You
I
live
live in
in
Come on,
River
Texas.
Oaks.
Sugarland?
Where?
Are you in
Spring,
Sugarland, Greatwood?
I live in Spring,
Shut up.
Texas.
Where?
Spring.
Nigga, that house don't cost no
Nigga, you live in Cyfair.
That house don't cost no. I got family who live in Spring, Texas. Boy, get the fuck out of here.
Are you crazy? You're right. It's $450,000.
No, it ain't.
Get
no,
the fuck out of here.
It ain't. No, the
Are you
fuck
crazy?
it ain't.
A house like this costs.
No, it does not.
You not
Not
see
in
it. It might
fucking
be a little
Spring,
better,
nigga. You
but
ain't even
it
in the
costs.
woodlands.
You not
If
seen it.
maybe if you was in the
want my house?
woodlands, but depending
You got
on when you
washroom,
bought it, I would
dryer,
still wouldn't believe it.
you got
Boy, cut it the
washroom,
fuck
all
out.
that,
I
you
know
know
too
what I'm
much
saying?
about Houston. No, stop it. I don't
Diva, you
care.
playing the whole game.
Yeah, and it's a cookie cutter ass house. Every house in that neighborhood looks similar to that. I don't care. You can get a big house in Houston for $160,000, depending on when you got it.
Diva, the place he's talking about is just like Town Center in Rosenberg. A bunch of cookie cutter ass houses that all look the same.
I know.
Like, get
I
the
know
fuck out of here, bro.
I'm about to take my black ass to spring. That's what you called it. I'm calling
I was
it.
about to say, bro got him a
My
double
black ass
wide
right
for the
now.
cheap. You ain't slick. That's a double wide. He come out, look at this bathroom, boy.
This nigga probably live right around the corner from my family members.
Probably.
Hey, are you on the
Right,
Cypress
that's
side of
how I
Spring
know.
or the Katy side of Spring?
I'm on the Katy. No, there is no.
Right, it ain't no
I live
Katy
by
side of
Spring by the
Spring.
Woodlands.
Damn, I was trying to see if he's gonna catch it.
Huh? I live in Spring by the Woodlands, bro. About 99 in Kirkendall. What else you want to
Oh
know?
yeah, because my peoples live right off Kirk. Boy, get out
So
of here.
you live on Grand Parkway? So you live
Yes.
down Grand Parkway, huh?
I live on Grand Parkway.
Okay. All right. Hey, your house costs
Pull up.
Okay,
$450?
don't say no more.
Pull
Well,
up.
yeah, go ahead and stop. Yeah, we're gonna
Pull
stop
up.
there.
I mean,
I'm
pull up,
gonna
like,
I'm let you know right now.
I'm not, like,
Hey,
what
I'm
do
gonna
you
let you
want me to
know
say?
right
Pull
now.
up.
What you're saying is not real, homie.
What
Right.
do you mean what I'm saying is not real? I don't live here now.
Letitia,
Like,
maybe
y'all just
if
wanted
he
me
had
wrong so
said
bad.
Cyprus, I could have believed it more, right? If he had said Cyprus, I might have had more understanding. But this nigga said Spring. I'm
Yes.
sorry.
But even in Cyprus, he's talking 450, 350.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
come
My
on.
house is worth 350 now in equity.
Boy, you cut it out.
We bought the house for
dirty.
140
Jahad,
in
what the fuck we
2008.
been
We moved to
watching?
LA.
We literally saw that
This is
nasty
why we can't get nowhere.
bathroom in that
Y'all want to
nasty
argue.
room.
Y'all want to argue streets and white man's price of the houses. So
Bro, it's because we understand how the actual housing market.
On us, now it's the white man's prices. Boy,
Right.
It is. And y'all want to
No,
argue with me
you
like
say
what
it's
y'all want
worth
me to say
350.
the world?
Your math isn't
I
mathing,
can say the
bro.
world.
Your math isn't mathing.
Okay, first
You're
you
talking to
said
people
that
who
I
actually
couldn't
have
say the
been there.
Mexicans from Cali to Texas. Like, what do you mean? Like, now you're saying my house ain't worth 350 or 4? Like, what do you want?
I guarantee you your house isn't worth $350.
Yes, it is. You're not saying just a 4-bedroom house.
Hey, hold up.
2.5
If your
baths.
house, look, I can Zillow your zip code and I can't find a single fucking area in there. There's not a single goddamn house in that area. Quit playing with me, bro.
Okay, but I'm not retarded like you. Are your braids too tight?
See,
99 in Kirkendall.
you're
Not a
playing the
single
game
house
with the
in
wrong
that
one.
area?
Like, I'm actually, bro.
Do you want
I
my
can
fucking address? Like, just say that.
I don't need your address. I don't need your
Type
address.
in 99 in fucking Kirkendall.
Why are you giving them?
There you fucking
Why are you
stupid.
doing
Pull up.
that?
And if you come over here, call me.
You
and
said
do what I'm
99
saying,
what?
and we can do whatever.
99 what?
And Kirkendall.
That's it.
Yes.
I'm telling you.
I'm not from
telling you.
Texas, dude.
Nope. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Y'all will have to figure that out on your own time.
Yeah,
They tripping. Now they tripping. Why you think people fighting so much against FBA starting to get some goddamn recognition and starting to move in a proper direction where we could get things done?
Ignorance.
Like, we know that the first politician that's going to back us ain't going to necessarily be the best one for us, but it shows that we have some power and we can keep on adding, taking away until we get the right politician on our side. That's how it works.
Yep.
Why we act like it doesn't work that way? I don't understand. I'm just saying because y'all. Yeah, that's how it starts. We got to get at least one of them. And 2, 3, 4, and then when they try to scam us, we figure it out. Okay, your ass is out the door. You ain't getting no more funding. There's a reason why Byron Donald got $45 million in funding before he even announced that he was running for governor.
No, really, he did.
And we know that's not a normal thing.
So yeah, I think what we need to be, one of the things we need to be thinking about is how to manufacture consent, right? And so how do we create and disseminate our own propaganda to make people more favorable to what we're trying to do, which is get reparations, right? So that happened during slavery. You have to manufacture consent and get people to understand that, this is not what it's supposed to be. So yeah, I think we need to think about things like that. The problem is that falls into the realm of psychology, sociology, that type of thing. And from what these men have been telling us over the last few years, those are basket weaving degrees. And so, yeah.
Yeah, Edelman, can you explain to us how you use in that basket?
Yeah, let me tell you, we needed baskets, man. That's how we was gonna carry these clothes. How y'all think that y'all gonna wash these clothes effectively if you didn't know how to weave the baskets? You into the show?
Hey, you know what's interesting? That so also this administration, they also turned normal degrees into a basket weaving degree.
Absolutely. You're right. Listen,
go ahead.
You're 100% right. They said, "Hey, we go to a nurse not qualified anymore for a degree." That's crazy, right? If we've been honest, that is definitely crazy. I was wondering, like, what was the whole agenda of doing that? Like what was was it to save money? Was it to do these things? Because I see it from two sides that can be very successful. If the pay stay the same, or if we find a way to merge certain things like nurses and nurses assistants into one and increase the pay from that side, it'd be good because now I can have a higher level of pay without going to school, right? Or was it a strategic attack to be able to stop, in so many words, people from
women?
Well, I guess you have women because women are the ones in the most in the nursing field. Was to stop them from an education point of view, not only an education point of view, but also to stop them decrease their ability to provide financially for themselves and their family, because we know a lot of them don't have men, right? So I can see how it can work, but I don't trust them. I ain't gonna lie. I can act like I trust them. I don't trust that they gonna do the right thing with it.
It makes the pool finances a little bit more difficult too. So it's not
and it's not close.
And it's not close. What's the word I'm looking for? Financial aid. It changes the scope of how you get financial aid for those programs as well.
Right. And that's the main thing, right? So it limits the amount of loans that you can take out. But, a lot of, let me back up a little bit. So first off, it's not just targeting women, right? Engineering is also on the list. Architecture is also on the list. Those are male dominated. Architecture. Right. So it puts a cap on how much student loans that they can take out to get those degrees, right? So professional degrees have a higher cap. And so that's the thing. But, for some of those degrees, such as social work or education, why are you taking out all these student loans and those jobs don't pay? So for people like that, it might be beneficial. And, one thing is, okay, if it's across the board that people going into those programs cannot, they have a cap on how much financial aid they can receive or how much loans they can take out, then it may force universities or these schools to lower tuition, right? Because they still need students. And
but PhD, they was taking these things. They're not getting rid of them. They're just taking them from a degree program to a trade program.
No, it's not. It's not. They just changed the designation. They used to be designated as professional degrees, right? And so because they were professional degrees, they had a higher cap on how much student loans you could take out to get those degrees. And so when they remove that designation, it lowers the cap. So I think over 5 years, they have a cap of $100,000 in student loans. But look, a lot of people, go ahead.
They just going to community college. Listen, we need to stop promoting these big schools anyways, because a lot of people can't afford it. You need to go down there to a low. Listen, they accepted me at the community college. They told me I didn't even have to take the ASVAB. I'm not the ASVAB, the ACT. I ain't have to take that. At the community college, everybody's welcome. They'll get you up. You'll take some tests.
What you got a degree in community college?
I had a couple degrees. So my first degree is in accounting, and I also have a degree in business.
Okay.
And you got both. And you got both of them from community college, or did you eventually go to a bigger?
Yeah, let me tell you what the white folks in Washington do. They go to the community college for 3 years and transfer to UW they last year, and then they say they went to UW No, I ain't do that.
Okay.
Nah, I said I ain't transform. I'm gonna listen. I'm TCC stand up. I want to rep my community college.
Wait, what's TCC at?
It's in Tacoma Community College.
Oh, okay. So one thing about that is that most students who go to community college will not go to a 4-year institution, right? So there was a study in the last 3 years that came out and showed the vast majority of students who start out at a community college never go to a 4-year university. And I forget, why they were saying that might be the case or whatever, but that's what it was.
No PhD, but see, you understand they took 4-year programs down to the TTC for us normal people that read what you said at the 5. They said we ain't listen. If you really look at it from a map, the community college is a smaller classroom, so people like me that you say can't speak, I could get some one-on-one time with the teacher, so that we could be almost like a remedial class, right? I need a smaller class. The teacher can give me some one-on-one time that she went trying to teach 100 people. I think it was like 25, almost like high school. I was so happy at my community college. If I can do it, everybody can go to community college. So,
hey, so I got a question for you, Eda Man. That was pertaining to what we was having a conversation about earlier. Do you believe that these white politicians acknowledging the FBA movement is gaining anything in the political world?
Yeah, I think they acknowledge it. I think that's why I think they don't want to put the battery in the tether backs. I think they gave the Somalians the money. I see everybody keeps saying the people stole that money. No, I think they gave. Like, you gotta understand that white politicians they're playing chess. I'm telling you, they're playing chess. So it's almost the same like when they go down to the cartel and they give the cartels the guns. Like the reason they're doing that is because they're involved in these things. People are not natural. A lot of these things are manipulated behaviors. So I don't think the Somalians just went in there and stole the however much money they stole. I believe it was some white man who was involved with that to do it, and I think he got his fair share. I don't think it all
that
was.
person is Tim Waltz. I think the mayor's name is Jacob, and we also got Ilhan Omar as well. They all was a part of it. All 3 of them.
So yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Is like a lot of these things that's happening, you typically can tie it to a white man. A white man is really the mastermind. The Somalia just was not the hitman, what they call him, the fall man.
How you feel about the FBA movement becoming more mainstream?
I think it should. Like, so the good thing about the FBA movement, it's the first movement. Like, it's a lot of movement, but it's a first movement that I see a lot of Black people talking about outside of the movement. Like, I done seen a lot of movement happens, but you typically see like if you're part of the movement, you're part of the movement, but the people who wasn't. So we got everybody talking about it. Like I'm starting to see foreign people talk about the FBA and why it's just not great. So usually when you start getting that type of smoke back, I truthfully and honestly think that it's getting traction. I think, and then we got people like Jasmine, like regardless if you agree with her or not, she still aligns with a lot of the viewpoints that the FBA movement does. So we already got people in place that are aligned for it. So a lot of movements in the past, we didn't have politicians in place that we felt that have somewhat of our interests of Black color, right? So that I think it's. This movement is so far has got us farther than we ever seen in the Black community.
Nice. And if KT's willing to came up to have the conversation, I would love that. That would be so much better. So yes, he can come up, but he'd be choosing not to. But go ahead, Eda Man.
So yes, I think we should have a movement now. And this is the thing. I can align with FBA and not agree with everything. See, everybody think that since you align with them, you gotta believe in every liberal talking point or whatever they say, blah, blah, blah. No, I believe we need to have a movement. How about let's establish a movement, let's get our footing in a movement, and then once we establish our footings, then let's go in and let's not really change, but let's evaluate what we really need in the Black community to go to the next level. So I believe in we all all black people should actually be on the movement, the established movement, to get the foothold inside of politicians. And then once we get a concrete foundation where they can't take us out of it, then we need to come together as black people and say, all right, Sharon, now some things I don't agree with, you don't agree with, and then now we need to start having some politics or have some conversations about a simple thing about what needs to go next to go to the next level. So go ahead.
I think like they said in the chat, that they believe that unity means that you got to be the same, and that's the issue that we're having. And so so just because a couple of people that we can say that they have some racist views in a past acknowledging us doesn't mean anything. No, it does. It just doesn't mean that they're going to agree on everything that we want to push forward. But them acknowledging it, and that another politician is acknowledging it and say, hey, this group of people is on my side to go against Byron Donald, and they have every right to, because X, Y, and Z. It shows that it does have some kind of traction. It got some function, right? And it got movement going for real. And then we could keep on building on that, and then we could turn it into a real powerhouse, and each county can have their own sections of an FBA style movement. Either man can have his in Washington, KT can have his in West Virginia, which is going to be difficult because it's going to be him and his wife only, because I think they're the only two black people in West Virginia. But,
and the children.
Oh, but they ain't old enough yet.
No, but you got to raise them up.
So, Sharon, what they need to do is, this is what the FBA and all the people need to do. They need to come over here early in the morning, and they need to get a pen and paper out, and they need to come to the SPG and take notes. We got a president and a vice president who actually totally disagree on most things, but we understand how important moving the SPG nation forward. Right? So we need the exact same thing. These two people don't have to agree on everything. They just need to take a note out of your book and, hey, let me get people around me that actually challenge the way that I think, so I can actually understand that I might not always be right. And I think that's what's going to take the FBA movement to the next level.
Nice. I like that. PSA, why you think KT don't want to get on camera to have his argument?
Because his kids be busting in his smoke room and his study, and he want to wait until they go to sleep or take a nap in an hour.
Most of the time, he said they homeschool. Most of the time, they run around in their own room doing their homeschooling. You don't got no excuse. My kids is homeschooled too, and they be right up in here harassing me the whole time too, having whole conversations about nonsense about their drawings.
Check them,
right in real time too. So he don't got no excuse, and they never you don't see their face on camera, and they be right here with him.
And you know, Sharon in New York, his apartment can't be that big. You know what I'm saying? It's however you live at, it cannot be that big. Listen, I don't care. Listen, I've been to New York. I stayed in the Airbnb, and I could not believe. I said, y'all folks, I had to grab my pearls, PhD. I said, y'all coming folks stay in something this small? This is crazy to me. I couldn't believe it. I said, let me get up out of New York. This ain't for me. We made a whole bunch of money. Listen, we made a whole bunch of money. And I say, you can spit on the window from the door. It was so close in that place.
Damn.
You know, I got all these
Hey, they do have some pretty small micro apartments, especially if you're in Manhattan. Oh my god, how big was that apartment?
I look back at my wife. I said, you booked this? I was like, you booked this for us?
Not for us.
I was like, we're not struggling. My wife was like, I was deceived by the pictures. It looked bigger in the pictures. I said, oh, that's what she said, huh? It looked bigger in the picture.
Hey, them pictures do be fooling you for sure, though.
Yeah, but no, I just think that and we gotta say this: everybody ain't gonna have a voice in the FBA.
Absolutely.
Listen, if certain people, if you can't make, if you're not good at communicating, you need to be on the front line. K to go, we need you protesting. We need you as our violent enforcer in case people don't get along. We don't need you talking on our behalf. I think we need to start understanding that some people got the gift to communicate and some people got the gift to fight.
Damn. AR is one of those people as well too. Like he has to give a fight. He just,
AR, we gonna send you to enemy territories. See, we gotta have some people to infiltrate the white man.
Absolutely.
He
He gonna be one of the guys. He gonna be
infiltrating us.
Copenhagen test. He gonna be part of the Copenhagen test.
What's that?
We need AR to go over there like the Somalis and get the $9 billion and bring it back to the FBA.
The Copenhagen test is where you send them into the line of fire and you make them do difficult decisions. So you send them in the line of fire. He gotta go save the kids, but the kids is not they're not a citizen of America. And then you call them and say, hey, listen, you save anybody that is American citizen first. We don't care what age it is. And then you send in a decoy of a grown-ass woman come and say, I'm American. You gotta help me. And he says, okay. And then they call him back and say, we only got one seat left. And now he got to make a choice between the American citizen or the kid. Which one you gonna choose? The FBA? You gonna choose that FBA woman that needs your help, or you gonna choose that little kid, that little Somalian kid that ain't got no goddamn no heritage here in America? Who you choosing, AR? Copenhagen test.
I gotta let one of them die.
Yes.
One of them gotta stay back.
Who family got more money?
Huh?
You know,
like who does one of them got a reward out?
See,
if I
this
save
is the
one?
problem with the
Just asking a simple question, man. I'm just asking a question.
That's the part that you don't got no time to be asking those questions. It's bullets flying past. You got the little kid with the puppy dog eyes looking like Puss in Boots, and you holding his hand, and you know he ain't no goddamn citizen. And then you got this beautiful black American citizen with blood. She just got punched in the eye, and then she go, save me, they going to kill me.
Yeah. Am I single? Am I single when this is happening?
And don't forget, the people at the higher up, they said save American citizens first. Are you gonna save that black lady with a black eye? Or are you gonna save this little white kid from Italy?
You said something.
You like Italy?
Switching up. I do love Italy.
that chip gonna kick in.
Saving my kid ain't gonna give me that
It's gonna be over. I'm fucking with you, AR.
Who you choosing, AR? You gonna choose the little Italian kid or your black sister that is a citizen? You only got one seat on the helicopter.
One seat on the helicopter.
Look at him, he's sweating.
I feel like if I save the one, I'm gonna get yelled at because my girl go, "Why you save another bitch?" You know. So like,
shit.
I guess I'll go with the. Oh, that's crazy. With the woman.
You'll save the woman?
I got to, I guess.
What's you gonna tell the kid? What's you gonna tell the kid?
I don't care about it, man. This nigga should have been aborted. You wouldn't be in this situation in the first place.
Damn, come on now.
Respectfully, my bad. Respectfully.
So you gonna look, you got the kid in your hand, and you gonna let his hand go and say, "I'm sorry, kid. You're on your own." Come on, man.
Listen, there's more potential with the adult than there is with the kid. We don't know what that kid gonna grow up to be, you know.
Damn,
we can't teach that kid how to cook immediately. You know, what's that kid gonna do other than be a burden? Respectfully.
Let me see, KT to go. Who you choosing? KT to go. Who you choosing? You got the little kid in your hand. You about to save this little beautiful kid, but it's not a citizen. You got one seat on the helicopter, and then now this black lady come and she says, "I'm American citizen." She all punched in the eye and everything, nose bleeding. You got a choice. You either leave the kid there, he gonna die, or if you leave the citizen there, she gonna die. Who you choosing? KT to go. One seat left. Now he acting like he take kid. Okay,
Hold up.
Thank you.
Nah. Hold up. My son right here. Just give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm. But that's the Copenhagen test, Diva.
CM, that white lady in the picture is the one. The white lady in the picture or your black sister? Who you saving?
Oh, that's a good
get
one.
that cracker bitch up out of here. I ain't gonna lie, that shit
all
ain't
of a sudden
even
he can
hard.
talk now. All of a sudden he can talk.
All right, my sister's with
Yeah,
you
that shit
without
wasn't even hard.
that American system. I'll say my sisters if they stop identifying with the white man's system.
You gonna let your girl die?
I mean, I'll go get another girl. I got plenty of girls.
Damn.
Yeah, put her on the mic. Put her on the mic.
Now, my black woman stops identifying with that system. I'm jumping out the window with a cape and with no bat wings, man. Head first for her.
Does your girl know you talk about her like this?
Damn.
I just want the government to start being
his
my
bitch a
woman's
Mexican, bro.
man.
She used to this. This is a good life. You know the migantes.
So who you choosing, KT? Since your ass can talk, who you choosing?
I told you, nigga. Fuck that white bitch. Fuck her.
No, we ain't talking about. We talking about the little kid. We talking about the little kid.
Oh, you said kid or what?
You got to choose between immigrant child. You can they got one seat left on the helicopter. You can save the immigrant child that is not a citizen, or you can save your FBA sister that is a citizen and she got a black eye. She said they're going to kill me. You only got one seat. You only can save one.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the black person. Fuck, are we doing here? I'm gonna say my black people.
So you got this little kid on the hand. So you holding him by the hand.
You ain't got the complexion for the connection. Get the fuck off my plane, Cuddy. What the fuck are we doing here? That's easy.
Wait, question. Am I also one of the seats on the plane?
Yeah.
Nah, I have two seats then. Fuck that.
Hey, Sherrod. You know what I would tell the little kid?
What's that?
Black Lives Matter.
Sorry.
Oh shit. Hey, listen, Edie, man, I was in the trenches. You know why? You know why I never screamed out Black Lives Matter?
Why not?
Hey, go ahead. No. Go ahead. Finish the bar. Finish the bar, QP.
I was about to say, yeah,
finish
go
the bar,
with your rap battle watching ass, nigga. You're not
finish it. That shit's crazy. That was a crazy bar, man.
That was
Kitchen clean.
That was a fire bar right there. I ain't gonna lie.
What is it?
Yeah. He said, you know why I never screamed Black Lives Matter? They was like, why? He said, because I know I'll take one. And Diva, he meant that shit too. You seen on his face, he meant that shit, boy.
Lord.
Oh Lord, he looked worse than CM when he came up. Yeah, sweat flying down. His vein was about like 2 inches thick. Crazy.
I heard my name again.
Hey, my man Clean do that bag. Chill, let him be. He trying to recuperate in life, you know.
I heard my name again. It sounded like
we're just talking about how many. We were just talking about the felons on the panel. That's all.
Damn.
Oh, did you ever talk about, Sharon, how the black men started checking Aiden Ross for disrespecting the black queen?
No, not really. KT tried to talk about it.
You feel me? He didn't want to talk about that. That's what we need them fucking hoodlums for. Why y'all be trying to talk shit on them niggas? That's who gonna get their hands dirty for.
Oh yeah, we did talk about it, Diva. Remember?
Yeah, we did because he was saying that he wasn't recognizing that it was the hoodlums that were supporting Aiden Ross.
Yeah, we did. Okay,
we did talk about it. Yeah.
Nah, the hoodlums ain't who.
She looking good.
We're gonna get back on it again.
Too, by the way, I ain't gonna lie.
I haven't seen it, but I think she's a pretty lady.
Who, Dolce?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. She all right.
Yeah, she looking good in music. I mean, she barely showed the front side of herself, but damn.
Yeah, that whole video is kind of wild. Like she's literally just she's in their night clothes. But nah, hey, look, the only reason I'm gonna say that the niggas around Aiden ain't the hoodlums, they the ARs, bro. Nah, I just play AR.
That's crazy.
Nah, for real.
But you know what's crazy though? Dolce is a good example that just because it doesn't get traction doesn't mean that ain't good. That song Anxiety, she put that song out like 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Nah, for sure. It picked up later on.
Han Diva?
Oh no, I was saying sometimes it take a minute. Just like the the funeral song the girl did that we hear everywhere now. Y'all.
What song?
1, 2, 3, release them. I wish that heaven had. It's everywhere.
I never heard that song.
It's on social media.
Oh.
But it's just, you ain't hear nobody saying 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, release them.
Nah, I gotta go find it.
Hey, yo.
That's crazy. That sounds
that's
crazy.
nasty work.
But, y'all should have seen the video of her like hollering at the fume, man. It was crazy.
Oh,
but she did that like 7 years ago, and it just took off.
Yeah. So that, and it just goes to show. But what the reason why I brought it up because it kind of ties into this whole FBA situation, right? Because it started off grassroots and it took so long to finally get here. It doesn't mean that the talking points and all that wasn't valid back then. It was always valid. It just took time for it to get to the masses in the first place. Just like when we say that, hey, we see these big people watching these smaller channels and they getting their information from the smaller channels is the same exact thing. They watching, even though they try to make it seem like we are crazy because they try to make it seem like we the crazy ones and KT and Divas these whatever and Sharon is this down the third, but they watching.
What about AR?
They talk about Drake Griffin too. Yes, Drake Griffin.
Man, come on, man.
He bringing back mulattoes. Hey, I do want to say though, I just don't feel that with listen, this is why I feel is dangerous. Like you said, the movement, FBA been a movement already relevant. I think it's just we need to really be gatekeepers here. Because when white people grab some shit that black people already knew about and try to reintroduce it, like they never get it right. Like I keep pointing out, like when woke, we know we been saying woke, like in the hood, everybody knew what woke meant. When white people start saying it on CNN and all that shit, all of a sudden it just means like you love anything not white. That was never what woke was about. And I just want to point out, I think we need to be protective. What that you don't agree?
All right, so
like,
but
no, nigga, that's not what woke means.
Even if we are being protected, that doesn't mean that it shouldn't get out to the masses.
No, it got to properly get out to the masses. Is what I'm trying to say. Like, you're getting out. First of all, making this correction with this shit with Tuck and them. I do believe like we really leaving out the point. They just brought it up, and they are only bringing it up in terms of trying to use it against Byron. They not bringing this up in terms of, okay, we support this movement that's going on. So even when it comes to something like this, we can't be like, oh, look, they finally acknowledging us. Because I'm sorry, we setting the bar low. If by them just saying FBA, we're now like, oh, we done made it.
So no. So them acknowledging it, it just shows that it's more than internet talk. We never said them. We never even said they was backing it. We saying that we are backing a politician, and that politician is recognizing the movement.
No, that's what I'm saying. What politician are we backing?
You probably not. You don't live in Florida, so you don't know who this politician is. But over there in Florida, it has a group of FBA coalition. I don't know what's the section that is backing this one politician.
Even he didn't say that. That's why I said let's not make this dangerous.
What do you mean he didn't say?
He specifically said, and then he bringing up Black Americans like civil rights, and then he said what he exactly said was, and the FBA chapter here contacted me and said he's not even FBA, so he shouldn't be having that argument. He didn't say they called and said to support him or anything.
Okay, so you misunderstood what he said. He said they are changing. They are changing who they align with so they could vote for him in the primary.
No niggas was aligned with Byron Donalds, bro.
They don't agree with how Byron Donald tried to, for example, use all of a sudden the black card. All of a sudden, they gave an example why they don't agree with Byron Donald doing it, and they called him a tether, so on and so on. But they are saying they are changing so they could get him in to the primary.
No, and that's what I'm saying. And this, as you'll say, where we disagree is, you seem to take a lot of words and say like this is what happened because somebody said it. I'm not gonna accept no white person coming to me and saying, and guess what these other black people told
You want me
me
to play the video for you? You want me to play the
we
video
already
for you?
watched it. It ain't no need to watch it no
Can
more.
you play it for me? Because can you play it for me, please?
All right, go ahead.
So if I'm going by what he's saying, you saying I'm not.
No,
As vice president, I say play the video. Play the video so we can get all this confusion.
No, I'm saying you're accepting what he's saying is fact, and it doesn't even seem like he's presenting anything. He's like a group of some black chapter. FBA called me. Every FBA chapter is black. Like you didn't say no area, and no FBA people were supporting Brian Donalds in the first fucking place. So that's what I'm saying. Them naming it doesn't mean we should equate it to like.
So that's where you're wrong again. And so you're saying they know? Or do you believe that do they have black conservatives in Florida?
Boy, most FBAs are not black conservatives. No, straight up, no.
So that's where you're wrong. So it is black conservatives.
Go ahead, play the video.
So it's black conservatives in Florida that support Byron Donald.
I said most FBAs are not black conservatives.
We're not
really
simple. We're talking about the voting population, right? People that are into politics.
I doubted it's some chapter of black FBA conservatives supporting Brian Donald.
We're having a conversation about politics. We're talking about the people that are voting and the people that live in Florida. Florida is heavily a red state, and it is okay that we understand that Byron Donald is also supported by black people that is conservative and Republican in that state. We do understand that, right?
He's literally been voted in by mostly white constituents in areas. The area that he was even a politician for wasn't a black area.
So do you believe the black conservative and the black Republicans in his area are not voting for him?
There's not a lot of them. That's what I'm saying. There's definitely not a lot of black conservatives who talk about the FBA.
We're talking about the black folks that are supporting him because he don't need much.
There's not a lot. That's what I'm saying. There's not a lot of those.
I don't understand why.
About this group?
So because in voting, you don't need a lot of people to convince the majority of people.
No, you literally win the vote by the majority.
What I'm trying to get you to understand, Barack Obama, black people not the majority, but they still got him in, right? So again, so Byron Donald only need a handful of black people to say, yeah, he is talking the right thing, and the other people will follow. So okay, we know how politics works. So now
that's a really gross misrepresentation, though, right?
So now in Florida, do you believe the black conservatives and the black Republicans will vote for Byron Donald?
No, they never were.
Right,
you talking about FBA, man.
No. This is the thing. Florida has a lot of black immigrants, and they do lean conservative, right? He is a black immigrant, and he's running for governor, which means the entire state votes for that position, right? And so, it is over 1 million black immigrants there.
Oh no, and I agree with that, Diva. All I pointed out was the FBA niggas was not supporting this nigga, and I pointed that out hella time. The FBA is not who's supporting this nigga. He don't
necessarily need them. You know what I'm saying? Like he already had his base, and it consisted of a lot of black immigrants.
I agree. And my point is, so now we shouldn't act like because a group of white people are now just saying FBA. But let's be very honest. They're bringing up FBA to break him down to somewhat still like put him down. And that like now that's gained us relevance. We never supported Byron Donalds. None of us were them type of niggas. So that's all I'm saying. We cannot give this power to say this.
I'm trying to understand your point. So Donald Trump acknowledged who FBA and that he's working with FBA. If we never say black people never voted for Donald Trump, is that still fathering the movement? If they wasn't talking about us, now they are talking about us. Do we see progression is my question.
I don't know how you got with Trump and FBAs, but I'm saying because a bunch of racists, because let's be very honest, Tucker Carlson's last big guest on his own platform was Nick
Did we progress though? Hold on, did we progress?
No.
So you said not talking about acknowledging us at all, and then now they're talking because I think you want the finished resort.
I think y'all standards are low.
No,
I think you're literally saying just because niggas mention FBA, look, it's progression. That's not progression.
So if they
FBA
wasn't,
was
see,
made with something in mind, right?
I'm trying to understand your train of thought. You telling me if they was not mentioning at all, and now they're mentioning, that's not a level of progression, even if it's small.
No, that's not a level of progression at all. You're not bringing them up talking about what FBA is about. You're not talking
but
about.
that might be a step towards that. You get what I'm saying? So it doesn't
You
all
don't
happen
understand.
at once. And so now that they don't put it out there, people, who weren't familiar might say, well, what is this? Google it or whatever. But as we're still having these conversations. And so at some point they will be having them up there to talk about it. As a matter of fact, Tariq Nasheed done been up on different platforms to talk about FBA. And so again, it might be a baby step, but it is a step.
Nah, and I can understand that, but I don't accept it. I'm trying to figure what the word it is. Like victories that just are more like it looked good than actually.
It's called Pyrrhic. It's called Pyrrhic, right? It's a victory where it doesn't benefit you, right?
Yeah, things of that nature, and I feel that would classify more in this. This doesn't benefit anything, but because we're literally just saying, "Hey, they said FBA."
No, but that's
now
not
we're
what's being
hoping that
said.
that leads to something.
No, hold on. But that's not what's being said.
What are they saying to confirm or
you keep framing it as we're saying yes?
So what more was said?
Hold on, because you keep framing it as because they said it, now it means something. We are not saying that. At least not on this channel. We are saying that.
You literally said now it's nothing that changed before yesterday and today, right? Okay. Besides Tucker Carlson and this guy said it. So now you on your own are saying this is acknowledged in the political arena.
It is.
It's already been. It's people who literally were talking about the FBAs and political.
Is it Tucker Carlson talking about it with a politician and somebody reached out about some political issue? Is it not being spoke about in a political arena? Yes or no?
Yeah, no, I'm saying as if this is the first time or this is the change or something.
I can have an understanding.
Yes.
Okay, yes. So now, was that political arena a white arena?
Yes.
Okay, so now does that prove that it's more than just an internet conversation?
No. And even when we're talking about, was it not talked about on the internet or something? Am I tripping? You're showing us the video because it happened on the internet, right?
So I would just want to ask a question because, goddamn. So y'all see Tucker Carlson interview Nick Fuentes, a well-known white nationalist. Russia, China, both extremely xenophobic, very nationalist. If we take the position that, immigration and diversity has made the U.S. better and is why it is the greatest country on earth and X, Y, and Z, you guys don't find it weird. But let's just say you did, though. Let's just say, hypothetically speaking, you took that position.
Did you see my stream?
So would you, if you took that position and then you see Tucker Carlson go from Nick Fuentes to then talking about
it's
the
15 degrees out here.
When I odd to you?
Yeah. Hey, Sharon, it is 20 degrees out here. Hey, it's 20 degrees out here, and this white man out here running with no shirt on. You can't make this up, Sharon.
Hey, are you aware Tucker Carlson can still reach 5 million people at any given time? And
we can't really hear you.
Sorry. Are y'all aware that Tucker Carlson can still reach 5 million people at almost any given time? The fact that he even mentioned the FBA has caused conversations with other people outside of Black people. That's what I'm trying to get at. And that's why it's
but that's what I'm saying. What is the help with that?
The point being is that if it's a movement if the movement is xenophobic in nature and Russia and China recognize it, if the movement is nationalist, which tends to lean towards xenophobic ideology and stuff, and the U.S. entire history is based off of diversity and immigration, which it is.
What? No, it ain't. It ain't.
It's very famously known, or at least stated, that prior to the Civil War or during the Civil War period, more than half of the people in the United States were immigrants. So it is.
And them motherfuckers couldn't get it done without the damn Black people.
What does that got to do with what I'm saying?
Because no, immigrants, no, that's some shit that they try to talk. No, this whole country is all about black people.
I have no clue what that had to do with what I said.
Yeah, so like I just not understanding the argument because we are not saying because Tucker Carlson mentioned it, that means that it is valid. That's not.
No, you just. My point is that you don't care who's pushing it and what they're pushing it for. You just like it because it's being pushed, and you don't care about what the ramifications.
No, hold on. But we're not saying
intentions of it. That's where because you guys can say FBA is one thing, but that's not what's going to be pushed by nation state adversaries.
Keep framing it. Hold on, y'all keep framing it in a way that we are not presenting it. You NKT for some strange reason. We are not saying because Tucker did anything. We're saying that for a long time, so because on this show we've been talking about this for what, over a year, Diva?
Mm-hmm.
And every time we brought it up, they're like, I don't know why you're talking about it. This is just the internet. The internet is the only place you talk about it. Yet this is not real. Nobody knows it outside of the internet. You go outside your little channel, Sharon, nobody mentions this.
That's what I'm saying.
But I don't care about that. I'm talking about what I'm saying is that you can have been talking about it for the past year, 5 years, whatever it is.
Hold on. But we cannot just skate past what I'm talking about to say I'm talking about it in a different sense.
Because you keep on bringing up, you're bringing it up in a different way. I don't, respectfully to KT, but I don't know if he's saying it the same reason I am. You're saying that we're bringing it up in a different way or for a different reason or whatever you're trying to say. What I'm saying is that's cool that you've been bringing it up for the past 8 years. I don't give a fuck. The point is that you're not sitting back and asking yourself, why is it that these people are now talking about it this instance?
Right,
but it's a positive. Who cares?
No, we can get to that.
Who's funding it?
No, we can get to why they're talking about it. Hold on. No, AR, we can get to why they're talking about it. But first, do you see the progression? We trying to see. Do you see the progression first, AR?
No.
No,
there's no progression to be saying. Y'all even keep saying because it's in front. It's said by somebody who can instantly hit 5 million viewers.
Casey's not answering for me. Based off of what Sharon has said, yeah, I understand what you guys are saying about the progression. It was just a niche movement on the streets of YouTube or in the Black community, whatever. And now you have bigger ups, people with more views and stuff talking about it. So therefore, it has more exposure. Yes, I get that point.
Yeah, and then now let's go to what you're talking about. So then I start looking up how many people after this interview have was Googling FBA and they said it went up 1,000%. So they might not go to that white man to get the answers. It's going to drive their eyes to people that's actually a part of the movement that actually running the website to be able to get more people to align with the FBA that see the of all colors. Because we're going to need all colors to vote. So that's what we're saying is that, first of all, in any movement, we're not going to go from, from ground level to the stars. It's progression. And that's what we was trying to calculate.
I'm not. That's the thing is that I think you're associating. I don't know what KT seems to be making an argument. Maybe I'm not going to put words in KT's mouth, but I'm not saying anything about progression, this, progression, that, where it started, whatever. What I'm saying is you have a known Russian agent speaking on a subject that was, by your admission, not mainstream, at least to the rest of America. Why is he doing it at this instance?
But AR, why does that matter?
Hold on. So, regardless of why he brought it up, it doesn't necessarily mean that he got to have a nefarious act just because he's a nefarious person.
Like I said, we had this discussion yesterday. You are willing to give people benefit of the doubt no matter how many times they show you their true colors.
I was talking to you. So the main thing is that they brought it up, so it shows that it has some power and it can move forward. Now, whether they start paying people like Tariq Nasheed or anybody else that's in the FBA so-called movement and they start using them as radicals, that is a whole nother conversation. No matter what group you have, they're going to find a way to infiltrate it. That's just a thing that's going to happen. If it gets big enough, they're going to find a way to infiltrate it. We all know that. So I don't know why we're trying to act like because it's us, it's negative. They did it in the Republican Party. They did it in the Conservative Party. They did it in the Democrat Party. They all have their own spies and infiltrators. However, it doesn't negate the fact of what is it founded off of.
That's great. Couple reasons. One, because you guys never talk. Nobody ever talks about it. It doesn't matter what organization it is. It's never talked about when it's happening. It's only talked about after the fact. Oh, that organization failed because it was infiltrated and blah, blah, blah. While the infiltration happens, nobody wants to talk about it because, oh, well, it's still furthering our agenda. It's still furthering our movement, X, Y, and Z. And then when the shit starts fucking happening, it's too late to do something about it.
Then you go over to your people and make them stop it. Go over to your people and make them stop it.
So the problem is why y'all only want to do it when this is the problem that we have, and people only want to do it when it's our movement. It seems like that's the only time where it's like, well, we got to make sure that. What you mean? All of a sudden, now y'all so concerned about making sure. Get the fuck
that's what
out of
you
here.
always supposed to do.
Have I not talked about geopolitics this whole time?
All I'm trying to understand, why do I gotta be super nigga to get some recognition? I do not understand that. Everybody else could be a fucking scam. What's that dude name? Ricci or whatever the fuck his name is. Who? He got 30 goddamn degrees.
Dr. Rich was not gonna slam Dr. Rich.
And he got 30 goddamn degrees from Haiti, Nigeria, Italy.
Nobody care about them fake ass degrees.
Yeah. So, but again, y'all say that, but guess what? He is pushing agendas.
Right. He already done.
Which who's y'all? Like this, y'all keep on saying y'all, you guys. Stop putting me in a unless I.
Hold on.
No, it's collective.
Hold on. Y'all gonna let me talk? No, because y'all would support and y'all would let that person go ahead and speak his mouth all the way up into finally somebody said something. Now he's getting the backlash. But he's been doing it for 5-10 years, made plenty of money, lying to people, literally. But I gotta be super nigga and say, hey, Tucker Carlson said something, so that might be, fuck. What the fuck? We literally got KT somehow. Hey, listen, once you start getting mainstream and black people, that's when it get dangerous. What the fuck? Y'all let all of the goddamn scammers get away with murder. And don't say nothing until it's too late. But us at the SBG, we gotta be goddamn super nigga. Well, I'm not your super nigga.
Do better then.
Super friend.
Sharon,
thinking everything. Oh no, I'm only human.
Sharon, you're a damn fool. You are a fool. Hey, shout out PhD, man.
I'm not a super nigga, god damn it.
I came up on the panel because of what PhD said with the 1, 2, 3 release them. My wife got me dying every time she say it. It just be random. We be in the car, she'll say it. So shout out to you, man, Black Queen, because my wife be having me dying when she say that, man.
Yes.
But look, I kind of see what AR is saying, right?
Just JR Boxer, give me 1 second. So
yeah, go ahead, E. My bad.
So Donald Trump got a vice president that translate for him. So I need to translate for my president. And he said, I'm not your super friend. I'm not your super friend. That's what he meant.
Thank you,
Sometimes when my president speaks, he sometimes don't mean what he really say. That's all we wanted to put out there. Go ahead, JR the Boxer.
Hey, thanks, man. Like I said, I kind of agree with AR a little bit. It just gives me a little bit of pause for cause, right? With Tucker Carlson and the other gentleman, mentioning FBA. Look, the movement is the movement. It's going forward, so that's always a good trend. It's just when you look at, Tucker Carlson and how he kind of moves, it's like he even referenced, gave some history of FBA and mentioned one of the most popular FBA people out there, and Tariq Nasheed. But it's kind of like, what's your end goal of mentioning this, right? Going back to the black gentleman, what's his name? Myron Donaldson, that's running for governor. So
Byron Donalds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Byron Donalds, excuse me. Thank you, KT. That's my only thing. It's kind of like pause for cause. That's all I got for it.
So the thing is, okay, so we know Tucker Carlson and his folks. Look, all white people is racist. Start there. Now, if y'all want to start slicing and dicing, you're going to have to go down to that level, right? But we understand who these people are. And so we know that they are doing that there's an agenda behind it. They want to use FBA. Okay, and so it's up to us to figure out the best way to use them back.
I can agree with that. But this is why I've been arguing the whole time. When we let them, because like we said, it's 5 million more views, but 5 million more people. Yeah, we might say that we want them to go to maybe the Tariq Nasheeds or whoever we look at and say that's how they're going to get their explanation. But let's be very frank. Those 5 million people who never heard of FBA before, they still not going to go look it up and research it. Now they're going to wait till Tucker comes back and speaks about it again. It's just like doing rap features or something. Just because like Drake hop on your song do not mean now all of a sudden you're going to get all Drake fans. Your song going to do good because his fan base going to appear there because he's there. And he's talking about it. But that doesn't actually help your career. And that's what I'm saying. Like, this can be taken very quickly out of hand if like next week Tucker Carlson have a whole I got Myron Gaines up here to explain what FBA is. And these are the people these are the people he aligned with in real life. So I mean that's what I'm saying. This is
what he's saying. We not saying that he's gonna move the movement forward. We saying that we got that part. I think the FBA have some good people in place to move the movement forward. We saying that we need more exposure. He gave us the exposure. Now, just like your rap example, we have to capitalize on the exposure that we get.
Good job, Ethan, man.
Absolutely. Let me welcome somebody to the show. Maybe I could, and plus the way how y'all be framing, y'all act like I just started talking about this shit all of a sudden. Like we haven't been talking about this stuff on my channel for like that's the shit that really be pissing me the fuck off. Y'all be trying to act like I'm part of the goddamn scamming group about this whole FBA move when I've been arguing about this shit for over a year. Miss me with the bullshit. Welcome to the show, Brownsville, New York. Good day, sir. How you doing?
He's here.
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. Can you hear me, cuzzo? Am I coming through clear?
Yes, cuz. I hear you clear.
Yeah, man. First and foremost, cuz, let me take my shoes off before I walk into your room. Peace and love to the beautiful queen on the panel, the supreme goddess, PH Diva. Peace and love to you.
Peace and love.
Peace and love to all the beautiful queens in the chat, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady. Robin M, DB, Sugar Bum, Bomb Cherry Juice, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Conversations with MJ, Miss J Lynn, Genesis, the Voice of Venus, the Verbal Assassin, the Real Prism, Black Beauty, the Victorious One, Zero Tolerance, Elite, Belle, Zoe, all the queens, man, all the queens. I won't forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm making my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and the women on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. Cuzzo, for me, and a lot of people ain't gonna agree with this take, but this is how I really feel. So I'm gonna go ahead and say it anyway, because I ain't afraid to say it. I believe the FBA movement is completely misguided. Reason why I say the FBA movement is completely misguided is because, in my opinion, they're doing two things. One, they're cutting off the nose just to spite their face. And then two, they are pulling the cart before the horse, right? And to break that down further, what I mean by they're cutting off their nose just to spite their face, they are excluding people and dividing themselves from people who could otherwise be helpful and supportive of their cause in the long term, right? The reason why I say they are pulling the cart before the horse is because they're talking about reparations, right? But they're talking about it they're talking about who's eligible. So they're having eligibility conversations before we even have established liability, right? So when it comes to reparations, we have to attack it two ways. One, legislatively. The other is through litigation, right? Now, either way you attack it, we're going to need support, right? If we go through litigation, we're going to need some type of funding, some type of legal scholarship in order to argue in federal court about the liability when it comes to reparations, because that's the first thing we have to establish. Liability, right? We have to get a federal judge to say, yes, the federal government owes foundational Black Americans reparations, right? That's establishing liability. If we do it legislatively, what that looks like is a bill that is voted on in favor of in Congress that says, yes, we need to give foundational Black Americans reparations, right? And then once we establish liability, that's when we can go into the eligibility conversations, right? So that is how we're pulling the cart before the horse. And what's going to happen, and you can come back and look at this 10 years later. What I'm telling you is the whole FBA movement is going to completely fizzle out, because what is the core values of FBA? Can anybody on the panel right now tell me the core values of a foundational Black America?
Separation.
Wait, hold on. So, what are the core values of a Nigerian?
I don't know.
Right, it ain't none, right? Because it's just a lineage, right? Igbo or whatever. It's just a lineage. It just means that you descend from people who were enslaved in this country, and so acknowledging that we descend from people who were enslaved in this country doesn't require a core value. But if we're going to look at the history of this country, right? Freedom, justice, family have been core values of Black Americans, and now we've just relabeled what the Black American is and changed it to foundational Black American to denote or acknowledge the fact that we're specifically from the people who built this country.
So, Queen, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Did the Black Panther Party have core values?
The Black Panther Party may have, but it was a party. It wasn't a lineage.
Right, okay. So they did, right? The answer is
I don't
yes?
know. Because one of the people who started, which one was it? Eldridge Cleaver, wrote a book about how he practiced, how he was going to essay white women by essaying Black women. So now you're going to have to tell me what the core values was. Absolutely.
I don't think he was a founder, but
Eldridge Cleaver.
I don't think he was.
Okay, well,
he was just he was Pinoing and Bobby Seale.
Okay,
I don't want my point to get convoluted, right? The short answer is yes, they did have core values. Did the Nation of Islam have core values?
It's a religion.
Yeah, those are
Hello. Me, I don't have to have.
Let them have the conversation.
Okay.
We'll get it to open up. Let them have a quick conversation. It's okay. We'll open it up, Vice President.
The answer is yes, right? And I know y'all gonna say, "Oh, well, that was a party, that was a religion," and y'all gonna give a lot of different excuses, right? But my overall point in asking those questions is structure, right? So if you're trying to litigate something that you hope will go to the Supreme Court in your favor, or if you're trying to legislate something that you will hope get passed in the House and the Senate, you have to have structure to whatever movement, whatever you're trying to get in terms of outcomes. It has to be structured and it has to be done decently in order, and you need support, right? So when people talk about foundational Black Americans, right, they always do it in a negative way, right? It's like, okay, you a FBA, oh, you a tether. And if you a tether, right, it's a negative connotation associated with that. It's almost like, you know, you're fighting up against people who you shouldn't be fighting up against, right? Because if they are tethers, they're not gonna have any you know, here's the thing, right? If Sheila Jackson Lee, right, is one of the people who has to vote legislatively for a bill that's going to go in favor of the FBA, right? But we're calling her derogatory names and we're excluding her from the onset. That's not going to put her in the mind frame of wanting to support it. And we are already at an extreme minority when it comes to these things. So I just don't think that the plan was well thought out. I don't think there was any structure to it. And I think people was just espousing different opinions willy-nilly without actually putting anything thoughtful together. That is my issue with it, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, Queen.
So you mentioned, FBA. You mentioned tether. So tell us what a rider is.
I don't know.
Right. Those are the Black immigrants who align themselves and get on code. They called riders. And so all Black immigrants are not in the same category. The tethers are the ones who try to benefit from Blackness while undermining us at the same time. And as somebody who's from Miami, I've seen it too often. There was never any unity between the Black groups. And so there can't be, this is not creating the separation. The separation already existed. Hell, they don't have no unity amongst each other. And so these people are not like-minded. This is what I was talking about earlier. They are not like-minded. I'm in Africa as we speak. When you talk to African people, I went to the Vodun festival in Benin. My tour guide was saying, oh, you see all the setup? Because it was very well organized. I said, yeah. He was like, oh, yeah, they let some Chinese people come in and, set everything up. I said, well, why wouldn't they give those jobs to their own people? They could use those jobs. He told me, oh, because when they give it to the foreigners, they can get a kickback and the foreigners not going to talk. If they try that shit with their own people, they going to talk and everybody going to know that whoever giving out the money expected something on the back end. Look, y'all got to understand these people's mentality and y'all don't. You really don't. And let me say this. I love Africans and I love Africa. That's why I'm always coming here. But you still have to understand who these people are. They can't get it together amongst each other. And so the idea that they're going to come and get it together and get in lockstep with us, it's ridiculous.
But we've already seen it happen in history.
When did it happen?
The Black Panther Party, did they have immigrants?
Not a lot.
The Nation of Islam.
Not a lot.
Immigrants?
A couple one-offs. No. Now we're not finna try to use some generalized based on some individual people. No, we're not gonna make no generalization like that. Absolutely not. Right?
Well,
because
the reason why we can know, Queen, is because I heard you say, I believe it was yesterday. I heard you say, well, the eligibility of being FBAs, you got to go back 3 generations. Right.
I didn't say that because I said you got to go back more than that.
Okay, right. So exactly, right? So what I'm saying is that in and of itself is going to exclude people who would otherwise be supportive and helpful to your cause. And you don't have to exclude them, right? You can accept them and establish liability. And then when the eligibility argument comes, that's when you can engage in those types of conversation. Well, you can still be FBA, but you're just not eligible for reparations.
Well,
right?
why would they be in FBA when the F in FBA mean foundational and they just got over here? How are they foundational? And so this is the thing. We don't need everybody trying to eat off us. And that seems to be the mindset of a lot of people. Like, we supposed to tote water for everybody. Slavery ended in 1865, Black people. We don't have to work on behalf of everybody else.
And it's not about working on behalf of everyone else. It's about understanding and knowing who your enemy is, and understanding and knowing how you can garner more allies, right?
Correct.
Because this is the issue. This is the issue that I think a lot of people are missing, right? The reason why Tucker Carlson and people that's like-minded like him are willing to speak about it now is because they know that it is being utilized as a political football potentially to divide people of color, right? And if they
We were
can
already
divide
divided.
us, if they can divide us more, right?
We were already divided.
That gives them an advantage to be able to manipulate more and control more, right?
100%
So
fact.
I don't think you understand, again, these people's mindsets, right? Take the HBCUs, for example. HBCUs have been opening their doors to these people for, decades, right? And so now this is what a lot of times we don't get as Black people. When you people are small in number, yeah, they gonna smile and go along and get along and all that other stuff. When you reach a critical mass of people like you, then that's when you start bucking, right? So they have been at our HBCUs for all this time, and in the last decade, maybe decade and a half, now they're having events at HBCUs where they talking about they bringing the culture. What? Right? And so they have a colonial mentality, right? You don't go in and just work with people. You're supposed to try to take, and that's what we don't have that type of mindset, right? We want to kumbaya with everybody, which has always been our downfall. And so we got to know how to separate the wheat from the chaff. Is that what it is? But these people, I'm telling you, they are not here to try to work with us. They've been telling us here. They say they come over here to take. They not over here to make friends. They've been telling us this. And so we got to listen to these people.
So listening to you, Brownsville, I think you might haven't did enough research on the topic, because like the FBA movement really affected the state of Washington. So if you start studying reparations, the whole state of Washington starts studying reparations for Black people, and they do make you prove it, where at this stage of it, they're giving out loans, because a lot of people think that we got to have all this structure to make impact. So the state of Washington is currently working on a reparation process in our state. And if you look at the state of Washington wasn't even a state when slavery was happening. So this idea that the movement is not having an effect because it wasn't organized, or we excluded, and I keep hearing people say this, we need, foreigners. Foreigners does not implement policy. We need white folks. And that's kind of what FBA, we need white folks to align with us, because if we can get white folks to align with us, that's who's going to write the check. Foreigners are not.
And you
right?
see, and that's
crazy.
silly. I mean, it's just a silly comment, right? So you're
Okay.
saying that it's more beneficial for us to align with white people than it is other Black people who may not have three generations deep in the soil.
No.
That's
No,
what
well,
it is.
So this is the thing. We can have more than one enemy. This is what we all need to recognize, right? And for a very long time, and still now, anti-Blackness has been the currency of upward mobility for immigrants, right? And so we've seen this time and time again. When the Irish first came here, they had to be right next to Black people. Now Irish people, some of the most racist motherfuckers you ever gonna encounter, right? Same with everybody does that, right? When the Cubans first came to Miami, they was cool. They got a critical mass, and now Black people being pushed out of Miami. I still can't click my goddamn heels and get back home. We have to start paying attention to the landscape and understanding that Black American people, we ain't got no friends. So now we have to start playing the enemy of my enemy is my friend for the time that I need them to be, right? Until I can get what I need out of them and then understand that this is also my enemy. But if I can use my enemy to further my agenda, then that's fine. If we can use Black immigrants to further, but first off, it ain't really, they don't have the numbers to really influence anything. And then, you know, they trying to stay here, you know, they busy trying to hide up under us. But so I just don't think that we got to act like, oh, it's just the white man when everybody been trying to gang up to shit on us.
Now,
But then,
Diva,
but if we talk about even the movements that he brought up, when he talked about the Black Panther Party, white people was a very strategic part of that movement. Like when we talk about civil rights movements, white people, like in every one of these movements that he's quoting, we seen it wasn't just Black people that made this happen. White people had to get involved. So
And
now,
all of them
now,
failed.
hold on, no, listen, civil rights didn't fail. Like it's crazy that we have free men that could do and talk about what they want, say civil rights failed. That is crazy. But the point that I'm trying to help you guys understand is when I go back and I look movement for movement, we gotta first have the based off what he's saying, tethers can't vote, so they can't vote reparations into office, right? When we start talking about the majority of them, we have to first of all create a movement, and we gotta be so influenced that we can be able to get not even the majority, enough white people to be able to vote these bills in power. This is what the Black Panther actually did. They said let's affect it with these people. So I'll rest.
I mean, I just think it's foolish, right? For you to say, well, we should delineate from Sheila Jackson Lee, but then align ourselves with Tucker Carlson, right? To me,
Well, no, I didn't say
that
Tucker
no,
Carlson.
I know you didn't say those words, my brother. I didn't say I was quoting you verbatim, but I understand and comprehend exactly what you were trying to say, right? That's exactly what you were trying to say, and what I'm saying is that is foolish. And here's what I propose. What I propose is any Black person who is born in America and aligns with the core values of FBA. Still, nobody told me what the core values of FBA even is. But if you
Because you
align
don't
with
need them.
if you align with the core values and you're willing to support the movement and you are a Black person born in America, then you can be FBA. Now, that does not mean arbitrarily that you're eligible for reparations.
That
Right?
doesn't even make sense though, because how are people who just got here foundational to the country?
If they have a certain lineage, right?
But Brownsville,
What's the
I can't
lineage?
just go be Nigerian. No, because this is important.
Hold
I
on,
can't.
hold on. So let me just help the situation. All right. So the cultural aspects of the foundational Black American community is based on slavery and civil rights, and people that was affected by those things. And so there's some of the core values that Tariq Nasheed speaks about very often. Because I remember I've seen the very first Hidden Colors, and so I'm gonna base my ideas off of that. He emphasizes on like family and community in the Hidden Colors series, cultural expressions. He spoke about that a lot in all the Hidden Color series. I think he put 3 parts to it. Somebody could correct me if I'm wrong. The importance of education. That's where Dr. Umar was. He was big in Hidden Colors because he had the PhD. They look for is also based off of Claude Anderson as well. He wrote a book about how we can have an economic power with ourselves. So that's another one of the core values off the top of my head. So that's the economic core value. So that's collective support. So it does have values in it. It's just that it is just starting to just on the surface of people just speaking about it.
And Cuzzo,
yeah,
your first core value that you mentioned was a fallacy, right? Because you mentioned family. Now let me ask you a question. Tariq Nasheed, is he known for dating outside of his race?
Yep.
I don't
Right.
know.
So
His wife is
here's the thing.
biracial.
Here's the thing, right? You want to argue about this FBA, Foundational Black American, and we need togetherness and all this. But then when you look in a mirror, right, and you actually reflect on what's going on, you realize it's just talking, right? Nobody's actually doing anything substantial to further any type of cause, right? And what it is online rhetoric that produces more divisiveness than solutions.
Okay.
Let me tell you what has happened.
And so the problem is that what you are saying is actually what is representation of what the tethers are doing. That's exactly what they are doing. They are the one that is dividing us on a day-to-day basis. They're the ones that do not care about our Black community whatsoever. Actually, they actions show that they are trying to dismantle it and just be all about themselves. So regardless if his woman is whatever the case is, she is still saying she will vote for reparations. These other people that look like us, they are not willing to vote in our direction for anything. They actually willing to build platforms talking negatively about us. And so that goes to show again that they are proving a point that we need to separate ourselves from them because they do not believe in us at all. They think that they are better than us. They think that we are below them. And that's what we talk about, those actions of that type of family.
No, they don't.
But do my anecdotal experience, right? I would say that is a very small minority of the Jamaicans, the Nigerians.
No, it's not.
I'm telling you from my experience, right? From my experience, from my anecdotal experience, the majority of people who have a Jamaican lineage, who have a African lineage, they never, gave me any type of impression that they viewed themselves in a higher magnitude than me.
But Brownville, they started doing interviews and saying that their parents told them to stay away from us, not to reproduce with us. I'm telling you, like, we can go and get factual data that they was told to stay away from us.
No, they were saying that before. Cut it out. And the thing is, you're supposed to be a Pan-Africanist. What if y'all haven't accomplished anything, Willie? Right? I used to be a Pan-Africanist. And y'all asses, all y'all are is a bunch of talk, right? It's an ideology. There's no action behind it, right? Y'all haven't created any type of inroads in Africa for us. All y'all want us to do is tote water for Africa. And so miss me, Wall Street Willie, with the Pan-African bullshit, because y'all really aren't about anything. It's a bunch of pontificating. Y'all haven't done anything. And when we had this conversation before, and I asked you, what have y'all accomplished in all these years, right? Because Martin Delaney, who kicked the shit off, was in the 1800s, late 1800s. And so what have y'all accomplished in all that time? And you told me the African-American parade in New York City.
Right. That was a tangible example.
Right. And if that's the best tangible example you could come up with, then y'all ain't doing shit, baby. And I know y'all ain't, because again, I used to be a Pan-Africanist. And what got me to stop being a Pan-Africanist is being around a bunch of different Africans and seeing that they couldn't get it together themselves, right? And so y'all Pan-Africanists are also very disingenuous, because you will sit your ass up here and talk about FBA all day, but Ivory Coast is up over there actively trying to undermine the Sahel states, and y'all don't say shit about it, right? Rwanda and one of the Congos was about to get to hacking each other, and y'all wasn't saying or doing shit about it, right? South Africa was just kicking out Nigerians, or trying to, rioting in the streets to get the Nigerians out, and y'all weren't doing or saying shit about it. Ghana was just rioting and kicking Nigerians out, and you niggas wasn't doing or saying shit about it. So miss me, Wall Street Willie, because y'all aren't about shit.
Now, can I cook?
Nigga, you got cooked.
And so the problem is we are just ignoring the fact that when we start having a real conversation, it ain't just a passing conversation. When we get into what their real ideology is, that's when all this information is coming out. When we have these conversations, the fact that people will still call an immigrant a tether after we already disclosed what a tether is and how we separate an immigrant from a tether, and they will still try to place everybody in the tether box. It shows that they want to keep it divided, because if we start actually separating them, say, no, this is an immigrant, this is my brother, versus you are tether, you are my enemy, they won't be able to infiltrate anymore. And that's why they want to keep this whole, we are all the same thing. We got the same color skin folk. No, absolutely not. We don't have the same ideology, the same philosophy. We don't want the same outcomes, and we going about it in two different ways. And you are going about it by attaching yourself to me and then destroying my movement from the inside instead of backing me up. You actually on the other people's side, like a person like Byron Donalds. He does not deserve to be a part of our community whatsoever. But if we go with the way how you doing it, Brownsville, he will be a part of our community, and he will destroy us from the inside. We are never going to get to the position of the power that we are looking for in the political world, because people like him is always going to be making backhanded deals behind our back.
Well, see, then that's
Now,
where
can I
we
cook?
disagree, right? Hold on, Willie. I'm gonna say this real quick, right? Because, Cuzzo, I don't think that whoever you said that, whatever he is, I'm not saying he needs to be included. If he doesn't share our core values of the movement that we're trying to build, then he needs to be ostracized. He needs to be excluded, right? I'm with you there, right? For me,
So we just
it's not
excluding the
about.
tethers.
It's not about. To me, I think the movement is misguided because we are excluding people just based on their family lineage. Like,
No.
let's say if you're
right, if it's a lineage, you have to be. Aren't we excluded from being Jamaican? I'm sorry to cut you off, but we're excluded from being Jamaican, correct?
Yes, but we don't live in Jamaica.
It doesn't
right?
matter. If
So-
we go over there, we're still going to be excluded from being Jamaican, right? And we can look at the Black Americans who done took their asses over to Africa and settled, and they are excluded from being Ghanaian or Tanzanian or Kenyan, right?
Or that recent hurricane,
ago,
Diva, don't forget that recent hurricane that happened in Jamaica. What they was telling us to do.
Right, stay away, get out of
Why
here.
y'all want to be like other countries so bad?
Right.
So
Thing
can I ask
is,
you a question, Queen?
That shit baffles me.
In Ghana, 2 elderly sisters who had been living there for over 30 years were killed by Ghanaians over some land. They over there scamming the shit out of Black Americans and doing all types of other stuff, enacting violence against them. Several women, it was one point, this might have been maybe 2022. It was like 5 different Black women who had been murdered over there. They had relocated over there and had been deleted over there by the men. Look, and this is the thing. I think a lot of us really don't have enough experience with these people to know. But, and again, I love African people and I love Africa, but the colonial mindset is alive and well. And so that's the thing. Before you can welcome them in or join hands with them, you're going to have to spend a lot of time undoing that, right? They aren't even aware of it. I was at the what's the guy, the Nkrumah museum, and they were talking, they have where his tomb is, and then his wife's tomb. His wife was an Egyptian, whiter woman, Arab, I guess. And so I asked them, the tour guide, how do y'all reconcile that he, in words was saying that he wanted to unite Africa, but then he went and chose some white woman as his wife, and they didn't even understand the question. What? Oh no, we don't mind that. Okay, dummies, then go ahead. Right? Look, you have to. Okay, thank you, Young Riaz. Young Riaz says called post-colonial syndrome, and they got it bad. And so you have to undo that before you can do anything with them. The white man is God to them, right? Mm-hmm. When I was at the Vodun Festival, y'all know who Mami Wata is? Mami Wata is the Starbucks logo, right? That's Mami Wata. And I always was offended and said, hey, why did they make Mami Wata white? She's a Black woman. And she's like a sea, she governs over the sea or whatever, and gives life.
She's the empress of the sea, right?
There we go. Okay, so my tour guide said, "Oh, she used to be Black, but when the white people started coming to the Vodun Festival about a decade ago, they changed her white." He was like, well, if you come in 10 to 20 years, the people doing the Vodun is gonna be white people. Because they already had them out there dressed up in African garb with braids and shit in their hair. Y'all, I'm sorry. Go there first before you try to join.
And not only that, I just want to because I think the part that causes difference that literally calling them tethers is separating and is a definition of what those people are and how they are detrimental to us as a movement, and us separating ourselves from the people that is holding us back is pivotal, so we can actually get things moving in the proper direction for the people that has the same kind of mindset. So it have immigrants that is going to be on our side. Also, we have the tethers that's going to be against us, and they use the fact that they have the same skin color to be a representation of us, and that is the dangerous part. And now we are separating them from attaching themselves to us as a people.
Yeah, and then we gotta also understand we got no problem saying Chinese American. We got no problem saying Japanese American, European American. Soon as we say Foundation Black America, why are they doing this separation? Like everybody say who they are in this country. It just seems like other Black people typically want to attack us.
How do you go Chinese American, ex-American, and then go foundational Black American and instead of just saying Black American? You see how you did it yourself?
No.
Because they got
if there wasn't a difference between them, then you wouldn't have stated it.
The reason why is because they got other Black Americans that's not foundational and they have a different.
And there's other Chinese that aren't foundational Chinese as well. There's plenty of Chinese.
There's no such thing as a foundational Chinese American.
All right, all right. So what is foundational?
See,
from the start of the country or during the era of slavery?
Again, so when we try to make it, when we try to make it,
so prior to the founding.
Hold on. Stop with the disingenuous. When we try to make it literal, that's when we know we're not having an honest conversation. The foundational Black America stems from slavery. You cannot.
You just said before slavery. So what are you talking about?
Hold on. You cannot add anything extra to it. Once you start adding,
y'all don't even have your. And this is what Brownsville's talking about. No organization.
Nigga, you said before the founding of the country. That's what I said.
Exactly.
I didn't say before fucking slavery. Slavery existed before the founding of the country.
I meant before the end of slavery.
Okay, but that's not what you said.
Yeah, my bad.
Okay, and you up here trying to talk shit about us when you the motherfucker.
So when does it? That's great. What does it stem from? Is it before the founding of the country or any time during the slavery period?
So again, hold on. Okay. So again, stop trying to use foundational as a literal sense now.
Yeah, stop trying to define foundational. My bad.
I'm not trying to.
I'm making the mistake by trying to define a word. Yeah.
Exactly, because FBA is a whole term, foundational Black American. Now, when you try to separate each word, that's when you're not having an honest conversation, because when we put those three together, it means something. So you cannot just say, so what do foundational mean now? No, it means foundational Black American. It means that we have suffered something from slavery. That's what it means. And then also with the civil rights movement as well, to extend it even further. So you cannot put somebody else as a foundational anything, because now they are just grifting off of our movement, which they've been doing. And they did it off the civil rights movement as well. They try to act as if we don't see a bunch of Chinese people getting hosed down. We don't.
But see, here's the
thing is that you don't know the history of other people.
Let me just finish my
I said, but do y'all agree that everybody delineate?
Let me just finish up. The problem is they benefited off of us getting sprayed down and bit by dogs. So therefore now they can say, hey, yes, civil rights is a great thing because they could benefit off of it. Now we're saying that is enough. This is our shit. Foundational Black American. You cannot separate the foundation. What do foundation? None of that, because it's already defined. The whole term is defined. So you cannot try to separate and take words out and find the etymology of the fucking word. What is black? Black means pale. Get the fuck out of here. We don't give a fuck about you breaking down what black actually means etymology wise. We don't care what you mean by what foundational means literally. It's a whole thing.
It's a talking point.
Right. That's what it is.
Can I cook?
It's performative.
And it's really sad because while I agree that we do need to have an eligibility argument in terms of reparations when we get there, But once again, y'all are pulling the cart before the horse because we have to establish liability before we can even talk about eligibility, right? This is why I say y'all are misguided when it comes to this FBA movement. Y'all need structure. Y'all need organization. Y'all need core values. And here's the reason why I emphasize core values is this, right?
I gave you some.
Because if you are expecting me to align with a J Prince for president just because he's a foundational Black American and then delineate from someone like Sheila Jackson Lee,
it'll never happen.
I'm going to have a big problem with you. That doesn't make sense. It's not logical. Get out of the illogical mindset. Peace and love.
Brownsville, how do you get liability?
Slow down. So no,
it's already liability in Washington.
Hold on.
I know.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, please. A person like Jay Prince, lineage wise, right? He could be whatever that is. But moving the movement forward, he is not a part of it. He's going to benefit from it because if we do get reparations and let's say that his parents or his ancestry comes from that, yes, he's going to benefit it by getting $1. But he's not a part of the movement. He's not somebody that we look to say, hey, anything. Like we cannot say, hey, just because some poor people or ghetto people is going to benefit, it doesn't matter. Let whoever was victimized of it from a ancestry point of view, they get their money no matter what they're going to do with it. I don't care if they smoke crack. I don't care if they buy food trucks. It don't matter what they do with it. So it's not about aligning ourselves with a ghetto person or a ghetto point of view. It's about aligning ourselves to make sure we get what we are owed from a country that said they owe us something. And that's all it's about. It doesn't matter who else is going to benefit off of it at the end of the day, because the majority of the people that's going to benefit off of it is the rightful owners of that situation.
So I just want to understand.
Hold on.
I got a question.
So delineation isn't only for reparations, right? That was pointing out to Black Americans like, hey, you better look around and see who you dealing with in every aspect, right? So when you in your business dealings, because they'll try to undermine you there. So when you trying to date people, right? And so in every aspect, you got to look at these people and see who they are and vibe check them and make sure everything is everything. And so that was the point of delineation. Because even me, I had a lot of friends that I had to check at some point because people do think that, everybody just got the right to talk shit about Black Americans. And what it stems from is they certainly do not think they better. They are actually very envious that we was born at home base, right? While they trying to get to the damn field in many instances. And so there's a lot of envy and resentment for that.
So Brownsville, I got a question for Brownsville. Brownsville, do you have a problem with Asians delineating?
Delineating from who?
Japanese, Chinese. Hello. Japanese, Chinese, Cambodian, Laos. Do you have a problem with them delineating?
No.
Do you have a problem with Africans going from the Congo to Nigerians to? Do you have a problem with them delineating?
If they are American, yes.
Okay, but I'm saying in the overall picture.
You're talking about if they're not American?
Like, so say, for example, like second generation Nigerians say, my people are from Nigeria. I hear that a lot. Like in college, they're like, hey, who are you? They say, my people from Nigeria. And I was born here, but I'm Nigerian, even though they was born here in America. Do you have a problem?
I got a problem with that, yes.
So you got a problem with them identifying with their lineage?
No, I have a problem with them being divisive, right? Because here's the thing, right?
Well, hold on. I just want to make sure.
Real quick, and I'm gonna pass it back.
He's making a point. Chill.
I coached AAU football this summer, right? And it's gonna kind of be my last time. But we were on a bus traveling to a city, right? And it was a majority, 99% Black team. And I had boys on there from Jamaica, Nigeria, Ghana, just regular FBA, all that, right? We get stopped, right? The driver, I don't know what he did, but he did something wrong. Get stopped, right? And everybody on a bus, right? Nobody attempted to delineate. We were all just black people, right? And none of those young guys would say, hey, I'm different from you because I'm from Ghana. I'm different from you because I'm from Jamaica. They all identified as young black men,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
So
Yeah, no, hold on. So I agree.
the problem I have is when we want to divide ourselves, that's not beneficial to our cause, right?
No, hold on. I'm just saying, if I was to go talk to Asian, all of them identify as Asian. Trust me, I'm familiar with this. If you say, hey, you Asian, they say yes, Asian. When they get more detailed, they describe what type of Asian they are. So I'm telling you, we're all black. I'm not saying that we're not black. But I'm telling you that I didn't feel like that guy was. I mean, my best friend is from St. Thomas, right? He grew up in St. Thomas in the island. And I asked him, I said, hey, brother, something's different about you. What is different? He said, yes, my people came from St. Thomas growing up. So I said, hey, he just gave me more detail of what type of black he is. He wasn't trying to say he wasn't black. He just said, this is more detail. So when the point that I'm trying to make is when financial black people say, yes, we're all black. Yes, we all black, but this is what type of black I am. They are the ones who get attacked, and we would not attack any other race for doing that.
And not only that, I want to add on to the when we get pulled over and all those things. Those things doesn't have an effect on what we talking about politically and getting things done for us as a people. Us getting pulled over and somebody that don't know us is saying that we are all black. It doesn't matter when we talking about the political realm of getting things done for our people. It is people that is using that as a way to get into our infrastructure and destroy us from the inside. And that is the real issue. So yes, on the side of the road, to that one cop, yes, we are all black. But when we talk about political getting things done, that same buzz, they might be voting two completely different ways. We could have a black Republican and a black Democrat, and they are both trying to get certain things done. Yes, when they both get pulled over in the same car, they both black. However, they are voting in two different directions politically, and those things is going to affect us differently. So we cannot compare us being pulled over by the police and say that we are all black versus our political position on what we want to do for our people. Those are two separate arguments and two separate occasions.
And here's where they
think
align.
I heard this
Here's where they align though, right? Because when it comes to support, we're going to need their support if we are trying to really push this movement forward to get the legislation passed or to get the litigation where it needs to go, right?
No.
FBA isn't going to be able to do it by themselves, right? That's the issue.
Yes,
and if you are in the habit of creating enemies of people who otherwise would support you, like Sheila Jackson Lee,
that lady bad.
That's not beneficial. That's not beneficial to your cause, right?
So Brownsville,
if
that's
a
just
sitting member of Congress, right? And you're saying, well, no, you're not FBA because you don't have the 3 generations or whatever, right? And matter of fact, we don't want to talk to you. We don't have anything to do with you. We don't want to include you. Even if you align with our core values, nobody still told me what the core values of FBA is, by the way. I'm still waiting for
I think the core values of an Igbo. You don't need core values to descend from people.
I think we should be aligning ourselves with people who have shared, like you said, right? You know, we
okay, well then they don't
mindset. So we have to have core values, right? Because I'd rather align myself with someone who shares my core values because I know I can be more productive with them. If we're really trying to accomplish something versus just because you have the same lineage as me, right? And you could be Jay Prince for president. And our values will totally, be separated. And we're not going to be able to accomplish anything.
No. So Brownsville, I see. I think now you're putting the cart before the horse, right? I believe we first need to get established. This is my opening dialogue. We can get established, and then we can have different FBAs. We can have quote unquote, and I'm just using this because these are familiar terms. We can have FBA that align with Democrats and FDA that align with our conservative. But we need to first get established. If we get established, then we can talk about what we're going to fight for. Because we can't fight. You talk about what are we fighting for and all these things, but we have to be established first. And that's typically how movements work.
Brownsville,
Right.
even
And
still,
what I'm
I have a
saying
question.
is,
And
in
not
order
only that,
in order
cuz
for you
This
to
is
be
sad.
established, right? In order for you
Brown,
to be established, you need organization, you need structure, right? And you need support.
We got all
but,
so, but that's what I'm
but
saying.
Brownsville, you're talking
Hold on.
about litigation.
If he's
I'm
sitting
gonna
up
give
Hold
here
it
on.
to you,
saying so much
Titan.
He keeps
truth,
bringing
they
up the
wouldn't be
same
getting
point.
stripped up out of here.
Hold on.
Hold on,
I'm gonna give
He
it to
keeps bringing up
Titan
the
after
same
me.
point, and I need to ask.
everybody
I
hold
know.
on.
Hold on. But
Okay.
1 second.
Everybody hold on.
This
Everybody hold on. I just want to say this. If me and Jay Prince get pulled over, yes, we both black, but we know me and Jay Prince do not align politically on anything. So that's why we cannot use this whole that we all gotta be kumbaya together. No, we gotta go with what either man's saying. It doesn't matter if he's a foundational Republican, Black American, or a Democrat. Regardless of the matter, we need to do something for people that had been done wrong in this country.
And
that's
Jay
the only thing that
Prince,
matters. And it's people that are not from this country that act as if
to
they
your
are for
point though,
black
Cuzzo,
people, and they are doing things wrong for black people in this nation because they know they are not going to benefit off of, for example, voting for reparations. Right? They would secretly say, "Yeah, go ahead and do it," but then when it's time to vote, they are going to vote against us, and that's what we gotta make sure we have a separation. We know who is who.
right? And people, to your point, like Jay Prince, who share his illogical mindset, he's gonna kill you from within too. So
No,
that
You
so
can't kill
that's
a
the
lineage.
you
that's
can,
the
yeah.
problem, right? Because
No, no,
you don't have any core values established. So
no,
you're
but
not
we do
saying
have
You
a
don't need core
no, no, no,
values
no,
of a
no.
lineage.
So what you misinterpreting, cuz, is that him or a Republican or a Democrat, conservative, or Black MAGA, it doesn't matter if he have been done wrong by this nation's government with slavery. Don't matter. We need to make sure we know who's on the side of that part of the conversation. Now, will we differentiate anywhere else? And then we need to have that understanding. But if he's a conservative, he's a MAGA supporter, but he still want to vote, hey, black people that can prove that they come from slavery need to get reparations. Guess what? We need him on our side for that one thing. When we want to disagree with all these other things, fine, we could disagree when that comes. But the ones that are saying, hey, slavery hurt us, we never got our rightful due, they owe us, I don't give a fuck what they do after that.
But this is an example of having a higher standard for black people than any other race. Like Asians disagree. It's Chinese that vote Democrat. It's Chinese that vote Republican. They don't agree from a politician. I mean, a policy point of view. And so that's what we said is first we need to say, let's get what African Americans, and then we can do the what one person agreed to separation.
But see,
But even without that
Eater Man,
delineation, you
when you
cannot
go,
determine.
if you go, I challenge you, Eater Man, to go into Chinatown in New York City and do something to a Mongolian or do something to a Korean and watch what happened to you.
Right.
All
They're
of
still
those
gonna fight
Asians are
together, but
gonna
it's
rise
different.
up and they're gonna make sure you leave out of there in a body bag. So the issue that you're what I'm saying
These
is
Africans, the people, these other groups aren't going to do that in many respects, right? So 2020, when the shit jumped off and the riots happened, I was in a group of African professionals, and I ended up getting kicked out of the group because they was talking shit about what was going on and trying to say, oh, these black Americans, they shouldn't be doing, and talk. And I was telling them, baby, you from a literal shithole. you can't offer us any type of advice or guidance, right? Because you can solve your own problem. And so these people a lot of times are not going to fight with us. What they will do though is lay in the cut, and then when they need something, try to summon us under the umbrella of blackness, and we all need to stay stick together. So I mean, I've just seen it too much, and I don't know. I've just seen too much, right? From Miami, up until now, and I done been around the damn world, and I'm sorry, most of them aren't going to do it.
I can't find my lineage. I'm gonna start.
And the movements that worked in the past, such as the civil rights movement, if they would have took y'all mindset and attempted to delineate FBAs from black immigrants, they would not have been successful.
We don't know that because during the civil rights movement, it wasn't a whole lot of black immigrants over here to begin with, right? That's why the Immigration Act of 1965 was so pivotal. And they did that specifically to undermine black Americans after getting the Civil Rights Act passed. Nevertheless, so we have no way of knowing that because it didn't happen. And it didn't happen. One of the reasons it couldn't happen was because it wasn't really enough of them over here at the time.
And Malcolm X would not have been a foundational black American.
Yes, he would have. His father is a foundational black American. What are y'all talking about?
I thought you said
hold on.
Or somebody
no, it's not by the mother.
Hold on. I see where the confusion is at. Okay, so even if
my family is FBA
hold on.
under y'all terminology,
even if he's not considered a foundational black American, he still was for foundational black Americans to get right the wrong that happened to us in America. That is the key component that we keep missing, right? So it doesn't matter if they're immigrant or not, or they have foundation set here by slavery. It's the fact that they are willing to fight with us on the line of getting what's to right the wrongs that America has done to a certain group of people. That is the main part that is important. So the tethers are doing the opposite of that, and we got to be able to separate them from the ones that is trying to move forward and we got to getting the proper things right. From the ones that is trying to move forward.
Mute, Willie.
Somebody play in the background.
Right.
And so even if Malcolm X was not a foundational black American, he was still fighting for us in a good way that was going to progress us as a people. And that's the main part that is important. The tethers, they are against it because they do not have a beneficial stake in this situation. So they're going to vote against reparations because they know they ain't going to get nothing. They like, F that, we're not going to give you a one leg up on us because you already have that one leg up by being foundationally from here in the first place.
I'm telling you that is a lie and it's disgusting. Right?
What's the lie?
So now we got to deal with who are the real tethers in the room, right? A lot of times listening to this, and first I do want to say peace to the brother Bracy because I've been here for a while and I haven't had a chance to say hello. I appreciate you for letting me keep my shoes on because I'm not wearing no socks. So thank you for letting me come into your room. Listen to what I'm saying, man. I've listened to a lot of just really bad arguments, but the most disgusting part of it is when we start rewriting history and what leaders like Malcolm have said. If you listen to Malcolm's writings, if you listen to his speeches, nothing Malcolm ever said was in line with Lineage, right?
Hey, put your blacklist where your wallet is. What?
Look at that! I show up, I make you money. That's crazy.
look, already with the bullshit. Anyway,
yeah, I literally just show up. Hey, by the way, what's up, Will?
Oh my God,
it's funny. I'm literally watching FBA kill any possibility for reparations. It's sad.
Y'all been working on it as the Pan-Africanists for decades, right? And so what inroads have you all made?
Oh God. Yeah,
I'd say there have been a ton of inroads made.
Okay,
right?
so where we
at?
That
question about 30 minutes ago, and I never got a chance to answer you.
Okay, so where we at? No, I didn't ask you that. I'm talking about with regard to reparations. How close are y'all? Because again, y'all been working on it for decades.
I
And
think
it took the
black people
FBA
and
to bring it
African
to the
Americans are
mainstream,
about
right?
as close
No,
as
no,
they
no. But it
truffle.
took FBA to bring it to the mainstream, to make it a mainstream conversation. Reparations. Y'all been doing it for decades, and it was a niche conversation, and only if you know, you know. So what y'all been doing, bruh?
That
Hey,
is
Queen,
insane to
didn't
hear. As
reparations
many times as
didn't Johnny
reparation
Cochran
has been mentioned
Cochran
on the
bring it
Senate
to the
floor,
mainstream?
it's crazy.
Did he?
Yes.
Yes.
Did
Thank
he?
you.
Oh,
The
so
good
Yes.
Johnny
brother
Cochran,
Johnny. Yes.
Johnny Cochran ain't no
And
Pan
he had a
Africanist,
plan
or
for it
wasn't
too.
no Pan Africanist. What did you all do?
So again, right?
Nothing.
No, I can't. I'll go back on mute.
No,
But when
go
y'all
ahead.
ready to
Tell us
let me
what the
cook,
Pan
just let me
Africanists, how
cook.
they brought it to the forefront. Did the Pan Africanists get anybody to draft any legislation or put any legislation through? Like, what were y'all doing all those decades that y'all was talking about reparations and raising money?
I'm not here to defend Pan-Africanism. I'm
I'm
here to
asking a
tell you
question
how
about what you all have
disgusting
done,
the
because
entire
you're
FBA
telling us
movement
that a
is.
Pan-African ideology is superior and it's going to be more effective. And so if y'all have that, y'all are the group of people who do that, then tell us what successes you've had. What have you done? How have you progressed, pushed the conversation forward, pushed the agenda forward? What have y'all done?
You've asked the same question mad long. My point would have been done. I'm not
Because
here
you never
to
answer it.
defend. I'm not
You
here to
never
defend
answer it because you
Pan-Africanism.
can't. Okay, so then what are
We
the
were talking about
Pan-Africanists doing
FBA,
about the
correct?
Sahel states
We were talking
and
about
Ivory Coast
FBA,
trying to
correct?
undermine them? What are y'all
Wait,
doing? That's
wait,
all I
wait.
want to know. What are you doing?
Supremacist vaginal vessel, the beautiful queen that you are. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
The topic was FBA, correct?
Oh, okay, okay. And you don't want
So
to
I
talk about
wanted
what
to
you
keep,
did in that
yeah, I
regard
mean,
or
for
nowhere
once in
else.
a
Okay, I
while,
got
Willie likes to keep it on the topic, right? So I wanted to talk about how disgusting, right, and totally destructive this movement has been toward black people. I mean, here's the whole question, right? What about people like me who, under your definition, is FBA? I'll never join that little club, right? That club also contains a bunch of people who believe that black people were just here in America, and that's who we are. A whole bunch of people that deny the transatlantic slave trade and the horrors that it was, which is the true reason for even having this reparations conversation. We clearly weren't watching the same video, right? I watched Tucker Carlson laugh at some FBA bitch ass nigga that called his phone talking stupid, as if he's not totally against reparations in any form.
Mm-hmm.
You had some
So,
sellout ass FBA
so
run and
PhD,
call his phone. And now I'm
but
watching my brothers say that that was some climactic moment. And now it's going to get more traction. No, let me adjust the lens. It's 5,000 views of people who are now going to say, these niggas goofy. And
so
I'll
Okay.
yield.
And so
PhD,
are they
hold
gonna,
on, I
what are
got,
they gonna say about y'all?
hold on, I
Nothing,
just
because they don't even know you exist.
so PhD, but if a Chinese man said that he ain't gonna line and say he Chinese, did that make him not Chinese?
No.
Like him saying that I'm not going to identify with my lineage is a him problem. I don't know why he think that that got anything to do with
I
FBA. Because
am identifying with my lineage. That's why I could never be a part of this Harry Potter myth y'all are trying to create.
yeah, yeah,
I know my heritage.
that's your.
My heritage is African American. I am the descendant of the slaves brought here and
you
totally
just
like, yeah, it's
you
funny
just
until I
literally
start
said your
cooking.
FBA.
You can't
Listen,
tell
hold
me
on,
my
listen,
lineage. No,
listen. You
African
literally
American
said
is not FBA. And there
Okay,
are
that's fine,
blacks
child.
that have the right to say that. No,
hello,
a
listen.
part
You
of
just
being
said
black,
hello,
a part of being
hello.
African American
And
is
you said you was a.
recognizing your
Are
African
you a
side.
descendant from
I would
slavery?
argue we
Are you
delineated
a
a long time ago. A long
so?
time ago when we were the Negro problem and they tried to send our black asses back to
So
Africa.
hello. So
We
are you a
said, no,
descendant?
we're
So
Shouldn't
you're a
have
staying
been
descendant
here.
of
That was
slaves.
At
Hold on, but
that
bullying.
Willie,
That
have
point,
the
wasn't
dialogue
bias.
though, brother. Go
That
ahead,
wasn't
E.
even government. Cut
my
it out.
apologies, mulatto. My
Yeah, I'm
Mulatto,
just
apologies.
where you
saying.
been? Checkmate.
Much love, family. I do want to make a brief point, but I want Willie and Edelman to get their little spill out.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is like when we talking about a lineage, right? Our FBA descended from slaveries, right? Foundational Black Americans, Adolf. When you start, I get that it's multiple names, and he might say, I don't want to call myself that because I don't identify with that name. Maybe he think it's a slang name for African Americans. I'm telling you is you're talking about now what you're doing what Brownsville said, Willie. You saying that you don't even want to be a part of the FBA group that you are part of. Now, this is a father delineation.
I'm not
In
a
the
part of
hold
that.
on, hold on, hold on. It's a father. So first, you had a problem with us separating from immigrants, and now you separating for us. So that means that you have no problem with delineation because you're delineating yourself in this moment from the FBA.
I'm saying my people delineated a long time ago. Absolutely nothing about what y'all are doing is new. In fact, y'all are tethering to my African American culture. Y'all are the tethers. Y'all are
You are
claiming a
tripping.
bunch of things. Y'all are claiming a bunch of things that African Americans did.
Like what?
Self-identified African
Like what?
Americans. Not a single one of them was ever
Like what?
talking Aboriginal or foundational.
Like what?
I
So
mean,
the FBA goes back to the
that's
slave trade,
chapter.
though.
Hold on, slow down. You went a long time, but Diva wants an answer, and I'm gonna always put the supremacist vaginal vessel before you, my brother. My apologies, right? So when you say have done what,
Mhm.
I would say what haven't they done,
No,
right?
no, no. But you
Like
said
these
we're
people.
taking their accomplishments, and so which accomplishments, or we're trying to claim what
I'm
we're tethering
saying
onto
all of
what
it.
they have done.
I'm
So
saying
what? Give us
y'all are trying
examples.
to take our lineage. My lineage was already defined, right, by people way before me. 1817,
Mm.
you get the African Methodist
It's
Episcopal Church.
Episcopal Church. Yes, I'm
The
aware.
word, the term African American can be documented in writing in the 1700s. You think I'm gonna let some goofy niggas that made a club 6 years ago redefine who me and my people are and our
So,
history? Now,
so can you be
yes.
both?
Now
Can you be
you've
both?
become the
Yes.
problem.
Can you be both? Can I be an African
Willie
American?
don't have nothing to say because any question I ask him, he skate right around. Willie, you typical
No,
Pan African babble,
I'm
right?
keeping it
Because
on the
y'all can
topic.
never put a stake in the ground, and you can never nail y'all to anything. So miss
I'm
me,
keeping it
Willie.
on the topic.
yeah,
I'm
hold on,
saying
hold on,
Martin
hold on.
was a
But
Pan
Willie, this
African.
this is it.
I'm saying
So can
Malcolm
I
was
be
a
both?
Pan
Can
African.
can
I'm
I
saying Marcus
identify?
Garvey was a
Hold
Pan
on, Willie,
African. I'm saying
Marcus
Willie.
Garvey
Booker
was
T.
also
Hold
a
Washington
on,
was a
Willie.
scammer.
Pan African.
He
Hold on,
also was
Willie.
a
Long as y'all
scammer.
leave them alone,
And that's why
I'm
they
cool.
busted his ass for mail
Go
fraud
find
and
some
sent him back to
Indians.
Willie.
damn, deported his ass back to Jamaica.
Willie, I just got a question. Can I be an African American in FBA? Is that possible?
I don't get to define that because I'm not on FBA time. I'm not focused on
Okay, so
keeping
let me ask
people
you a
out
different
and
question. I got
delineating.
you. You don't want to do that. Okay. So the biggest thing is, are you doing a separation from FBA or African Americans? Or are you saying that they are all the same?
I am saying African American and FBA is not the same. I'm
Okay,
saying
that's
I'm
the
an
delineation.
African. I'm saying I am an
That's the
African
delineation, right?
American. I'm saying I am an African American, a term that was created in the 1700s
That's
that
perfect. You
my
said that
people
already. You
that
don't have to
hold
keep
on.
repeating it. You
Well, why
said
you
that. I
asking me the
heard it.
question?
No, but you.
It was
So I'm saying
simple.
you didn't answer my question. Is that a delineation? African American and FBA. Do you agree that
No,
that? Okay, hello.
because
So
we were
if you
never connected.
separate, hello. If I know by definition, if you separate from, it's called a delineation. And
If y'all are delineating from African American, then yes, that's what you choose to do.
no,
I'm
you
saying me as
are,
an African
because I'm
American,
I'm saying it's the
I was
same
never a
thing.
part of FBA. And
No,
this is what I want
I'm
y'all to
saying that it's
understand.
this. That's
There will
that's
be, this is
it's the
all I want,
same
and I'm gonna land
thing.
here. This is what's important why I said,
Okay,
what about someone
Wall
like
Street
me?
Willie.
Hold on. Can I just, and I don't have
Hold on,
nothing else to
because you
say.
hold on. No, you hold
Go
on.
ahead.
What is the difference between an African American and a foundational Black American?
An African American is a Black
It's
American
different
here
because
in, never mind. Yeah, what you say was?
No,
so
no,
I'm
we
like,
need that.
it's different because
It's different because African American is attached to Black. Black is specifically attached to the people of West Africa, throughout the diaspora in the Caribbean, and the blacks in America.
No, it is not.
Okay,
That
so now
is
what
the
is
connection.
No,
foundational?
it's not.
Okay, so now what is
That's why
foundational
it
black?
gave
Okay,
birth to
okay.
African
So now
American.
what is foundational
No.
black American attached to?
Aboriginals in a club, some Indians. I don't know. I'm
Okay,
just
so all
saying,
right,
You
don't
so
don't
I
attach
tell you,
it to
know.
okay,
my
no, I'm
history.
glad that you
You
said you don't
don't.
know. So I would tell you, it's attached to slavery that they got wrong in slavery.
It's attached to Arutusisisis.
Okay,
Right.
that's fine. That's fine that you want to make jokes about it. That's fine. But
This
however,
is your
hold
holiday.
on, hold on.
As
Okay,
he
that's fine.
celebrates Kwanzaa.
It doesn't matter
As he
what
celebrates Kwanzaa.
I don't care about what joke you come up with. So again, they are attached to
wasn't a
slavery. That's
joke.
what they're saying. They're making a new claim saying that they are attached to slavery. That's what a foundational Black America is, and they got done wrong in that time period, and it's time for America to pay what they owe and pay reparations for that. That's what the difference is.
Cool.
Yeah, but is it
And
Will's
for me, that
problem?
makes them either traitors or tethers
Traitors to who?
to African Americans, black people from my history, my lineage.
Boy,
How-
don't shut the fuck up.
So, but I like how can you? I don't understand.
Yeah, we try
What
to
I'm
figure out
saying is
how
everything
you
this movement is
delineating the
about.
two.
I'm
Like,
saying
yeah, like,
everything that this movement is about. Like my good brother
I'm not,
Brownsville was
okay,
trying
so
to say.
I'm not
so
talking
this
about the
ain't got
movement. I'm
nothing
talking
to
about the
do with this.
Let me
identification.
understand. Do African Americans believe that people that was harmed by slavery should get reparations?
Do African Americans believe that?
Yes, because you are the
Absolutely.
representation of them right now, right?
Most.
So
Absolutely.
okay, so why do you have a problem with the FBA movement then?
Because the FBA is destroying the reparations argument. I'm watching them single-handedly kill
How?
any possibility
Okay.
of reparations.
Explain how.
Number one, first and foremost, right? We spoke yesterday about it possibly being tied to
You
something
can just say you don't know
historical.
if you don't.
Hold
You can say
on.
you can say you
You
don't know
asked
if
me.
you
No,
don't
I
know.
know. I
Yeah, but
100% know.
you already the way how you started it off shows that
You
you
didn't
don't
even
know.
give me a sentence.
I don't
Right?
need a full sentence for me to understand that you bullshitting. Hold on one second. Mrs. KR, good day. That was one of your African Americans.
I would run for me too. I ain't mad.
No, I'm just trying to understand.
Nigga, you
'Cause
gonna pay what you owe.
Hello, you keep saying that it's something different. He keeps saying that these two things are different, and we ask him very direct questions like, "How is it different?" And he won't tell us.
Yeah, he can't.
It's because he
Okay.
doesn't believe they're different. He really
Right.
does not believe it. And you can hear it in everything he says.
Absolutely. I agree 100%.
So yeah, so now that we see it, because let me ask Willie. Willie, do you have a problem with FBA separating themselves from y'all hear that noise?
Yeah, somebody got some music playing.
So
Sound to a slot machine.
okay, Willie, do you have a problem with FBA separating from tethers? Willie. Oh, he must have been the one on the
My
slot
bad.
machine.
My bad. That was my seatbelt. Absolutely not. Because for me, a coon's a coon's a coon, right? So it's a lot of foundational black ass coons as well. I
Okay,
am
cool. So
delineating from coonery.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So you have no problem with that. Okay, so your problem is the terms that they use it for identification.
No.
Okay,
My problem.
because it sounds like you believe they said they're descended from slavery. They say that they believe that we should get reparations. And matter of fact, they have been the organization that have got the closest to getting reparations, aka Washington is gainfully putting policies in place to give the people that are unique to the state of Washington benefits that nobody else get in the state. So we've seen that they have got the most in the progression, and it looked like it went from a theory to a possibility with FBA. What is your problem with FBA? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Has anyone gotten a check from that Washington reparations thing you talking about?
No, nobody got a check, but they
All right.
they got payment on their home. So the biggest problem here in the state of Washington, they said that it's a big wealth gap because of the discrimination to foundational Black Americans. So what they did is they started giving out down payments, and they started giving out like kind of people giving them money to but it had criterias like they had to buy a
All right, so
house.
they got some type of a payment.
Yeah, they got a payment towards the house. It wasn't a cash
Cool.
payment because the goal here in Washington, and it's only like 600 people that done qualified and got
I
it.
got you.
But the goal here in
They got
Washington,
something.
yeah,
That was my question.
The goal here in Washington is they said that the reason that FBA is behind white people is because of the discrimination. So they trying to close the wealth gap by giving them possession of assets like housing that grows in value.
So
So
remind me of your question again.
so my question that I'm asking is, if FBA actually have got the closest to being able to accomplish this thing, reparation talk that you agree upon, my question to you is, what are you against in the FBA movement?
So first off, I would argue that that's not the closest that we've gotten, right? I would say the closest we've probably.
God damn it, we don't want to know your argument. We want to know what's your problem with the FBA movement. Start there. I don't know what's wrong with y'all. God damn.
You said you want to know what's my problem with FBA?
Yes.
Y'all be lying and grifting and tethering.
Lying about what?
If you ask 10 different FBAers what FBA is about, right? They'll give you 10 different answers, right?
All right,
That's
so give
number
me
one.
okay, go give me
But why
three
was
of
that a
them.
lie, though? That's just people saying different things. So
Opinion.
where's the lie?
Right.
The lie is in this whole farce of FBA being a lineage. Let's be very clear. Do you guys agree that FBA has a flag right now?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you like to go through what those flags, stars, the 3 stars on the
Hold on,
FBA
hold on.
flag?
We about to go somewhere. So let me give you an
Yeah,
example of the
yeah,
lie.
Billy. It
Hold on,
always
I
goes somewhere
believe.
when I
Hold on, I
start
got.
cooking.
Hold on, I got you because we about to go somewhere else.
I know you
Hold on.
FBAs better than you know yourself.
No, hold on.
That's
Oh,
why I know
listen.
you
Hold on.
do.
Hold on. I believe. Let me give you an example. If you ask me how I should raise my family, I believe I should raise my family in the church. If you ask Sharon how he should raise his family, he would say something different. He did not lie, or I did not lie, even though our opinion is different. So just because you ask 10 people their opinion and it's different doesn't define that they are lying. So I want to go back to the question, how are they lying because they have difference of opinion?
First off, you have an extraordinary grasp of the obvious. I want to give you credence for that, right? Number two, yeah, niggas is lying. My lineage, this whole farce that y'all are standing on, that this is some type of lineage, my lineage does not connect to any people that were here before 1492. When I look at my genetic makeup, when I look at my family history, I know I
But
am a
FBA,
product. Hold on, hold
but
on.
it goes back to slavery, not before.
Hold on. I know I am a product, right, of the transatlantic slave trade. So I do have some connection to those people. But I became my own people a long time ago. Now,
Hey, Goku, can
this
you
is
stop dodging questions?
this
He
is a
trying to talk about
fundamentally
the people who say that they're indigenous, which they don't even claim FBA. They claim indigenous. Now, FBA does acknowledge that, yes, a lot of us do have indigenous
Roots.
ancestry as well. And so what's the problem with that?
And let me answer this. Opinions 3D. Yes, you can. All you gotta do is hit the link.
Yeah, so if I'm saying that I am connected to the indigenous people and I am connected to the African slaves, well, let me ask a different question because I need to understand this. Do you believe that slavery was the people that was enslaved in America? It was more than just people from Africa. Willie, if you're still there.
Yes, how you doing? Miss KR, how you doing?
Hi, I'm doing
my
well.
bad.
There's
I
an
couldn't come
ad
off mute.
playing right now, so I am eager to join the panel.
Awesome. How did you find the channel?
I was basically scrolling on YouTube and it just popped up in my feed.
Awesome. So this is your first time hearing me speak, and this is your first time seeing the show.
It is my first time hearing you speak and seeing the show, so I immediately subscribed because this is something that is definitely a thorn in my side.
Okay. And I see you have your camera on. You want to turn your camera off because I'm not sure what I'm seeing on your camera.
Oh, I'm at work, and let me see how.
Yeah, so you could turn your camera off. Maybe your camera's in your pocket or something.
Okay. Well, it isn't. Okay, there we go.
Okay. All right. So what side of the argument you are on, Mrs. KR?
I am in disagreement with the FBA position because we are indigenous. I am opposed to this Black American bit because I have actively done the work. And so if we're basing this argument and this fight in lineage, there isn't anything to discuss.
Well, hold on. Well, ma'am, what we're saying is to be FBA, you can be indigenous slave or you can be a slave came over from Africa. We're not saying that these two different are things. We're saying that the foundation.
I'm having a hard time hearing what you're saying.
What about now? Nobody else can hear me?
No, we can hear you.
I hear you.
We can hear you.
Yes.
What'd you say?
No. So the point that I'm saying is for
Before
you to
we
be
even get to the African theory, we have to deal with our lineage first.
I know, but hold on. So do you agree that FBA believes that we are descendant from slavery, like the Adolf, right? We believe and we understand. I believe it was some people that was here was enslaved, some indigenous people. I think people came from Africa. I think it was people who came from all around the world. I don't think that they was just said we're only gonna get it from
there
that.
were indentured serfs that came from Europe by the boatload. We know for a fact that the Mongoloids came here. We know a lot, but when it gets to the
you broke up, Miss KR. Miss KR, are you there?
yes, I'm here.
Hold
There
on one
seems to
second,
be a
Miss KR. Hold
delay.
on one second, Miss KR. I got one question for you. Do you believe that Black folks that was a part of slavery, should they get reparations?
I believe the indigenous people who can prove their lineage, who actually suffered loss of land, loss of identity, loss of status, who can prove their family's existence via lineage, most definitely they're supposed to be receiving, according to all the treaties that were signed and the agreements that were offered and made, should receive a repair. And see, I have a problem with the word reparations because you're giving something that you don't have to give. And until we are actually given back our true identities that they've taken, because if you look at it, and I've done the work, so I have.
I want you to slow down just a little bit. So, Ms. KR, are you consider yourself a Moor?
No, because my documents and my great grandfather's enrollment card and letter from the BIA shows that I'm Creek.
Right. So this is okay. So let me ask you a question. So I totally, believe everything you said, right? Your grandfather was indigenous. I totally believe there were indigenous people here who were reclassified as, Negro or whatever, right? And so what confuses me though is why is it that the indigenous people try to come over and make the FBA people change what they're doing? Like, if y'all are indigenous, then just be indigenous and work your agenda, right? You don't need to force other people or try to force other people to identify or classify themselves in the way that you classify yourself, or you and the people, the indigenous people classify yourselves. And so why is that? That seems to be like a recurring theme, that it's not enough to just know you indigenous and fight for whatever it is y'all repair, but y'all got to come and force FBA to be indigenous as well.
To answer your question, and with all due respect, I personally don't see it as imposing or forcing. What I think it is rooted in is confusion. And when you look at the word foundational, that means original. And you can look at the word indigenous, that also, or aboriginal, indigenous. I believe that the confusion comes from an emotional point where those who classify themselves, thanks to Jesse Jackson, as African Americans, I personally believe they did not do the work and research their lineage. I actually did, and I found it real confusing. Whereas, and I'm 55, so I'm sitting back and I'm looking at my birth certificate. It says Negro. Then I look at my oldest daughter's birth certificate, who's 34, and her birth certificate says Black American.
Hold on,
Then I look at my third one moment here. I look. This is what got me on my search.
Miss KR, because this is something that we looked up birth certificates, and we found out that majority of states do not actually show the race on the birth certificate. What city was this, or what state rather? So this way you won't have to be so pinpoint. But what state was this?
Alabama.
Okay. Well, my birth certificate is from 1971, and that's from Humphreys County, Mississippi. My oldest daughter, her birth certificate is from Minnesota, and that was in 91, 92, something like that. But then we get to my third daughter, who was born in 2004. Her birth certificate does not carry a race. So that confused me. It's like, if I'm listed as a Negro, why is my oldest daughter listed as a Black American, but then my youngest daughter has no race? So I went to look at my mother's birth certificate. Her birth certificate says Negress. So I'm going, this is weird, because shouldn't we all be the same thing? So I looked at my Medea's birth certificate, which is her mother. She was listed as colored. And I said, well, that's awful strange, because we're all from the same bloodline. Why do we have these different races? Okay. So I continue to go further back.
So now with all that information, right? So now if you had a chance to vote for reparations or not, you would vote?
Oh, I definitely would vote, because we are due. We are due. Yes, I would vote. We are due, and we're entitled. I mean, they gave the Japanese reparations.
So now that we are in this era of the conversation where we had to make a separate understanding, like the FBA, right? It's fairly a new term, because before we tried these other ways. And this is going to be the way to get reparations for people that was affected by slavery. Why not just be a part of that, instead of worrying about exact definitions, instead of about how we are using the word in today's time?
Because it matters. Why is it that we, no matter all over the world, okay, flat or round, why are the people, the Blacks in America, the only people whose president every 12 years gets to reclassify them? We've gone from Niji to Negro to Black to Walter Plecker saying you can't be an Indian, but every 12 years we get a new name. And they only have that ability when you're a prisoner of war. Nobody ever questions that. Why am I not equal to the white person who, no matter who their mama or daddy is, what decade, they're always listed as what? White or Caucasian. Or the Asian is always Asian. No matter which country they're from, they're still Asian. Or a Hispanic person.
It's chaos. So like, that's understandable, and we get that part of the argument. However, it doesn't move the fact that a group of people are having a FBA movement to try to correct those wrongs. So going by focusing strictly on the definition of things, instead of just getting
the first part, this is why my cousin was up here earlier talking about we are putting the cart before the horse, is that first we need to get it in position where it say, yes, Black people are owed reparations from this country. And then we could go to the next step of deciding how we find out. Well, we already understand how we're going to find out who's descendants of slaves and all that. And then we could go about how we're going to disperse all of this money, land, or whatever it is. But if we keep on arguing and bickering over just definitions and who started it and who's in it and who's not, we will never get to the point where we can actually get to the vote, say, yes, Black folks' own reparations. And then after we get the money, then we can argue about, hey, my real lineage is whatever tribe we want to add ourselves to, because that is really no consequence when we're trying to get something done to focus on true definitions and etymology that Black means pale and all these other things. It doesn't really matter when we're just trying to get something done.
I have an issue with that because the people that came over here, okay, after the 60s, right, they did not suffer the same ills that my great-great-grandfather did in 1860.
Perfect.
So
that's
I
perfect.
don't feel that they should
So
receive.
Miss Chaos, that was perfect that you said that, right? And I just want to hash that out real quick. So the people from the 1960s, they are not, if they just came here in 1960s, would you say that they are a descendant of slavery?
No.
Okay, so therefore they would not be in the conversation. They are not going to get any reparations, and that's how we could tell. That's why it doesn't have. We don't even have to bring them up because we're not talking about people that's affected by Jim Crow or redlining. It's very specific to they got affected by slavery. So people that came after that, it don't mean us no consequence to even discuss them at all.
Right. I'm not saying that they didn't come over here, and catch a stray just because of their skin tone. I'm not saying that or dismissing that in any way, shape, or form. But when you are able to go back and you can literally say, guess what? To hell with what y'all are talking about. My forefathers were here. And they stood on the bridge. My great uncle's auto body shop, Posey Automotive, that's the shop that they used in Alabama during the bus boycotts. Okay. So my mother, there's an actual photo of my mother and my aunt on the bridge. My aunt took a hit to her leg with that water hose. It's shaped like a C to this day.
So for me right now, Ms. Cat, it sounds like you actually agree with FBA movement. You just don't like that.
I don't like the title of the FBA because that takes away. Are we not like slicing the pie a little thin by just calling ourselves foundational? Because that puts a certain light on it. When we say that we are indigenous, we were already here and you people did what you did. Are we not entitled to a bigger slice at that point? Or do we just want to?
I think the issue is that we cannot focus on the name, but we need to focus on what the movement is trying to get accomplished. I think we are majoring something minor when we're just paying attention to the title of the movement. The title of the movement doesn't actually mean anything. What it really
does to the white people.
But what means more is what we are trying to implement. And that's the thing that we need to focus on more than whatever the title is. What is Black? What is indigenous? How long ago? That doesn't really matter. You was affected by slavery is the base, and the title of the name, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't, because we just trying to get something done for people that suffered from slavery. And that's the only thing that matters, is how we're going to implement that and get America to right their wrongs, what they did to the slaves that they captured and took advantage of in this country to become so wealthy. So we cannot be focused on just a name. We got to focus on the implementation of the outcome of righting that wrong. That's all.
Sharon, can I add something, please, sir?
Yeah, after Marvelous Opinion. Oh, no matter of fact, after Omni, etc. He was here before all y'all.
Yeah, so it's my go?
Yes, sir.
What's going on, everybody? So I was listening to the discussion between Diva and Brownsville, and I think Brownsville is coming at it from it's a timeline thing. So Diva is talking about the foundation of it, which is the lineage, which is the primary qualification. Brownsville is talking about what to do after we get the money, like who we should. And I think, Sharon, I think you're actually correct in your assessment of, the name of what we call the movement is not necessarily the most important thing. The most important thing is the qualification of who gets it and determining
Yeah.
that. And then the next important thing is what we do after it. And I think he wants to separate, like Brownsville was talking about, separating ourselves from individuals like Jay Prince, and I think that's actually going to undercut the efforts of of establishing the foundational qualification to begin with. I think at this point, if people want, for those that would like reparations, establish the lineage qualification first, and then whatever y'all do, whatever y'all want to do as like-minded individuals, figure that out after the fact. Get with like-minded individuals after the fact, and then y'all can create your own organization. Call it the FBABO, Foundational Black American Builders Association. Organization or whatever.
Or the
Create your
or the
own
IBA, right?
organization.
The Indigenous Black Americans, right? You can call it whatever you want at that point. The IBA.
Right. But get with like-minded individuals with those resources after the fact, and then y'all can take those resources and build. I don't think we need to harp on who gets qualified, and because this person has a different set of values from me, you know what I mean? They should be disqualified from that lineage qualification just because they have a different set of values. Because if they really, because we know that certain individuals are just going to give it right back to the system anyway, and so that's cool for them. But those of us that want to build after the fact, after the payout, or however we get it, I suggest the tax thing. But however we get whatever form the reparations come in, however we get those assets, however we get that liquid, whatever it's going to be, I think we just build with like-minded individuals after the fact.
And I just want to say, and Ms. KR, we're gonna bring it back to. I just want to make sure everybody get a chance at the microphone. I just want to let everybody know this is the least supported show financially I had all week. I just want to let that be known. It's interesting to see when we talk about black business, people get a little tight with the pockets. It's interesting. Also matters for 99 cents. Go ahead, Marvelous Opinion.
These topics always do find interesting, but it is in terms of politics, I think it's just identity. And for those who want reparations, fight for it. Do what you feel is best and what's owed to you, your lineage, and all that. I would find myself personally disingenuous and disqualified in some aspects, even attempting to go after it because of my lineage. I'm not pure, and I know that. So it's more like to those who would look at themselves and say, well, qualifies as a black. And as I said, this whole identity thing, this was what the lady was talking about. She did her own research for her own self. Everyone needs to do their own thing because we do have an assumption that all skin folk are kinfolk, for the most part. But that's not true. That's just something more that the system had played us to, because we look at how whites treat blacks. Actually, we look at how whites do things and we try to do everything in contrast to them. We literally are like what one guy said. He says, like, we're like the shadows of white people. Not to say we put ourselves there, but we can't seem to detach ourselves from whiteness at all. So that's why I think we even have this whole kinfolk type thing. That's just my opinion on that. But otherwise, though, the conversation is interesting. I'm learning a little bit as far as how you guys are seeing each other and what y'all are trying to distinguish as soon as your identity. I find it all interesting. But continue to have a conversation.
Thank you. Let's bring up
who ain't said nothing.
Relax. Diva, should we bring up our neighborhood tether or
That was friendlier than what you called me other times, so I'll take that.
All right, go ahead.
You just got to smile in the camera first.
Okay, look. Yo, PhD, but black women love me. So all you're doing is just proving it. You're proving that point.
Hold on. Do you got a tooth? You got your tooth back?
Yo, Sharon, did you get your masculinity back? You get your masculinity back? Let's go.
Hold on.
Did you get black women back?
Hold on. Fight a complex.
Are you back? Are you with a black woman again?
I'm not trying to disrespect you. I just want to know.
I don't want to disrespect you.
Okay, so
are you with a black woman?
Hold on. Did you get your tooth fixed?
Listen. Are you with a black woman again?
Let me see smile. Let me see your teeth.
Come on. This nigga's funny.
It's teethus. It's teethus. I like your sunroof.
Yo, let me talk, man. I'm being childish, man. You see what I'm saying? I come here. When I come here to have the conversation, you guys want to joke around.
We do. Go ahead, Michael.
All right, so Galakan Doggy's the Cloud Chase for Call Dominican representative, proud tether. Now, earlier, the lady that came up, she doesn't understand she's doing herself a disservice, because whether you want to argue about FBA or Aboriginal, it doesn't matter, because they're trying to get paid, right? Because you were enslaved at one point in this country. Most of y'all, right? A grand majority.
He didn't get it fixed, y'all.
Yeah, no.
So
no.
Listen. So a grand majority.
No, to the hell, no.
No, okay, all right, that's cool. All right,
wait, let me
all right,
just
that's cool. Wait, it's my turn.
Point. Let me just address your
it's my
one point.
turn. It's my turn.
She's
interrupting me. She's interrupting
I
me, bro.
apologize. I'll wait.
Listen, right? You go respond. So regardless, all right, whatever. That's your other theory. Now, only a little y'all were enslaved, or it was only the ones that came on the boat. Whatever. That's all theory. You're arguing it. But if you just keep your mouth shut, and vote for it, you can benefit from it, right? But you're arguing about semantics. You could, like they said earlier, you could argue about what your gang name is after the fact. If you believe, even if you believe in the theory or not, they're trying to tell people that look like you in this country might get paid. Why wouldn't you just take the money if you feel like your people were done wrong? Is that plain and simple? Shut the fuck up, vote for the money, then you can have the debate and the argument later on about, oh no, we wasn't really enslaved, or oh no, we the real aboriginals. And then PhD, she kind of conflates it. I'm handsome. I'm handsome. So
Bless
and then
your heart.
PhD book. Thank you. And then PhD book, she conflates the ancestry, right? Because when she'll say, oh yeah, no, they don't say that we have Aboriginal ancestry, right? No, they say that we are the Aboriginals, right? So that's two different arguments. PhD. So either are you, so are you the, so hold on, PhD. They
Me no
don't.
FBA, Papa. Me no FBA.
So listen,
I don't know. I don't know, my friend.
no. Dominicans are the real FBA. We were the first black people of the Americas. We the real FBA, the Dominicans.
That's so special. Look,
Dominicans are the real FBA.
Sorry,
You're so special.
Dominicans are the real FBA.
Hold on.
We the original FBA.
Hold on. We're gonna let Miss KR answer first, and now we are changing name to DBA, Dominican Black Americans. All right, go ahead.
No.
I don't know.
DNA. Dominican Native American. DNA.
Yeah, DNA. Don't nobody acknowledge that foolishness. Now, you said I was confused.
You so happy because a white man said FBA.
Hold on. You asked her not to interrupt, right?
But y'all booty clapping because the white man said
FBA. I'm just asking you a question. Did you ask her not to interrupt?
Now my bad. You're right. You got it, Sharonda. You got it.
No, This is Miss K. This is not Sharonda. I'm the one you said was confused earlier based upon lineage. And just a quick side note to your DNA. Yeah, Dominican what? It's more like no. Do not acknowledge that foolishness. Now, as far as lineage goes, yeah, it does serve me to acknowledge the fact that my ancestors were here and accidentally came upon the information. And the further back I went, I was like, hold up. We weren't slaves. The white man writes down everything. How come he didn't write down none of my people being slaves? Right? Why can I not trace that? So the further back I go to the 1830s, no, somebody lied here. Matter of fact, I'm trying to what did they execute a land patent title snatch back from land that I found in Jefferson County, Alabama. Okay, because you need to show this land was what allotted to my ancestors. So a land patent supersedes everything. So when we're talking about getting a check, yeah, cash is nice, but see, land lasts forever. And that patent lasts forever. So it behooves everyone to go back and do their ancestry lineage review. Why? Because see, that's truly
Bars.
where the money is. That's where
I
the
was
money
gonna
is.
say that, but you
Don't,
got
don't,
that.
don't,
Oh, that was
don't,
so
don't,
pretty.
don't, don't,
Oh,
don't
that
be
was
mad
good.
because you can't go back and track and trace yours. Don't be mad at
I
those
can.
that
I know where I'm
can.
from. I know where I'm from. I know
Yeah,
where
and
my
I
people
know where
from.
I'm from
You
too.
you're
So
confused.
it's
You're
disrespectful.
confused.
How am I
Okay,
confused
all
when
right,
it's in
hold on,
You're
black
all right,
and
hold on.
white?
All right, hold on.
Please
We're
tell
gonna
me.
calm it down because fighter trying to turn up for no reason.
No, I
Hold on, let
want
me.
him to
Hold
tell
on.
me how I am
I got you.
confused when I'm
I got
sitting
you, Miss
here with
Chaos.
documents in black and white. How am I
I got you.
confused?
Hold on, Miss Cal. Let me read a couple of super chats. So a few that I did get. I only got a couple anyway. So go ahead, PhD.
The Emperor, $2. AR, why you always crying? Sharon is real, 100. Hashtag Sharon never lies.
Yeah.
Ashe 2 times, $2, baby. Elon Musk is African American, a whole immigrant.
And also,
Give me Wall Street Willie.
I got a cash up. It says Lele, the Lele. I support FBA. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Also, I got support for the channel with the Black Fish, y'all. Yeah. Shout out to my guy. Thank you so much for all that you do. I really appreciate you. Fighter, are you gonna have a discussion or are you gonna just try to throw
Yeah,
insults?
I'm not.
How am
I'm
I
not trying to go
confused
at her.
though?
I'm not trying
Tell
to
me
go at
how
her.
I'm confused. Tell me how am I confused? Help me, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Because you're trying to find your identity. Because I think many Black Americans
Put
Trying
they
your
to.
felt
seatbelt
like
on, please. Put your seatbelt on. Put your seatbelt on, please. Thank you.
Safety first.
Good
you
job,
are
lady. I
y'all
love
funny as fuck.
you. Put your
Hold
seatbelt
on,
on, please.
Sharon.
Thank you.
I
Thank you.
forgot
Thank you. Thank
you a
you.
cop.
Thank
I
you.
forgot you a cop.
Thank you. Hey, thank you. I appreciate you. And all I want to say, hey, ladies and gentlemen, that's what you call leadership right there. You feel me? Go ahead.
Mm. And he's
Now
doing
I
what
only
he's
put it.
accustomed to doing, following directions. I mean, he is
No, I only.
a Black American. Please go ahead and tell me how I'm
He's
confused when
half
I have
tether.
traced mine.
He's half
Wait,
tether.
wait,
Papa, you don't
wait.
know
So,
what you're talking
fighter
about, Papa.
question: are you
You
conflating the
know black.
fact that is you conflating the fact that she's actually saying she's Black, but also has an identity, and you find that to be like weird because it's like, well, if you're Black, then how are you going to be this other thing that you say you are, or saying that you know who you are? You can't claim to be Black. You sound confused. Is that what you're saying?
He don't
Damn,
even know.
fighter just pause.
He don't even know. But you can't tell me
So
what I
he froze.
am.
He froze real quick, Miss KR. We're gonna also add into the show Brownsville, Wall Street, Willie, and KT to go. Let's see where this goes. Uda, do you want to jump in at any moment? Uda, let me know.
What about Josh?
And we also got Josh as well. I apologize, Josh. So we got Brownsville, Wall Street,
KT, Joshua. Go.
Hey, cuz, can you hear me? Am I coming through?
Yes.
Yeah, man. So I want to respond to Omni, right? Because he kind of like misconstrued my point. I was making two different arguments. One, I feel like the reparations delineation that's happening right now is premature, right? I said I agree that once we establish liability, then we can go into the eligibility argument in terms of who actually qualifies for reparations, right? But anybody who understands how lawsuits work, anybody who understands how to get legislation passed, the very first step is you have to garner support and resources in order to establish what you need to establish to move forward. That hasn't happened yet, which is why I say this whole delineation from certain Black people is not beneficial. And it's like cutting off your nose to spite your face, because you have to establish liability. And in order to do that, we're going to need a lot of support. That's number one. My second point was, outside of reparations, it's counterproductive for our people to delineate from like-minded Black people just because their mother is from Jamaica. That doesn't make sense to me. If you share my values, I have more in common with you than I have with a Black degenerate who may have lineage in common with me. So those were the two different arguments. And what I'm saying is FBA, the movement itself is misguided because they're not taking those two arguments into consideration. Peace and love.
So I think the light-mindedness is, I guess, the issue. A lot of people that is from other places do not have the like mind as what we're talking about for this concept. They might be like-mindedness in other things, say maybe being Christian or starting a business, but they do not have the same like-mindedness when it says that America owe Black Americans reparations. So I think that's where the issue lies, is that yeah, they might be like-minded in a lot of other things, but with this one specific situation of...
So let me ask you a question, cuz. Let me ask you a question. So is it possible for people who share the lineage of FBA, is it possible for some of them also to not be like-minded when it comes to reparations and fighting for it?
Yes.
So that defeats your argument, right? Because if that applies on both sides, then it's null and void, inconsequential.
So the reason why it's not null and void, because that's a minority of people, and regardless of, they would be on that side as well. We would separate ourselves from them as well. They would be on the side of, hey, you are not like-minded with us.
And that's okay. And I'm fine with that, right? But that goes into the reparations argument. I'm talking about outside of the reparations argument. It's counterproductive for us to delineate from people who share our values, which is why I say that if it's going to be a productive movement in and of itself, it has to have organization, it has to have structure, and it has to have a value system attached to it, right? Because that is the only way you're going to get productivity. Every movement that was successful in our history, every single movement had exactly what I'm talking about.
So, but no, but the problem is that is a very true statement. However, we don't care if you're a Republican, MAGA, or not. We don't have to have the same. We don't have to have the same value systems politically. We don't have to have the same value systems of what sexuality you into. As long as we are on the same
situation of America did people wrong in slavery, and those people are owed something to them, and that is the main argument that we got to worry about. The other stuff where we separate from, we can handle that once it's time to handle that. But at the meantime, we got to deal with this, the reparation part, or whatever is the main situation. Even though I believe FBA, that's their main problem that they want to get out there, and that's what we got to speak to. Shout out to the Cash App says, how many parents still attend high school reunions? I have no idea.
Well, so
also
shouldn't the value be rooted in lineage?
Let me read the super chat. Go ahead.
Brandon Dusan, $2. My friend.
Yeah.
I also wanted to say,
matter of fact, this person, you're gonna have to give me a call like an hour, by the way, because my friend. Go ahead, Diva.
I don't think it's counterproductive to delineate outside of the whole reparations thing, because we've been getting exploited for a very long time, right? And so you are exploited when you are providing benefits to others and there's no reciprocation, right? And so these people have been delineating for a long time, right? So they're eligible for any scholarship or any opportunity that is earmarked for Black people, right? But then we are excluded from the Nigerian scholarships or the Igbo scholarship or the Caribbean scholarship, right? And so much so to a couple years ago during Juneteenth, I think this was up in New York, they were having a Juneteenth celebration and it was only Caribbean people. They were having their little business stands up there setting. There were no Black Americans. And so in that way, they co-opted Juneteenth, right? So they'll latch on to your shit and exclude you. And so at some point, we have to start watching out for and preventing people from running the same damn play on us over and over, because that's what people do. They smile, they play along, they get in, and then they shut us out of our own shit.
And ride your back.
Right. And so we even had that with Essence Festival, right? And so that's why there was such a huge backlash, because you taking something that has been, part of our culture for decades now and trying to tailor it to a different audience, right? And now you're trying to even position yourself in competition with us at our shit, right? And so that's where the Jollof versus Jambalaya contest came from, where they had Jollof in huge letters and then Jambalaya in little itty bitty letters, right? So we know a tree buys fruit. And so when you see this behavior over an extended period of time, that's just what it is. And I think it makes sense for us to guard against that.
Yes.
Lest we continue to be exploited. Go ahead.
And so I just want to try to get back into the line that it was Brownsville, Willie, then KT the GOAT. So go ahead, Wall Street Willie.
He ain't talking about nothing.
But it was his turn to go, so I want to be fair. Go ahead, Wall Street Willie.
I'll keep it short. Niggas and onions.
Let's slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see you try it.
Gotcha.
It wasn't me.
Shadow the Titan Wasp with the 20 ball. Hitting Willie. Take a nap. Thank you, Shadow.
Did I set that up?
That made the whole day worth it. Look, that $20 was worth it right there.
Go ahead. Joshua. We got Joshua, MJ, and then Miss KR.
Is Brownville still in this?
Yes, he's still there.
Okay, so one of the things he had mentioned earlier was he was talking liability versus eligibility. But the issue is you can't even prove liability against people whose families were not initially slaves. That's why the argument doesn't work. if we did this as a federal tort claim, right, and we were saying the United States of America has damaged blacks who were slaves for these reasons, X, Y, Z. People who are not involved or whose families were not involved in specifically the transatlantic slave trade could not prove liability to the United States because you can't prove you were damaged. They would actually hurt our position more than that. They would actually hurt our positions more. And the
Well,
reason
see, and
why, sorry, continue.
Why would you do that?
Don't provoke me to anger, or else you be in danger.
Wall Street Willie, you got brought back. He left soon as he got brought back. That's weird. He was there. So Wall Street Willie, you are able to come back. Go ahead, PH Diva.
We on Lock Nation with the 20 ball. Bring Willie back. Marvelous 0071, $5. Buy yourself a coffee on me. I gotta go. I don't think I can contribute much to this topic. I'll keep the show playing in the background. Hashtag peace and love. Bye, Marvelous.
I think to Shadow's point, right? Johnny Cochran was really, really close. He spent years trying to establish liability in the federal court system, right? Because if you're doing it through litigation, if you're trying to establish reparations through litigation, then you have to establish liability. And he was coming after the federal government in order to establish that liability. Now, if you're not doing it through litigation, then you have to do it through legislation. And in order to do it through legislation, you have to garner support, right? And a lot of your support is going to come from non-FBAs, which is why I just don't agree with the derogatory name calling and the unnecessary division when it comes to our people. Like, Sheila Jackson Lee was brought up, right? Saying, well, if she was a tether, then we would not have interest in working with her. To me, I think that's just counterproductive for the overall goal, which is to establish reparations.
Now, to an extent, I agree with you, but here's the issue. Even whether we look at it through legislation or litigation, we still have to be able to delineate through the people because we have to prove an injured party, especially in a tort claim. You have to prove some kind of tangible harm was done. Then you have to prove that harm was done through negligence. Even if we were able to go through either of those two directions, if you cannot differentiate people who got here 30 years ago versus people who drug here 300 years ago, you don't have the capability of even making the base argument. And it's as Willie said, KT said earlier, even at the end of the day, we might, maybe it was E who said it, we're still gonna have to put white people involved in it because they're a majority of the country. If we're gonna do it through legislation, we have to get a lot more people to vote than the mere 13% of Black Americans we have. Because even if you do our foundational Blacks, it's even less than that. We don't even have the numbers to push that beyond. But again, none of that even matters if you can't even differentiate who is FBA and who is not.
Right. Well, see, that's already established for us, right? We already know who the victims are. The victims are people who were African American slaves. And then it goes to their descendants, right? So we don't have to establish who's the victim, right? Which is why I say we're pulling the cart before the horse because we're having an eligibility or qualification conversation when it's unnecessary at this point. Let's just garner the support we need to establish a bill, to get that bill passed that establishes, yes, we owe these people reparations. And then we can have the eligibility and qualification conversations to determine who's actually eligible for it.
Okay, but how do we establish?
That's not going to work.
It isn't.
It's not going to work that way. We have to identify and we have to classify ourselves, and then we can make the argument in court about what was done. Because if we go under the framework of African American, at this point, everybody who is of black descendant would be African American, as well as Elon Musk. So, so they can make an argument of the fact that they fall under that category, right? And they don't have to have no determination of how long their family has participated in this great country of America. It's not going to work. And and I mean, I understand about, one big black family and everything, and I was all for it at one point. But I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I'm for my Black American people 110%, 10 toes down. You know what I'm saying? If everybody else can put their ethnic group and their culture and their heritage as a priority, we should too. And I just don't believe that when Black Americans do it, it's the detriment to the big black race. I hate how everything gets framed as if we do it, it's like the big bad boogeyman, and all the steps that we have took in place is going to go backwards. It's weird. It's just really weird to me.
But Queen MJ, right? That legwork is already done. They already know who the victims are, and we already know who the victims are, right? So once we establish liability, right, then those entities who owe the money, they're going to be the people who are saying, okay, this is what you need to establish eligibility, to establish that you have a lineage that goes back to the aggrieved people, right? So what I'm saying is we're fighting a battle that's unnecessary, because that's already going to be implied once we get to that point. But the first step is to get to that point. And so far we haven't. And when it came to the litigation aspect, Johnny Cochran actually started that, right? And when he started that, he didn't have to come up with no FBA or any other type of designation. He just established who were the aggrieved people, who were the victims, and what do I need, what precedent I need in order to establish liability, right? That's what I'm saying. We're pulling the cart before the horse. We're having conversations right now that are unnecessary and counterproductive to what we need to be doing and establishing.
But Brother Brownsville, I'm going to have to agree to disagree with that, because it's not about only just reparations.
Right.
Literally, Black Americans' culture has been co-opted by everyone. It's to the point that it's conversation being online that people are saying that, well, Black Americans didn't make hip hop. It was made by the Jamaicans. It was made by this. It was made by that. It's literally the eradication of Black Americans contribute to our own culture that's going on right now in front of our face. So that has to be protected. I understand that everybody want to get it and make it all about the money. It's not all about the money. It's bigger than that. The ratification of our lineage, our ethnic group, our admixture as natives to this country cannot and will not be erased. And I will not erase that under the fucking flag of Pan-Africanism. I don't give a fuck. No.
And it can't be. And she's absolutely right. And with all of the co-opting going on, with the co-opting that's going on, what no one wants to use to basically trump this entire narrative is lineage. If we focused on lineage, we don't have to compete. If we focused on lineage, that's indisputable. You can't dispute lineage. You can't co-opt lineage. You can't do it.
And I'm not disagreeing with that. The issue, and I'm going to say it again, because I think I'm just kind of being misunderstood, right? The issue beyond establishing lineage, right, is first getting organized and getting structured to the point that we have the right people doing the right jobs in order to establish either liability when it comes to reparations or different qualifications when it comes to who deserves scholarships, who deserves these loans that's assigned to Black people. I mean, you're talking about a lot of litigation and a lot of legislation that's going to take a lot of work.
No, so
Absolutely.
In order for that work
reason
to
that
be
there was
done,
a name change. So part of the reason for the name change is you can just specify if it's intended for Black Americans. Now it's foundational Black American, right? And you have eligibility requirements, and so in that way, you don't need a whole lot of legislation to kind of earmark your own stuff and gatekeep it.
Sure don't. Sure don't. And when you're talking about those who are liable, okay, so are you just putting the onus on those who insured the lives of slaves? Because remember, after the Civil War, the white people who owned slaves, they were cashed out $3,500 per body of each slave that was freed. So we really need to understand, what are you talking about liability? Are we going to Lloyd's of London? Are we, trickling back to AIG? Are we going to the different insurers? Who's supposed to be paying
No,
this?
the
Because they
establishment
paid
of
everybody
liability,
else.
Queen, is people taking responsibility, saying yes, or a judge saying yes. These people owe these people reparations.
Okay, but
Right?
but
That's
but
the
the people.
establishment of liability.
But let's look at how liability was established and satisfied. Let's look at back here, I believe it was 94 or 95, where the American government paid the Japanese concubines. Okay, they paid them out 55,000 per descendant head. And what was the key element there? Their identity, their classification. The same way we went and we rebuilt Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Why? Because there was lineage. They had that determination. It was established what was done to a people. While we sit here and throw sticks and stones about, are we indigenous? Are we aboriginal? Are we foundational Blacks? Are we Black American? Look at Black American did. I remember the day that Jesse Jackson was standing at the podium with his Rainbow Coalition and coined us Black Americans. I mean, African Americans. That's so ridiculous. The fact of the matter is, lineage is the base. And as long as we sit here and we keep playing back and forth, oh, we went through slavery. Well, when they landed, they enslaved the ones that were here. That's where it started. But y'all want to
So
ignore that point. That's where slavery started. Slavery didn't start in the 1900s. We were just easing and tiptoeing into the Jim Crow era.
So my question to y'all queens, and maybe PhD Diva knows this. Do we have any representatives in Congress right now who are advocating for the establishment of the designation foundational Black American?
No, not a one. Because it
Okay,
used to
so
be
do
the
we have any?
Congressional
Okay,
Indian
so
Caucus.
my other question is, do we have any law firms right now anywhere in America that are advocating in?
Yeah, we've got Ben Crump, and he's advocating with Ghana to have us add an end, into this diaspora reparations snatch that they're trying to do. And nobody, I even sent him, a private cease and desist because, dude, you don't speak for me and mine.
But even without, legislators trying to push for, recognition or the name change, it's already starting to happen, right? Because now they're starting to add, it's not just Black or African American. Now they asking people, what country you come from? That's a direct
right.
reflection and an offshoot of the whole FBA conversation that we're having. Now, all of a sudden, that's showing up on forms, government forms, right? As a matter of fact, trying to get it in New York. So we don't need legislators for everything.
We don't.
Right? It was a couple years ago where the OMB, because they are really the ones that determine how the racial designation is done for the census, they were open for comments on it, and people were trying to get FBA. They didn't do it that time, but it opens up, all the time, or ever so often. And so, yeah, we don't necessarily need legislators to do that.
But see,
Do
they
we
wouldn't
need
fight
Hey,
for us
wasn't
anyway.
legislators?
Press? Wait,
Do
wasn't
we need
Presley and Lee both
legislators
advocating for
to
HR
pass a
40?
reparations bill?
Yes.
Well, they
My
putting it
question
back
is, do we
too.
need legislators to pass
Yes.
a reparations bill?
Yes.
And do we need law firms in order to litigate on behalf of foundational Black Americans?
It depends.
Technically.
Yeah, I would have to say
It
it
depends on what?
depends. It
If you
depends
can get it
on
through
what are they
legislation, then you don't
executing.
need no law firms, right?
Huh?
If you can get it through legislation, if you can get Congress to pass it, and they're the ones that pass the budget, then you don't necessarily need attorneys to go through the courts, right? Because it can come through Congress.
Right. So do you think it's wise to fight it on both fronts until we get it established on one?
Yeah, we can. But see, part of the issue is going back to what's his name? Carter G. Woodson's The Miseducation of the Negro. There are very few Black lawyers who are doing that type of thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we have to, it's part of the work is getting Black people to understand, like, yeah, you can go make your money, but whatever it is that you do, you should also be using it to better the situation of you and your people.
Correct.
But they swore an oath. The bar does not give us any type of allowance. Our oath is to the court. Okay. It isn't even to our clients, it's to the court. Period. So when you have people like Ben Crump going on the outside on this stage, he's going outside of his oath to the court. And he isn't even one of us. Indigenous. Girl, his mama from, they're saying South Carolina, because he's done a real good job of scrubbing his lineage, right? He's done a real good job of that. And he only speaks about his stepfather, but he talks limited on his mother. But we know y'all from Ghana.
Yo.
Sorry, that was my daughter calling me. We know you're from Ghana. We know this. We know this. And see, my thing is this: in order to argue it, who are we arguing for, right? Are we arguing for just the skin, or are we arguing from a point of anchor? Lineage is the only thing that anchors us here. Lineage is the only thing this particular government acknowledges, and especially this seated president. He acknowledges lineage.
So he
I just
believes.
go ahead.
So, Ms. KR, so Trump, he acknowledges you as Native American?
Well, he said point blank, period. Oh, sorry. He said point blank, period. The Indians don't look like Indians to him. And
He was trying.
God, Miss Kyle, it might be a mercy. Answer the baby. Answer, baby girl.
let me send her. She just wants some more money. Let me send her but this here cash app real quick. I'll be back, y'all.
Shout out to baby girl. Oh man, that's funny. Damn show. Kid.
Look, cursing at his daughter. Nigga disrespectful.
So Brownsville, if you think that we should not be separating from other groups, then how do you suggest? Oh, he left.
Peace Diva, how you doing, my love?
Wonderful. How are you, sir?
I'm okay. I think you were conflating earlier when it came to classification and lineage.
It sounds like your microphone is tethering to you know what I'm saying? Like your microphone, like it ain't tethered properly to the adapter. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta work on that.
What about now? It sound better now, or no? Same
Yes,
thing.
you sound good.
All right. PhD, but you were conflating having Native American blood
Mhm.
versus being Native American.
How was I conflating it? Because I didn't say anything about being Native
Yeah.
American. I was saying FBA acknowledges that many of us have indigenous ancestry.
Right. But then the sister KO, her argument is she's y'all are the natives. That's her argument.
That's
That's
her argument. That's not my argument. So how was I conflating it?
yeah, no. I was making sure that you understood where she came from.
Right, because I did. I was arguing from the standpoint of the, indoctrination that my people came over here on a boat. We were enslaved. I think I was like 6 when Alex Haley Roots came on. I was up under that belief too until I got to questioning why my nationality, why my race is different from my daughter's, and why is my mama's different and why is my grandma's different from hers? And well, let me go look here, let me go look there. And then lo and behold, I entered all the way back and I have been getting, and what's so creepy, my mother and I have been ordering death certificates and birth certificates, right? So my great grandfather, Shaq, and he was born in 1864. Why does his death certificate state he's African American when that was not even a part of the vernacular in 1864? So now I'm in battle with the Department of Health and Human Services and Vital Statistics in Alabama. Why are you guys handwriting it? What's what? Because we've got him here on the census as this, but y'all just wrote in African American. Make it make sense.
Well, they definitely should not be changing vital records.
Oh, but they
It was
are.
supposed to stay exactly the same. So, like,
But
you got to think about why would they do that? So, like, again, we talk about
exactly.
why people do things. Why would they do that? And we know that the vernacular back in the 1850s, they were calling us black, Negro, mulatto, mixed, and etc. Why are you now writing in the terminology that was only given to us back in the 1965?
Or 19, what was that? 89 or 88 or 89, thanks to Jesse Jackson. Exactly. And so
Yeah.
my argument is, why are you handwriting this in? And the first battle was, well, the death certificate is over 100 years old. You can't have that. So let me go ahead and send you this legal demand to get the documents because I am entitled. So after doing that hoop, they finally relented, released it. However, they redacted a lot of the information, but it's like, hold up. He's here on this census as being Muskogee Creek. Why and how? But see, they're doing this so that way they erase our lineage and they keep us trapped in the narrative. That has financial consequences when it comes to reparations.
What's this?
Yeah, I mean, it would be. I think even for you per se, Mrs. KR, you have 2 fights against reparations because there was reparations a part of being a part of the first nation tribe that you can probably go after that wasn't given out to your family, and then on the descendants of Atlantic, of chattel slavery in America, you have that part too to argue about reparations. So I understand why you're harping on lineage.
I'm fighting to get land back because apparently they're saying we donated all of Posey Park in Jefferson County, but they can't produce any documents. But they gonna catch this hot subpoena as soon as I finish typing it up.
Yeah, but she's saying the people that they call black here were not slaves. That's her argument.
But they were also enslaved. The indigenous people that were here were also enslaved. In fact, we're actually prisoners of war. That's why they can reclassify us every 12 years. That's why we only have permission to vote. And that gets, either extended or it can be denied at any point in time every 25 years. People were sitting up here yipping about, oh, they're taking away our right to vote. We never had the rights to vote. We were only granted permission, and that permission extends every 25 years. I remember just before the year 2000, they were yipping about, we're about to lose our right to vote. You don't have a right. You have permission. And see, it gets into different scopes of legalities that no one wants to actually pay attention to. They want to graze over it. They want to just ignore why we're reclassified every 12 years by a seated president, why every 25 years we're granted permission to vote. You're given these permissions and these accesses because technically you're a prisoner of war.
No, you were a prisoner of war back on the continent.
On what continent? This one?
Nope, the other one.
What other one?
The other one. You know which one.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Yeah, because there's 7 of them. So
which one?
No. She knows which one I'm talking about. The one that
we don't know. It's okay. Say it.
I can't entertain the continent of Africa for the simple fact my people documented.
Hold on one second.
Nothing to do with
it. Hold on one. And KR, you starting to break up a little bit. Maybe you're moving. What you want? Not you, Miss KR. What you want, Miss? What you want, Wall Street? I thought you said you wasn't come up here because you didn't get a chance to speak.
Habaragani. What I actually wanted is to know what is going on right now. Y'all are just letting know.
No, hold on. You didn't want to come your black ass back up when somebody paid for you to come up?
Yo, people, it's called the Voters' Rights Act for a reason, right? I have the right to vote. I don't know what she's talking about. And typically,
I'm gonna do it again.
Someone says something so unbelievably, like, insane, y'all usually challenge that. Like, I'm sitting here listening to these arguments, and it's just dumb. And none of it pushes the conversation of reparations forward at all. So I want to be clear. These are the FBA arguments when it comes to reparations. It will never happen. Thanks. You guys ruined it. Good day, Habaragani.
Honey, it's that
Illuminati or something like that.
Okay, so the ones who feel like it will never come, then mind your fucking business and just stay out of it and stop telling us what we should be supposed to be focusing on, what we're not supposed to be focusing on. Since you obviously know that it's not going to happen, so why do you care so much?
Absolutely.
See, I always worry about why people always put themselves into something, but they say it's never going to work.
Talk about how you tether.
It's not going to work. This is not going to happen. You're doing it wrong.
How you tethers ruin reparation. You people
Who's
tethering to Black African American history. If you want to go be something else, go be something else.
Be what?
Whatever y'all are claiming y'all are.
Like what else are we gonna be? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
All of these Chronicles of Narnia story that my grandmammy said that we was injured.
I challenge you. I haven't
go have those
this is what I'm talking about. Teron,
and I'm gonna land here.
Teron, this is what I'm talking about. These ops, man.
Go have those conversations with Native.
We always have ops around us, though.
What you saying, MJ?
I'm gonna land right
here. You see, this is what I'm talking about. These ops, man. Pay attention. Pay attention. They can go do something, but what are they doing? Minding other people's business. But telling you that you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't call yourself this, you can't call yourself that. Oh, you should don't
be Aboriginal.
Yo, listen. Whenever we can vote on it, I'll vote for y'all. I'll vote so y'all can get it. So, because I think it's over. I think it's overdue.
And hey, listen, one of the first things I'm gonna do, and probably like number 10 on the things I do, I'm gonna take you to the dentist, my brother.
Motherfucker.
You ain't shit.
Motherfucker.
You ain't shit, and I want you to know that.
You know what I'm gonna do, Sharon? I'm gonna take you.
I'm curious, what does reparations look like for the panel? Because I know what it looks like for me and mine. What does it look like for those on the panel?
That's an interesting question. You want to start, Shadow?
You ain't finna boot me, nigga. I know your plan.
I ain't gonna boot you. You good?
But y'all gotta remember, I don't believe in reparations. But what I would say it looks like for other people, I agree with Omni. I like that tax plan.
Okay.
You either get a tax refund for the last 20 years, a complete refund, or you don't get, or they don't tax you for the next 15. Either or, I don't really care.
And by the way,
it's your money. Do what you want.
Even if you was getting bored, you let it happen. All right.
Okay, fair. Then I'm gonna buy my way back because I like that.
What's your thoughts, Zebo? What it would look like for you in your mind?
Wow, what would it look like? Maybe, I know a lot of Black people have had land taken. So, repairing that would involve allocation of land. And some money too. And let me see what else. Some provisions that I don't know. I kind of want to be, you know what I was about to say. I want to be like the Native Americans, how they get to run their own stuff, but absolutely not. Mr. White Man, I ain't going that far. Thank you. So land and money.
Yeah. I even look at it could be either or too. Like you can have the 40 acres and a mule or the equivalent. Like you get a choice between which one you want. Do you want the land and you can go ahead and till it yourself, or do you want the monetary value of that land in that one mule?
And was it Johnson who canceled that?
Give me the money.
Yeah.
I want that
like
money.
Lincoln approved it, Johnson and canceled it, right? Sharon.
Let me hold on. I'm sorry. Let me shout out to the cash. I said if FBA start their own bank and insurance company, that'd be interesting. What you was asking, Josh?
Was it Johnson who ended up canceling Lincoln's declaration for the 40 acres and a mule? Like it was Johnson who took over after Lincoln, right?
Yes, I think it was Johnson.
And he was the one who backtracked, or he reneged on that deal.
Yes, somebody reneged. Yes, I'm not sure if it was exactly him, but yes, he kind of reneged on it, and that's why they have this whole problem with the whole reclassification thing, because they reclassified it, and that's why they didn't finish paying it out.
Would we be able to use that as a? I know Ms. KR's. I'm assuming you're a lawyer because you spoke in specific terms, right? So would we not be able to challenge
Ms. KR? Are you a lawyer, Ms. KR?
Not in the educationally, yes, but not in the general practicing terms.
What does that mean? That you like
it means I have a Juris Doctorate, but I had a problem going into law believing that I'm there for my customers to fight against injustice. And then they told me, well, you've got to swear an allegiance to the crown and your duty is to protect the court's interests. Yeah, I had a problem with that. So I refused that end of it. So
I got a question for you,
work for a very large insurance company.
What's his name? Ronald Ritchie? What's his name, Diva?
Rashad Ritchie.
Do you know Rashad Ritchie, Ms. KR?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
Put the picture up full mask. I like him.
You like Rashad Ritchie?
Yeah, he's very funny. He's very funny.
Who is he?
Oh, he got a show on YouTube called Indisputable, but people been doing videos about him saying that he got a bunch of fake degrees.
No, he actually went to a lower budget school, but no, he does have it. He's been at it for about 12 years, but yeah, he's legit.
Yeah, but he also got a PhD, several,
I don't know about that.
Right.
No,
yeah.
I don't know about any of that.
Hey, Hey, KR, he got a PhD in astrophysics from a school that doesn't even have astrophysics. He's a lawyer in Haiti to practice law in Haiti, but that's civil law. But he's saying that he could do the other version of law. I don't know.
Not
Criminal.
here.
It sounds weird. It sounds weird to me.
No, not here. No, he can't. Not here. No. No. But I think my vision of reparations for us, and I still dislike that word, is particular entitlements to land, to home ownership, an absolute tax free situation where we're not paying any income taxes, we're not paying any property taxes. I do support free tuition. I definitely do, for our children. I also support medical coverage because that's, and our own hospitals, because like on the bases of these reservations, they have their own hospitals, they have their own medical clinics. I mean, hell, even the Somalians up here in Minnesota, they have their own hospitals, they have their own clinics, and we need that for us. We need that for us. And I think we should also receive a stipend every single month, like the Jews receive every single month. I believe that we should receive that.
I like that plan. That's a really, I like that plan. I like that. It's well
You
thought
know,
out.
they didn't put a cap on how long, and we didn't even participate in the Holocaust. We helped, but we're still paying. My property, half of my property taxes go to Israel every year. So they don't have a cap as to how long they receive reparations. Other nations had a cap on it, but why should we when we're still here? Our parents, our grandparents, some of us who are blessed, our great grandparents are still here.
Great point. I love it. I'm glad you found us, Miss KR.
Thank you.
And we have all different type. This is not the only conversation we have. We have plethora of conversations. We have very diverse. So you'll be able to have some lawyer conversations, relationship conversations, geopolitical conversations, black conversations. We have them all here.
I just think that we could come to a united front if everyone took an hour out of their week and just put in some time finding out who grandma was. Who was grandma's grandma? You can literally just go to Google and say, hey, Essie Berry was my grandmother. Who was her mother? And she will run it all the way back. I did that for a colleague of mine on Saturday, and we actually pulled up pictures of her great great grandmother that she had never seen that was taken by one of the census collectors, you know? And when we looked at their family census, we were cracked up because, they've got the power of the pen. And so you have this woman who had 12 children. Each one of her children had a different percentage of Indian based upon their shade of skin. But this woman gave birth to all of them, and she's listed as a full-blooded Choctaw on the census. But yet each of her kids were 1/4 Choctaw, 1/8, 1/16, because of the shades of their skin. And it was hilarious.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy because I did my research too, and I know what tribe I'm from.
Gay tribe?
No, I'm from tribe of Checkahoe. So you better watch yourself, ho.
You part of the faggots? The
Now, why would
faggots?
you? Okay, you gotta go now. Always want to be taking it too far. I told you I'm from a tribe of Checkahoe. I don't know why you had to. Now I have to check this out. Anyhow,
I think we could just come to one uniformed space if everyone saw the value in what their lineage holds. And then there wouldn't be all of this disputes about oh, we're FBA or we're AF or we're this, that, and the third, because then you actually have something you never had before. You know your history and you know what your blood is, okay? You know then that you are tied to this dirt and that you are entitled. And I think if we can get past this African American and foundational Black, well, what is the foundation of your family?
I like it. I mean, I like the verbiage of it, but I don't think we should at this moment we should care so much about the name of it instead of just getting some things done, and we start getting things into a
But
quarter.
that's how we move away from the name of it. From the name of it. See, when you talk about we can't get to that or we shouldn't discuss that, no, that's not true because we got people running around here accepting the titles that were placed upon us. Nobody talks about how Walter Plecker made the decision where you could not be classified as an Indian. Don't list them that way. You know, we don't talk about how he made it illegal. I have my great grandfather sitting on my mother's porch on camcorder where he was like, good, look, we's Indian. You can't tell nobody because they'll sting you up. You know, my great aunts talk about how, you know, Pearl went and took her house down there and put them on that damn dolls rolls. Now, when her sons come up missing, yeah, they still sit back and be having those conversations today. Granted, they're 96 and 97, but they still sit up and have those conversations. And that helped me understand why some of the family is listed, some isn't.
Oh, yeah,
Because it was fear. But when we go all the way back, you know, when I went into the DMV and I took my paperwork in there, you're about to take this Black up off of here and you're about to put American Indian because that's what I am. You know, I'm sitting here arguing with this chick and she's looking at me, looking at me, looking at me. And I noticed she was looking at my hoodie. And so I was just like, sweetheart, she goes, ma'am, you're Black. Uh-huh. But you see that paperwork right there in front of you? That says otherwise. My hoodie is Black. That's what you want me to be, but that's not who I am. And my driver's license is updated. It says American Indian because I'm not accepting the titles that were placed upon me. And because of that, you still owe me. You owe my people you ran up off their land. You owe my people land in Doxy Cemetery in Oklahoma because some of them walked that trail. Some of them said, no, we're going to squat right here in Alabama. You know, my grandmother's people walked from Virginia.
I hear you. I like that. And also happy belated birthday as well. I'm assuming because am I correct? Your birthday just passed?
No, my birthday is in March.
Oh, because I thought you said you was
Yeah, I mean, well, it is 2026. I'll be 55 in March.
Okay, got you. All right.
I'm playing it.
Hey,
Okay.
I understand the March. I understand the March. You get
it. Well, so that makes you
the best zodiac on the
Pisces.
planet.
Which is that?
Accept it.
Pisces.
I'm a third.
Pisces is not only in March, so there's Aries Marches too.
Yeah. So which one are you, Miss KR? You a Pisces or Aries?
I'm a Piscean. I'm a March. I'm a third decadent Piscean. Okay, not that February one.
Y'all knew what she meant. Y'all knew what she meant.
I'm from fight week. Yes, I'm in that 7-day fight week window.
All right. Thank you, Miss KR. Go ahead, MJ. Take us up.
Wait, are you on the cusp of rebirth?
What?
Are you on the
I didn't
cusp
hear
of
what he
rebirth?
said.
The fight week between Pisces and Aries. The week
Oh no,
between Pisces and Aries?
I'm a full blown Aries. No, I'm a full blown Aries. April baby.
Okay.
Go ahead, MJ. Get us up out of here. We've done past. We in overtime.
Yes, we did. All right, everyone. Today was a great conversation. We did have some ups and downs. We had a lot of emotional, responses and statements. But I'm telling you guys, these are the conversations that we need to have, and we shouldn't be afraid of it. Now there is an understanding of what is meant when we are saying tethers, and that is not a xenophobic way to, identify all foreigners and things of that sort. Hopefully that people can understand that now, and that I want people to understand that this is the right move for this particular ethnic group, Black Americans, ADOS, FBA, whatever you want to call it. And if you are real allies and supporters, support us. And if we don't succeed, we don't succeed. But do not be in front of us telling us that we're not supposed to do anything, because not once have anybody said what will be another plan, what would be another route that we can go that will be a benefit for us. So I'm going to look at you very differently when you come and you say that you don't, that this is not the way, but you don't have no solutions with that statement. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to look at you very sus and very oppy, like, going forward, if that's your mindset. But outside of that, if you're rocking with us for us to be better and to really have global Black excellence, then let's go. Let's do it. Let's do the work. Thank you.
Shout out to Phil James 1. God bless. Salute everybody.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me